Greetings, travelers, and welcome, fans of Genshin TCG of all ages, to once again the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG. Prince got Pacific here. Now, I gotta talk about this. This is already the second week of the competition. It's only day 3, and yet we've already seen some very interesting things happening throughout the competition, and I'm excited to see what is going to be coming up next. My name is Stafa, and joining me on the cast today is none other than Fufu.
Hello. My name is Fufu, and I will be joining you as a guest caster this time around, so I can show you a bit more of what the players are thinking and what strategies we will be seeing for week 2, and how things will change, but also kind of stay the same.
Yeah, it's your first time here on the cast as well for the Prince Cup, so that's very exciting to have. But let's have a look at what has happened so far. We could very well be witnessing the end of Group A here, because right now we are down to our top 4, which are Flash, crimlin, Minty, and Amaru.
Yeah, I mean, all of these players have shown some interesting strategies, interesting ideas, and they all brought kind of their own flavor, but they are kind of scary. The new ones have shown that they can stand up to the really famous players in the community, and the famous players have shown that they are known for a reason. They are feared to be played against, and they can hold their own ground against others.
Absolutely. For those of you who may not be aware of the formatting of the Prince Cup Pacific here for 2024, we have 4 different groups. This is Group A. And from the 8 players that started out the group, we will have 2 who will qualify. But we'll continue with that later. Let's have a look at the most played character cards that we have seen in the regular season so far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can see the Mona Sayu Eula pairing, all of them having the same usage rate, which is very interesting because it means that Mona, while being an amazing utility character, is not played in many decks outside of the one that everyone is running. Its ability to draw out its entire deck and get to powerful tools like Wolf's Gravestone is really catching up with all the new decks coming out. And of course, then afterwards, you can see Nuvilet and Ejdahar, who have become kind of a good core with a somewhat alternating third character to deal with some of the new meta decks coming out. So seeing all of these as the most played cards makes actually perfect sense.
Yeah, it really does. These are basically basically the full deck list of some of the more popular decks that we have seen here in the tournament so far. Like you mentioned, we have MES, and then we have Double Dragon with 1 potential fill slot at the end there. So this is, of course, only going to be from the stats of the first week as well, right? The regular season has only been ongoing for 1 weekend so far. So who knows what's going to happen today? And we also have the stats for the character cards that have been banned.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see the most popular deck by far, known as Conwhale or Saint Whale, depending on who you ask, which is Narwhal, Serpent, and Scorpion. It has been extremely popular, and depending on who you ask, it is the best deck in the room. But even if you don't believe it's in the best deck in the room, it has these weird lines that it can go for. It has these big blowouts that come out of nowhere, and sometimes your strategy can just crumble to your opponent having the right card. So a lot of players will ban this deck just to not have to deal with that. But that was only for week 1. The question is, will that persist for week 2, or will we see players adapt and come up with new strategies and leave this deck on the table?
It's gonna be interesting to see because I personally do think it's very fun to watch Conwhale play, but I also understand that as a player, it's gonna be very annoying to have to play against just due to how many tools it has, with all those energy blocks being drawn in, and then the burst from the Flying Serpent, and so on. So we'll see whether this ban rate decreases or increases into the second week of the regular season, as we now have a look at the most played action cards.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see that the first 3 are just basically card draw and pretty much a way to spend your dice without actually using actions. It has been very popular at the moment to either try to be kind of aggressive on round one or to counter that to just not do any actions and just spend all your dice without it. And then, of course, you can see afterwards Leave It to Me being an amazing tool against so many freeze decks that just lets you avoid it and kill the character that is trying to freeze you, or just deal enough damage so they can't stay on that character. It has become more of a draw your entire deck and get a lot of value and then use a couple of utility cards than how we used to play the game, which was a lot of utility cards and a bit of extra dice generation.
Yeah, ever since we saw the intro. and the cube is already used as revive. That's forbidden knowledge as well on Z Crimlet's side. So Crimlet definitely looking to be in a very difficult position right now.
Yeah, this might be a little rough. The cube here will apply Cryo, which will let Nuvalet freeze both characters on the following round, which is pretty good. But one of the things I remember is that at the start of the game, Crimlet did have that weapon in his hand, and now it's gone and not on Nuvalet, which means it was stunned at some point. So the question does now become, how much damage can he do in a singular round with the ability to freeze?
Yeah, that is the problem. Most likely he will not be able to take down Whale in this round. At best, he can expect a takedown, maybe Scorpion if Flash decides to switch over to it. The summon should allow to keep some cryo onto the field, but if Flash can maneuver in a way such that both characters are still alive at the end of the round, then it's going to be very difficult for Z Crimlet to confirm a freeze and a potential victory next round.
Actually, yes, but if you are Z Crimlet, what you are going to do here is probably just try to pass. Yet again, there is a different issue, which is your dice. If you had one Omni or just a triple of any dice, playing this countdown would be really nice and just trying to pass and then trying to survive on the following round. But he didn't play the countdown immediately, which would have made all of his dice Omni, allowing him to burst. So now it's a little rough as to what you want to do here. You probably want to feed this Liben. You probably want to just wait for the next round and have that double freeze and as many dice as humanly possible. But now that you didn't play that countdown, I don't actually know what the best play here is.
Yeah, that does feel rough. Playing that countdown earlier would have been very useful. I'm not too sure if it's something that he drew after the burst. I feel like I should have kept better track of that. But it would have been... He did have it before the burst, is it?
It was in hand, and I was thinking that he doesn't have the dice to do anything else.
A potential mistake then from Z Crimlet here. He will decide to switch over to New Valette. But beyond that, there's not much else he can do.
Yeah, the Scorpion will slowly start chipping at Nuvalet, which actually, good news for Z Crimlet, should not matter that much unless Flash gets that fast swap going. And this deck always has fast swap. I mean, the fear of a fast swap Serpent Burst is always there, but as you can see, even when it's not around, a really big whale can do a lot of damage.
We don't know for certain whether or not the fast swaps have already been used earlier in this game as well, as Countdown didn't end up drawing any of them. But some good damage onto New Valette means that the chances of Crimlet being able to do too much here is going down drastically. And yeah, forced to end his turn, hovering on 4 unusable dice.
Yeah, exactly. Liben will take 2 of those, and the swap early does also reduce 1 die you would have had to spend the next round. And Z Crimlet here accepting that if he gets fast swap bursted, then so God be it. Or he already knows that it's been used and he's not really scared of it. The reality of the situation is we are losing some cards, we are losing some dice, and we're just kind of praying that we can get enough damage here to, if nothing else, stop our opponent from doing anything. But it's going to be rough, especially with this forbidden knowledge coming down.
Crimlet really needing some additional tools in hand right now, and Forbidden Knowledge is not it. Meanwhile, Flash sitting very comfortably, 5 energy blocks in hand right now. And he already knows that even though both characters have cryo applied to them currently, the whale is more than healthy enough to survive another round. So as long as he doesn't put himself in too dangerous a position, the game is basically confirmed already.
It very well could be, but there is this countdown in Crimlet's hand which he might be forced to play here. Thankfully for Crimlet, the order of operations here is nice. Liben drawing at the start of the next round means he doesn't get more Forbidden Knowledge in his deck. He might have to use this countdown for its full cost to try to dig for something, because otherwise, yeah, you can see it coming down. Unfortunately, not what you really want to see. That parametric is really nice. It is 3 extra dice, but You would have really liked to seen a liar, for example, with all of these cards instead of that Liben. Still, 8 dice is nothing to scoff at. With the 2 extra in hand, it might just do something.
It's not bad at all, actually. Getting that parametric with the final draw, 2 treasures as well, means that he will still have another 7 effective dice after this, and opportunities to heal up a new Valette. Flash will now be forced to switch over to the Whale to do something, and unfortunately he does not have a quick swap. So that means that the Whale is basically confirmed to be frozen here, and that's gonna allow Primlet to do whatever he wants for the rest of the round.
Yeah, exactly. If you're Flash here, it is a little bit unfortunate that you have exactly no cards that let you just spend your dice without attacking. But kind of looking at it, your opponent doesn't have their weapon ready. They are not looking that good when it comes to dice. You might just be fine here. I mean, a Nuvalet without a weapon is a completely different character than one that has been already equipped.
Yeah, I think Crimlin probably knows it as well. Flash will most likely want to try and end turn on Scorpion to eat the cryo application from the summon there and allow Whale to just go ham next turn. Looks like we're gonna see the energy blocks being used up here to feed the Whale. And yeah, I don't think this character is going down anytime soon.
So interestingly enough, the target for Cube's summon does not actually depend on Flash. It depends on Crimlet. Exactly. So if you are Flash, you are probably staying on your Whale here. If your opponent swaps to Cube, then the Scorpion will be hit and you're just basically winning. So they're forced to stay on Nuvalet and take at least 1 hit on the following round.
That is true, that is true. Always something that I tend to forget with these types of characters. The Cryo Cube has this very special interaction where whatever character is active on your side of the field, the summon will hit the character opposite them instead. So it is a guaranteed cryo application onto the Whale, but even more energy blocks now going to be tuned for Flash to put the Whale up to 24 HP. At this rate, even if Crimlet's able to secure a freeze next turn, it's not going to be enough.
Exactly. And this is where the whole Nuvalet without a weapon versus one that is not equipped comes down, because you really need a lot of gas to be able to take this Whale out. You need a lot of dice, a lot of damage, and we just don't have that at the moment. So while we have stopped their original win condition, their anchor is just staring us in the face and asking, can you even punish this?
That's a lot. The parametric does end up giving enough dice for another action over to Crimlet, but this, even with all of this, I'm really wondering what is going to be the play. Cryocube is going to be able to do a good amount of damage here. Maybe building up burst again?
That might not be the case. We might see a swap off into a Liben being played to get us some sort of semblance of dice for the next round. But honestly, things are looking a little grim here. Being able to refreeze Whale and having 10 dice on the following round is nice, but instead we will tune and we will probably see just a normal attack. In these moments where you need as much damage as possible, having a normal attack is not as nice, but there are some upsides to it. Now you have Cryo on both characters again. And because Flash finished on Whale, now they can't swap off to Scorpion. Oh, especially with that fast swap. Now you are basically securing it. If they stay on Whale, you can fast swap. But I mean, they will probably kill your cube regardless. So as long as they don't have a fast swap, you should be able to freeze both characters without ever being hit.
Yeah, but it will most likely require the cube sacrifice here. That is the reason why Zkremlin decided to go to the cube to do some attacks at the end there, knowing that Flash would have turn priority this round. Is basically using the cube as a pivot point. Flash has the option of delaying things and regaining tempo by doing the same and potentially sacrificing Scorpion, but yeah, Z-Crimlet just drew that quick swap as well. So a good timing, may have been a little more useful earlier, but still at least better to have it now than nothing.
Yeah, actually, Flash is starting first, so everything I was saying just makes no sense. So that's okay. That's just life. The problem here is if you are Flash, you cannot avoid killing this cube or dying to it. If you swap to Scorpion, you just get killed. If you stay on Whale, you get frozen. And we will swap, forcing Z-Crimlet to spend as much time on this cube knowing that it's not as good. But this does let you use Forbidden Knowledge for basically free. This cube is supposed to die anyway, and you might as well lose 1 HP on it.
And it pulls out a strategize Timaeus and another
Ooh.
treasure. Not too sure if we've seen Gilded being pulled out
Timaeus
just yet.
might be exactly what he needs. Oh my. The only problem is the Liar Song has already been spent, but still getting those 2 free dice might be really good here.
Flash basically switched over to the Scorpion to force Crimlet to use an attack on the cube to take it out, thereby reducing the amount of dice he would have to play with once the whale is frozen. But pulling out that Gilded and some extra treasures is actually really useful because this now puts Crimlet back up to an effective dice of 7 for this round, which is going to be enough for at least 2 attacks. And with no other character to eat the cryo application at the end turn, if Crimlet plays this correctly, there's a chance that he can actually end the game without allowing Flash to make any movements.
Exactly. We will be able to see Crimlet here probably draw 2 more cards. The 2 treasures in hand will actually allow you to get the card off of the veterans that's on Nuvelet, and then also the reaction while you have Gilded on will let you get another card. And if either of those cards are another Gilded, then you do actually have 2 free dice because of this Golden House, and you can actually threaten some pretty good damage. The only problem again is how much can Nuvelet do when he is not equipped? Is it enough damage to deal with this whale who is in most likelihoods going to get some more HP?
Yeah, and we know pretty certainly as well that Crimlet isn't just like waiting for the weapon to pop out because he most likely already had to tune it earlier on. So he just has to play with regular, unweaponized Nuvelet here. He can guarantee a freeze. He still has treasure to keep Nuvelet up and healthy, as well as the source water droplets, of course. Ooh, Boar Princess, also not too bad, but it means he will have to sacrifice veterans if he wants to play it.
Exactly. And Veterans does probably go down this round anyway. You kind of want to push out as much damage as possible, and this could be an extra attack, but not necessarily. You do want to put the Gilded on, though, to draw more cards. That 1 draw could matter, so we might actually see it happen. Oh, opts not to do it, opts to just burst and keep the Veterans on, which means he is expecting this game to go at least a little bit longer. And while we know that the whale won't immediately kill him start of next round in most circumstances, the question is, can he still make it through anyway?
Yeah, that is the thing. Flash will choose to end their turn here. There's literally nothing else that they can do in this particular situation, but it's also very dangerous for Z-Crimlet, because if he's not able to do it for lethal damage in this round, he has to allow Flash to make at least 1 action next turn, and we don't know what that could potentially be.
So there is a universe in which you do just pass here. Let your Liben get fed and then start the next round with at least 10 dice. Yeah, there we go. And now, because you didn't attack, this cryo will stay on whale, and the second Gilded comes down.
No way, okay. Z-Crimlet has a chance here. But it depends on how much damage Flash does with this 1 attack that he will get to do because of all the freezing that's happening.
Flash needs exactly Ocean-Hued Clam here, unless it's already on whale and I'm not aware. But otherwise, this whale will always be at least 1 damage off. And now, because you waited this long and these 2 Gildeds in hand, and the fact that your board does give you 2 free dice, you might just be able to break through this whale without using a weapon.
Oh, exciting, exciting. That's the thing, right, about Z Crimlet. Somehow he finds a way. I don't know how, but he does. It's a consistent trend at this point. Flash gonna try to be racking their mind right now. Most likely we'll just have to tune as many of their energy blocks as possible just to top up the whale, because the other cards in hand are not gonna provide any other survivable utility here. And we already know that it's not going to do quite enough damage to take down New Valant.
Exactly. And with Nuvalet healing, bursting is also a little weird. You probably still want to do it and then immediately pass you around, dealing at least 5 damage, and then hoping that his healing is not enough, and also lowering his ability to do more damage to you. But looking at Z Crimlet's hand, it might just not be enough. I mean, these are a lot of extra dice you got out of nowhere. But yeah, the burst does come down. The piercing is non-existent, but the protection does actually possibly come up.
Only 2 damage there on top of New Valet, and that means that this is all Z Crimlet's turn now. Whale is going to be frozen with a single attack, draws a Forbidden Knowledge. A bit unfortunate, but Z Crimlet already has all the other cards that they could possibly need for this turn. 15 dice worth of actions against a 16 health whale.
Exactly. Now, the whale being protected for about 2 attacks after they pass their round here could actually somewhat come up, but because Nuvela does like chip damage, like in smaller amounts of just attacking and attacking, it might actually not be as worth it as if it was dealing with something that does more damage at once.
That damage reduction only gonna be available once more. Does 0 damage now, but the Dark Shadow is now gone, and we still have 10 dice for Crimlet to play with. I think this is it. I think Z Crimlet has done it.
It is beyond it. I mean, this Nuvelet is just going in, dishing out as much damage. A lore accurate card game here, as you can see, just taking them out, and there might just not be anything to do. Yeah, he is just that strong.
The dragon wins against the whale. Another gilded pops out just to add some insult to injury there, showing Flash that Z Crimlet had this all calculated from the very beginning. Game 1 concludes with Z Crimlet mounting the comeback against Flash.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see that right then in the end, he had 3 extra dice to just do another attack, just to prove that, yes, he can. And he kind of opts out of doing extra damage with that weapon, realizes that he already tuned it, can't do that anymore, so he switches over to just constantly chain freezing the whale and just not letting it do any damage. Simply realizing that over time, you will lose out on enough cards to tune, but I will have enough damage as the rounds go on to just take you out eventually in a singular round with, I think that was at least 16 dice, if not more. So yeah, not much to be done there.
Like, you wouldn't really think that there would be a character that could stand toe-to-toe with Whale when he's at like 24 max HP or something like that. Maneuver just has so much sustained damage over time and ability to keep himself topped up that Z Crimlet was able to bank on that ability to out-sustain the Whale. Not to mention the effectiveness of Freeze as a reaction, a really on full display in this game. Because if Flash was just actually allowed to play the game more than like 1 attack every round at those last couple of rounds, it could have been a very different story.
Exactly, but by waiting and then freezing the Whale every single time, he barely got his burst out, which, to be fair, in Conwhale doesn't get as much value, but it still had 7 usages, which is pretty good. The only problem being is, you can't attack, you can't pressure me. Eventually, I will dish out enough damage if I just keep stacking my freezes because of that cube burst that does just get you that cryo, and then if you don't attack, lets you just start off with the next round, meaning that you did an attack, giving you all these dice to prepare for the next round, and that Liben I said that could have been a gilded actually comes up and gives you all the dice you need in the following round to just win the game.
And Crimlet's able to draw the cards that he needed as well. The Timaeus into the first Gilded, and getting the second as well to be able to play both for free really helped top up that dice count. And here is where we get to see the value of the Cryo Cube too. Like, it's not just good at soaking damage with that revive. That summon is really good in situations like this, where there's only one major threat remaining on the opponent's side. Like, compared to Layla's skill, which can be a little bit more 50-50, you gotta time things correctly. The cryo application of the summon, is going to come out at the end of every turn.
Exactly. The fact that that summon would always attack Whale in those final rounds, that Flash could not switch over to Scorpion to soak up the cryo, that as long as Crimlet stayed on Nuvalet, the Whale would come down with him, actually does kind of come up. It puts you in this position where you kind of have to accept that you can't control where the cryo goes and you can't really do anything about it. So you just kind of have to accept that you will be frozen for this round and next round, which is a lot. And Conwhale being a deck that doesn't play that much ramp means that you will be losing advantage, you will be losing dice, and this Nuvalet will just eventually be able to deal with you.
Here we can see that with that, the Crimlet is 1 game up and 1 game away from being the very first player to qualify to the live event of the Prince Cup. Flash gonna need to mount a comeback right now. They're gonna be bringing the same Conwhale deck in, and the Crimlet is going to be playing for Easily.
Yeah, and as you can see, another deck that has a revive in it, which means that this Serpent might either have to settle for just killing Furina, or will just have to flip this Herald and just have to deal with the fact that there is 3 units on field. And again with that, another deck that does have freeze in it, so a revive and a freeze, both to deal with Conwhale. And you can see here that Flash is still running the same thing. These Mausoleums did kind of come up last game. We saw them do well, but just not well enough. And against Risley, it might actually not even help as much. You can see that with how time has passed, people have kind of figured out what to do against this deck and what their play is.
I do want to ask real quick though, like Lear Harbor Wharf, is that a card that's usually in the deck list for Conwhale?
Not universally, but I have seen it around. Conwhale has this advantage of having very flexible around ones, which means that sometimes you just want to spend dice, but the question is the amount of card draw that a Wharf gives you actually needed, or is it not? I have seen the idea flown around, but I have not actually seen anyone play it so far, and to see it just pop up in this tournament means that they might have some ideas that others are not aware of.
Yeah, I would personally feel like Lear Harbor Wharf was a little bit of a slow card for what Conwhale wants to do, because in the past it was commonly seen in stall decks. But considering that Flash has come this far with it, yeah, maybe they do know something we don't. As for Z Crimlet, the grinder, we have Freesley right here with... actually, I think there's some cards here I haven't really seen before.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely some interesting stuff going on. It is funny that besides this being a double Hydro deck, virtually no version of it ever plays the Hydro Woven, which gives you an extra die, because other stuff in it is just more value than getting a free dice, which is really far from what the game used to be like. But you can see there's no Timaeus, there's only 5 artifacts, which is fine, but then 5 artifacts and boar questions if your ratios are good enough to support that boar or not. And you can also see the Lear Harbor Wharf that we were just talking about, but here you are trying to not use a singular action on round 1 if you can, so anything that does let you spend dice, especially for the price of cards, is always going to be good.
Yeah, if you ask me personally, I feel like Harbor Wharf makes a bit more sense on the Freesley deck than the Conwhale deck, but hey, this is the upper bracket finals. Both of these players have proven their mettle in multiple occasions. However, only one is going to get that direct slot into the live event. The loser of this match drops into the lower bracket and will have to compare with the other players to see if they can get the second in Group A.
Exactly, and since this is finals, there is a really scary mental game that you have to play if you do lose here. You need to not freak out that you're going to drop out because now you are one match loss away from it. And you will have to play against the loser of finals who will just come out from a win, having this wind in their back, having this momentum going, and you have just lost and you need to rebound from that. So these games or game that come down here might actually really matter for either Flash or crimlin.
Absolutely. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, travelers of all ages, we're jumping into game number 2 between Flash and Z crimlin, the deciding match for the first qualifying slot here in Group A of the Prince Cup 2024 Pacific region. Furina going to be the classic opener here for Z crimlin. Flash going to start with the Flying Serpent.
Exactly. I mean, simply people used to start Scorpion, but without realizing that the Serpent's ability to just give you so many cards immediately at the start completely justifies starting on it, besides the fact that you get no swirl, because you don't really care. As long as you can get this advantage engine going and all this stuff running, you don't care if you get 2 extra damage off of it or not. But yeah, Flash is starting here, and we will probably see a Lumen Stone followed up by the Arcane card to just proc all of it and try to see what you can do.
We see the Soul God being played. The brand new effect, if you play it on turn 1, you get to draw a talent card from the deck, and they are able to get the Serpent's talent card here. So that's pretty nice, actually. It allows you to switch characters for free once per round, basically.
Yeah, and it also gives you a die of the character that you're switching into, which is really nice. I mean, sometimes having those usable dice is good. Maybe not in this case, though, because sometimes you do want to feed that whale, and getting that Hydro die instead of a random Geo that you could tune into is not great, but here you would actually want more usable dice. It is a little bit rough as to what exactly you want to do. I mean, you can always equip an artifact onto the whale and kind of try to also not do anything on round 1, but that is, you're just not going to be able to match the value crimlin is going to get off of his artifacts and setup here. So the round 1 play here might be kind of the standard stuff, but the standard stuff is not what you want to be doing in this matchup. So it is just a little bit rough. And the veteran does come down, which means we are just trying to see what we're going to tune, what we're going to play, and how we're going to go about it.
It's an unfortunate situation because neither Flash nor crimlin really rolled the best dice overall. Crimlin has a little bit more in hand to play around with based on the situation, but we can see that Flash has been forced into a less than ideal starting line as a result of it.
Yeah, I mean, you do always want to Serpent skill, to be fair. The extra draw is always good, and Serpent skilling is basically a ramp in certain cases. But yeah, Z crimlin can deal with his bad dice a lot easier than Flash ever could. If anything, he does have those 3 Omni, so if he wants to skill in Furina anyway, he's allowed to do so, but if he doesn't, he can just play all of this and be completely A-okay.
He got Lear Harbor Wharf as well. Cards like this, the earlier you play them, the more valuable they're going to be. And not too sure if he will play it on round 1, since he, as you mentioned, he's got 3 Omni for the skill. And yeah, that is what he's going to do along with the veteran's equip. And that's basically his turn done.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, running Furina in this deck means that if you don't skill now, you're never going to really actually be able to do it. So a lot of players do opt out to do it. Will we see it flip on this round or the following round, though? Usually they will use the healing Furina state, but it depends. You could, in theory, leave it and just do some extra damage and Hydro application. And we do see that swap to the Scorpion. These matchups are just kind of rough for Conwhale. You really want to set up that Serpent Burst and always have it as a threat, but the fact that they're going to switch to Herald here means that Scorpion Burst is just more value, even though it's the one you really don't want to see as often.
Yeah, Flash wants to play it safe. They already ended up losing Serpent very early on in the previous game, and while it did do good enough damage to Azdaha, it wasn't quite enough to secure a victory. So they definitely want to avoid having a similar situation happening here, considering Z Crimlet's track record.
Yeah, exactly. And we see a tune come down. I mean, not a tune, but playing the core means that it discards your welcome to the come down to the show, which means that this whale will get 3 extra HP, but now you have an extra dice that doesn't fit as nicely with anything. I was going to say that this mausoleum was actually going to help you out so much, yeah, and we see it come down anyway. We are probably just going to lose a die, which is unfortunate, but this mausoleum could actually really clog up Z Crimlet's hand.
We already saw it happening a little bit last round. Players are definitely showing more mastery in playing around the Forbidden Knowledge so far. Like, we are seeing it affect players less and less, but it's still a very annoying mechanic to have to play around instead of actually just focusing on your own game after all. Let's have a look at the dice rolls here. Pretty good on Crimlet's side. As for Flash, yeah, not bad as well. Definitely much better than round one.
Exactly. And you do see, though, that this Liben does not proc. So if you're able to just not draw cards until the end of your turn here, you will actually dodge a lot of this Mausoleum's damage that it can inflict upon your deck. The only question is, can you actually manage to do that? You just need to not play 3 cards, which, while not difficult, means that you can't really just keep ramping here and just not doing anything, forcing them to answer you. You could, in theory, Furina Burst and just let the one die get taken up by Liben. And the reason why that is so good is because it plays around the mechanics that Mausoleum has set in place for itself. The way it works is that your normal draw for your turn happens at the end of your turn, and then the next round begins. Which means that the only thing Mausoleum will do is give you 2 extra Forbidden Knowledge on top of your deck, but it will never give you extra Forbidden Knowledge for the cards you draw. And the Liben does it at the start of next round, which means that you will be able to basically just immediately burn through that Forbidden Knowledge, just have it in your hand. Unfortunately, it's there, but you're not going to be spawning more into your deck. So we will actually see if Z Krimet is just going to say, it's fine, whatever, I will deal with the Forbidden Knowledge, or if he will go aggressive this round to avoid the Mausoleum and then take it slower on the following rounds, preparing this Riley for a big freeze all-out attack.
I feel like it may be the latter because when the round started, Zekrimlet just immediately used Furina's skill, right? Literally didn't even think about it, just popped it on the spot when the summon was already on the field as well, just basically refreshing its duration. So the possibility that he's setting up for Furina Burst seems pretty high, but we'll hold on for now and see for certain.
Exactly, and the threat of Z Kremlet going for that Furina Burst means that you do have to make some decisions if you are Flash. You need to decide if you're going to attack him to force him to draw a card, but the payoff being just some Forbidden Knowledge might not be worth it. So you can't really kill this Furina. You don't have the cards in hand unless you play the countdown. And are you just going to let her burst? Because if she does, every single tick of your Scorpion Burst now gives them more stacks. Oh, we see more draw. And this is probably digging for that Adeptus or more cores so this Serpent can actually kill. The only problem is we haven't seen any, so is it worth it to strategize for more?
I think it's not a bad situation to go for it here, because Ziggerlet is going to be able to heal up from a lot of the lower cost damage that Flash is going to be doing. He does decide to go for the burst on the Scorpion to apply a little bit more aggressive pressure onto Ziggerlet's side of the field.
I mean, this does make sense. Killing Furina with your Serpent is usually what you're gonna get anyway, but it never feels really good to do, and a lot of players don't like doing it, and I completely understand why. I mean, she already has this summon for the next 3 rounds that's going to heal everyone. We don't even go for the burst. We're actually just going to go more aggressive into it. Or we could just see this Wharf come down and then draw some extra cards. Although, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the way it works would still give us more Forbidden Knowledge in our deck. So we shall see what the actual idea here is.
We see Flash switching back over to the Serpent and an equip here onto Risley as Crimlin just ends their turn, gonna allow the summon to heal up any damage that they take and allow Flash to actually build up that burst as well. Crimlin just allowing Flash to do what he wants.
Exactly. But in allowing Flash to do what he wants, he has also kind of locked him out of everything. While this Furina hasn't bursted, her summon is ready. It's going to be here for a while, and Zekrimlet never has a reason to go back unless he wants to burst. He just ends on Herald, which means that even if you can get a big Serpent burst, it's not going to do much. You need 4 cores just to flip this this Herald over, and it's not going to do much for you.
Yeah, it's a really annoying situation to deal with. Like this deck is well equipped for handling a lot of what Conwell wants to do in the early stages. Flash did just draw an Adeptus Temptation, so now he has that ability as well. But as long as Herald is the one that's active on the field, he cannot afford to waste it.
Yeah, but the more interesting card here is that second Mausoleum. While Crimlet has done basically everything he can to protect himself for extra Forbidden Knowledge coming to his deck, drawing the second Mausoleum actually just means that for the entire next round, where you do want to draw cards and get a lot of value, you will be just adding more and more Forbidden Knowledge. And now, if you're Z Crimlet, it's going to be rough. I mean, those are 4 Forbidden Knowledge that are coming on top of your deck, and then every single time you draw, you will get 1 more, which is really what you wanted to avoid, but here we are.
Oh, there's the Forbidden Knowledge being procced right here, drawn immediately. And even more being spawned as well. It's an unfortunate timing because Crimlet did a good job of avoiding the first Mausoleum, but there's not really much you can do when a second one comes out at a time you're not prepared to deal with it. So, lots of Forbidden Knowledge in the deck here.
Yeah, but actually, with the way it worked out, he was able to heal all of his characters to the point where both of them procced. And the way it works is that now for this round, he's actually completely free. The 4 Forbidden Knowledge on top of his deck is actually a problem, but once he has burned through those on the round after this one, he doesn't actually have that many. The Veterans and the Maheshosei being able to proc off of the Furina summon means that you just drew enough to proc both of them, and now for this round, you're not actually afraid of it. You want to draw as much as possible to get them out of the deck so that on the following rounds, where it really does matter what your hand is, you can have as many of those underwaters as humanly possible.
Interesting. So inadvertently, Zekrim kind of handled the second mausoleum as well. It's still a lot of forbidden knowledge to have to deal with, but it's not as bad as it could have been potentially. And frees him up to actually play the game this round, especially now that he just drew the weapon as well for Risley. Some Hydro is now applied onto the Flying Serpent, so Flash has to be wary of the potential quick swap freeze.
Yeah, exactly. And the quick swap freeze would come up, but the bigger problem here is that he can also just sit on Herald, forcing Flash to be the aggressor in a position where everything he does gets so little value, aside from trying to go to your Narwhal early. But going to the Narwhal early, I mean, it's just a character that wasn't designed for that. And it leaves you in this really weird position. You don't really want to burst here because you have to commit so much to it to do 10 damage to a 5 HP character that's just going to come back and not care at all, just come back doing more damage.
Yeah, that's exactly why Crimlin is comfortable staying on Herald for a while. It forces Flash to have to change their plans or waste a little bit of efficiency by attacking on Serpent instead to maybe swirl the Electro over. But he's already full on energy, so yeah. We'll see what Flash does decide to go for. He still has 9 dice to play this round, as well as the Liar Song actually being played to reset the veterans.
Exactly. And you can see that the macarons that's on Herald here means that he's actually dodging all the nice breakpoints that Flash would want to see. So if you're Flash, you're just kind of trying to realize which line loses you the least value, but being an aggressive deck means that you just kind of have to punch in, and decks like this that just say, yeah, sure, go ahead, attack as much as you want. I'm going to make sure that you get as little value from it as possible, are just so far ahead in situations like these.
Yeah, I would hate to be in the position of having to play against a deck like this. And right now it's being piloted very well too. Flash has a lot of thinking to consider. They've had to sit on this Serpent Burst for a long time because Herald just completely counters the potential. Mm, he does have a quick swap. So I feel like going to someone else and trying to bait Crimlet into a switch might be good. But
The
I feel like
biggest
he's still gonna be playing around that, right?
It's not even playing around it. It is the fact that you have to swap around so much that it becomes extremely obvious as to what you're trying to do. Because this herald takes full 2 actions to finish his spin, it means that Z Kremlet is basically passing priority to Flash in a way that Flash cannot answer. And he's just sitting here saying, no, I want you to go ahead and do something. But Kremlet doesn't have a reason to. If nothing else, Herald still gets value off of this skill every single time. And we do see that swap to Narwhal. Unfortunately, this Narwhal has only gained 7 HP, which means it's not big enough yet to just immediately flip this Herald and get something done. So the question now becomes, what do you do? I mean, Flash just spent his entire timer thinking what to do, and then immediately priority is swapped back to him because Herald just finished his attack. And you just have to sit here and wonder, what is my play? How do I gain any value from anything that I'm going to do?
I was just sitting there and contemplating the meaning of life at this point. I think switching to the whale is fine. You want to preserve Scorpion at this point. And while whale is typically meant to be the character you want to save to be your finisher, against a freeze deck like this specifically, we've already seen that it's actually not quite as effective as you'd like. So having come in earlier to take out the first life off of the Herald is going to be nice. But it does eat the Adeptus, so that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, we had to tune a couple of cards to get some HP going, and then we did have to kill our Adeptus, meaning that it is a little rough. But this means that without any extra healing, it is really scary to just stay on Herald here if you are Crimlet. But looking at it, you might just want to do it anyway. You let this Herald die, and then you go to Furina, you burst, and then your Risley will go off the following round. Risley can get so many Revelry stacks that his damage will just be higher for the following couple rounds if he does get to go off.
He also did just draw the Tevat fried egg, so even if the Herald goes down, there's a way to bring it back when necessary for that pivot. So we see the Vanarana being dropped down very early on, actually, considering that Crimlet still has 9 dice to play with this round. I expect we're going to see a good amount of setup here.
Yeah, I mean, you have already applied Hydro to the characters you care about. Scorpion cannot really match Risley. But okay, we will see them swap to Furina. This does leave you open to that quick swap burst, but Kremlet kind of knows that they already burned an Adeptus, which means they either need to have a second one in hand, or their 5-card hand needs to be exactly 1 fast swap and 4 cores, which you can see they're very close to that, but
It's
they're just
close.
slightly off. Yeah.
And with Flash choosing to switch to Scorpion, crimlin knows for sure that it is not that precise combination. We see the ultimate come out from Furina, gonna eat some of the damage from that Scorpion burst, but now that Furina has used her ultimate, her role in this game is also somewhat expendable.
Yeah, exactly. And now the same thing that came to Herald having these weird breakpoints comes down because you're Furina, and now you have used your everything you could, and everything Flash does is so little value to the point where he just passes because he knows that every single attack will just add more revelry here and just let Crimlet have these free swaps. It is just such an unfortunate position to be in because you don't really want to tune two because you are under that Herald curse from the talent.
And now
So,
the Hydro Resonance
oh
makes it
my.
even less value. I feel really bad for Flash's position here, having to end turn on 5 dice, having Hydro already applied to the entire side of the board, and Zekrimlet with the Farina Burst is just basically in celebratory mood.
Exactly. And these stacks will just keep on going. I mean, this Scorpion Burst still has one bomb on it, and that means it's just a free stack for you. Because you will be able to heal so much, you will be able to protect yourself so much. The only thing you're really scared of here is either a Scorpion Burst, or not a Scorpion Burst, a Serpent Burst that does 10 damage and stops you from going, or a kill that leads into a whale that will do a lot of damage. But you can out heal the whale. So the only really scary thing is dealing with the Scorpion. But the funny part is you can really take your time. As long as you can outmaneuver Flash's damage, you know what he's going to be doing. He's going to be trying to attack you more and more, and you can actually really play around that.
Yeah, considering that we are like 4 or 5 rounds in now, and we can see that honestly not a lot of damage has been done on either side of the board, means that Krimlet is manipulating the momentum of this game to his advantage. Flash trying to find a way to break out of this stalemate, considering that a good number of healing options have been used already, including one Hydro Resonance. Damage is going to start becoming a little bit more permanent, but the revelry stacks from Farina make it so difficult to do anything, basically.
Exactly. And the way you're kind of set up, you don't really want to do anything, but you kind of have to do everything because your opponent isn't doing anything. And the longer the game goes, the more they get, which means it's just rough. If you don't do anything, then they will go into Risley. But if you do anything, they will just sit there and say, yeah, sure, like go ahead, feel free. Everything you do is less value for you than it is for me.
Oh, it's literally the position of like that final villain sitting in their throne of being like, try all you want, but all your efforts are futile.
Exactly.
Flash needs
Grimlet
to find something.
Kremlet is just sitting there with the ability to heal up faster than any damage that can be done, and anything you do to try to take out his characters is just not going to be any value for you. This, I think, on top of everything, this curse that makes all of your attacks cost 4 instead of 3 just really hurts. I mean, you don't want to be aggressive because you lose value, but you have to be aggressive because there's nothing else you can do. And that just means you're not only attacking, which feels bad, you're attacking for more dice and giving your opponent
Yes.
revelry stacks and letting them heal it off later for more value. It's just, man.
I like it's happening so slowly, but I do feel like I'm watching like a slaughter happening. Because for Flash, it's like you attack, it feels bad. You don't attack, it feels bad. There's literally no correct option in this situation. And you're also not gonna be able to hope and expect that you can delay the game long enough that Crimlin runs out of resources as well. Like it's just not possible.
Exactly. It's like you need to stop Krimlet before he sets up, but he is already set up and there is nothing you could do about it. It is kind of like Flash saw that all of these bad options were presented to him, so he tried to wait it out, but he is met with the unfortunate truth that if you try to wait it out, the options just get worse and worse as it goes on.
Basically, the moment that crimlin had set up two energy on Furina and switched to Herald right when Flash got burst up on Flying Serpent, they were already set up for success. Like, from that point onward.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. And now here, you would really like to be able to snipe this Herald. Yeah, they're swapping over for the threat of what if I can kill you? The question is Krimlet even going to accept that? He realistically doesn't have a good reason not to try to play around that, but he can also just let this Herald die. It really depends on how he wants to go about it, but we could just see a swap back to Furina.
Yeah, like switching to Furina is fine if he wants to sack her. Attacking on Herald is fine as well if he wants to call Flash's bluff and say like, oh, you don't actually have enough damage to take out Herald. And even if he does take out Herald, again, he's sitting on a fried egg in hand. So
Exactly. I mean, the only thing killing Herald here would do is it would just let Risley go off. And the bigger problem is Risley is just gonna kill everyone. So it is actually that villain you were talking about where he's just sitting there waiting for Flash to let him just go in. Because the moment Flash tries to do anything to his other two characters, Risley will just dish out so much damage, do so much of a freeze reaction on every single character, and just take them all out. We see here now that we do actually have enough cores to go for it.
but yeah, if Flash does decide to do it, then it means the burst is no longer available to threaten Risley, and that's exactly what Crimlet is waiting for. Not to mention that because the Herald debuff is still there, the burst is even more expensive to play.
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't really gonna get enough dice, but here you would have to tune one more to get an extra die, letting you have another attack. The bigger problem with that is it means you need to tune two cards. You need to tune here to get an Animo die, proccing your stuff, and then you need to tune again to switch it to a Hydro for the whale to attack. And all of that to do so little damage is just not worth it. Yeah, you see here that burst is not coming down. We're just going to skill because it gives us some sort of value going, but this Herald is just gonna keep attacking, and this is what I was talking about. Because Herald takes so long to execute just one attack, priority is always on Flash, which means he needs to keep making these decisions, and all of them are just not good. You can't kill Herald here because you lose your Serpent for it, and if you were going to do that, you should have just bursted.
And we just saw the second Adeptus being consumed as well. So now Crimlet knows for sure, and he will never have to worry about an Adeptus Serpent Burst again in this game, making it that much easier for him to calculate breakpoints around the Serpent Burst. Flash gonna decide to go for this final hit. It's the cheapest way to get rid of Herald they can think of, but it also means sacrificing Serpent at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not bursting means that you keep all of these cores in your hand, which is all just extra whale HP. So the possible idea here is to try to just outlive Risley, because unlike in the previous last time, this Risley does have a weapon on him. So we are just about to watch Crimlet go off and see how much he can actually do.
Cash flow supervision already equipped. We see 5 damage being done to the Scorpion right there. Flash forced to switch to it to try and keep Narwhal healthy. We know that there's nothing more that they can do. Even if they try to like sacrifice Scorpion here to allow Narwhal to pop off next round, he has Hydro applied. So he needs to get rid of that. And the only way to do that is by eating damage.
Exactly, and you're watching this Risley dish out one dice, 5 damage normal attacks, which is just terrifying. And looking at Crimlet's hand, it is becoming obvious that his dice are not going down, but even if they were,
Nope.
he would just be able to do so much. We are just watching him clean up here. And any extra dice he needs are just at his disposal. Yeah, you see here the Liar coming down, resetting, and then you get so much more value off of each treasure because not only does it proc your artifacts, not only does it give you an extra die, it also gives you revelry stacks, which means you will never run out because Risley will keep setting up his HP.
It is the top deck treasure as well. Just for that one final throw, he doesn't even need
He
it.
doesn't even need it. It's
It's a
lower
slaughter.
cost. Oh my god, that was just too much damage coming on. And yeah, this was the issue. Killing any character feels bad because you lose so much value, but then once you let him set up, you get even less value, and you also just let Risley go off whatever he wants. Because of that Herald skill and how long it takes, it means that priority is always on Flash, so Crimlin will always just have more dice and will always be able to go off on Risley if you decide to be the aggressor. It is a combo deck that starts playing off as a stall deck, meaning that it takes value away from you and then it just dishes out his insane combo that does so much damage.
It's a best of both worlds kind of situations. And make me think a little bit about how Bin used to play as well. Just delaying the game until it was the perfect time for Ito to pop off. Here, I think crimlin has shown that he's very experienced in playing this archetype of deck, and also very experienced at knowing exactly how to deter Conwhale from being able to achieve the win conditions and the pressure that it wants to exert right from the get-go. We saw every single play being made in a calculated way to make sure that Flash was not allowed to play the game the way he wanted from start to finish. And that means that crimlin is officially the first player to qualify directly to the live event.
Exactly. I mean, with a phenomenal performance to see, where even having to deal with the losses and then play really fast afterwards and having to kind of figure out on the fly what to do, you have seen that given extra time, he has kind of figured that while Conwhale is a very complicated deck to play at a micro level, which means you need to pay attention to what you discard and how you do it, at a macro level, it only has one idea, which is just go in and do damage, which he took perfect advantage of with his decks. Just left it open for his opponent and said, yeah, sure, it might be the most popular deck. People might think it's good, but I have the exact strat against it. And we saw it work out really well.
It's a terrifying perspective here. crimlin realizing, hey, lots of people want to play Conwhale. Lots of people are banning Conwhale. If I practice specifically how to play against it, I can just let it through the bans every single time. And well, we've already seen the effects of that. crimlin officially the first player promoted from Group A. We'll get to watch them in the live event. Flash gonna drop down to the losers 4th round and wait for the next opponent, which is gonna be between Minty and Amaru.
Exactly. And this is where the mental part of the game comes down to what I was talking about. Flash is still only one match away from making it, but he just lost to crimlin. He needs to take the time he has now to mentally reset off of that loss and say, it doesn't mean anything, it's fine, what happened happened, I can just keep moving and not overthink it, and then be ready for an opponent that is just coming off of a win. And all of that stuff does always affect your confidence, especially now that Flash is one loss away from just losing.
Minty and Amaru to see who is going to be his next opponent, one step closer to claiming the second slot here in Group A. I also want to take this chance to probe your brain a little bit, Fufu. If you were in Flash's position in that game, what do you think he needed to do differently?
The unfortunate part for Flash is I believe his logic was all of these decks counter Conwhale, so I have to kind of go with Conwhale and win. But the only problem is if
Travelers, we're having such a cool time here that everything is freezing up. Welcome back to the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We just came off the first match of the day, and it was certainly a one-sided victory for Z Crimlin, who will be the first player to qualify to the live event. But now, we're going to be jumping into the second match, and we'll see who will be the player that faces Flash later on for that second slot. My name is Stafa, and once again with me, we have Fufu.
Hello, hello. I am very happy to be here casting some really interesting and fun games, honestly, showing that where the players make mistakes, where they don't, and where they show off what they actually know and don't know, and what they prepared and what they were and weren't ready for. And I am sure that we're going to be seeing a lot more of it with Minty and Amal. Minty being one of the players who has brought more interesting decks to it, maybe not exactly archetypes we haven't seen before, but some interesting lists that community has been brewing around and kind of trying to catch his opponents off guard almost seemingly. So we shall see if that trend will continue and if Amal will be ready for it or not.
I'm always personally a fan of players that are willing to bring slightly more different decks, some stuff that's out of meta, because that's what makes competitions and tournaments a little bit more exciting, you know? You gotta have a little bit of unpredictability. But let's recap for you all what has happened so far in Group A of the regular season. Just earlier today, we witnessed Z Crimlin win a 2-0 against Flash to be promoted to the live event. And our next match today is going to be between Minty and Amaru in the loser's third round.
Exactly. And how we saw Z Crimlin specifically target Conwell against Flash and take that 2-0, showing that there are decks that completely just destroy it in the sense of its own game plan being very bad against them. We might either see that again or we might see something different come down. We will see if Minty will have some strategies to counter Amaru, and will Amaru be able to deal with that, or will Amaru just have decks that Minty is not expecting and cannot answer? And we're seeing it right now. Seems that both sides have decided to ban Conwell this time. They're not taking from Z Crimlin's book of trying to deal with it, but instead we can see that Minty brought Mew and the Herald Sayu deck, which is very interesting.
And as for Amaru, they brought MES, as well as the Shenhe Xiao Yelan deck, which I believe Sumi had dubbed as like Lear Armory earlier. I can't remember if it was Sumi or Kojo. It was one of them. Sorry guys, I forgot. But I still like the name, so that's the part I remember. The first game... The first game gonna be between Mew and MES, yeah, like that, like Mew versus Classic here.
Exactly. I mean, two of the same characters being headed off. We're going to see the usual playing around Mona, who starts first, who starts second, and what they're going to be doing. There is actually a lot of interesting things that can happen with this, but let's look at the lists. Here you can see that Minty is opting for that Tulatula being not preferred by many players, because if you do get it and an instructors in your opener, it makes it really difficult to actually get those extra dice. But if you don't, it is actually just basically 2 free dice on your following round, which is really good. Besides that, we don't see too much that's too innovative. These seed boxes seem to be for mostly Timaeus and Wagner, which could work out pretty interestingly. But you can also see the Sunyata, because with this many companions, you can just get rid of them once they're used up, and you can just move on and get more value and have your opponent play around cards they don't even know you have in hand because they're not in your deck.
I always gotta love a little bit of randomness in things here, so we'll see if that pulls something special out. As for Amaru, they're gonna be bringing to you much more modern version of MES, with Sayu replacing Wanderer, thereby allowing them to forego the Catalyst and instead go for the double Wolf's Gravestone, as well as the double Mausoleum, which we saw earlier.
Exactly, and double Mausoleum here is interesting, but it might not do as much against Mew as it would against some other decks. So you may not even want to see it as much past like round 1, because they're not going to be drawing enough to facilitate it. If you do get it to go off though, you can shut them down at least somewhat. But here we can see that Minty is also not a fan of Risley with 1 average normal attack.
But that's a very low number overall. Honestly, looking at these charts just makes me remember the past when we thought like 4 or 5 effective dice in the first 3 rounds was like a really high number, and now it's just completely inflated. Mario is the opposite. They've got 3 average normal attacks here, so definitely leaning more towards those characters like Risley as well as New Villette. Otherwise, these players definitely can be quite evenly matched.
Exactly. And now we are going to see some really interesting dynamics come down as to how we want to do stuff. It actually will be pretty important who is going first here, but we can see the moles coming down. And both players, those are not what you want to see.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Amaru did actually manage to get Mausoleum on round 1, so maybe we'll see it. But with Timaeus and Lumenstone, I think they do have some degree of ramp.
Exactly. The cards Minty kept though, he kept everything but his gamblers. Keeping Fwaf, while really good, in a scenario where you don't have much ramp is interesting, although he is going second, which means that he kind of expects to be forced into skill swap skilling by his opponent. Because if Amaru just sits down and ramps here, you do have to skill swap skill. So, the gamblers off of Timaeus. Really unfortunate there.
Yeah.
You even had a liar for a gilder and everything. But
he literally threw it back into the deck, and Gamblers is like, no, I want to be here.
Exactly. Gamblers wanted to help out as much as it can. But now we see it come down where Amaru will be able to just spend all of the dice, force Minty to not be able to ramp on this first round, because if you do, you lose all your swirls, as your opponent will be the first one to swap, and you will not have any hydro on your for your carry to actually be able to swirl. So Amaru ramps, passes, and Minty has to go in. And that gamblers that was drawn is just gone.
Yeah. It's like, no, I don't want to see you. You shouldn't have come out here. Gets tuned instantly. Mausoleum does end up being played on round 1 just for Maru to spend that one final dice. And we see Hydro just being spread around everywhere already. Minty being able to get that swirl out will at least match in tempo like you mentioned. But it means that they're going to have a little less ramp than Amaru going into the next.
Yeah, exactly. But realistically speaking, Amaru doesn't have that much ramp over them. This Sayu talent actually comes up a lot. I mean, its ability to draw you 2 cards here might actually really matter.
True. We could see that. Amaru, the dice here, probably not what they're looking for just yet. Yeah, gonna re-roll all of it and not get what they want. Perhaps, even worse than before, actually.
Yeah, it can't get much worse, but it did. Getting that Wolf's Gravestone early. The thing is, your opponent is playing Calyx and they went for that early Wonder Line. Are you afraid of Burst, or can you get enough value off of this Wolf's Gravestone to deal with it? We might see it come down. It's coming down for free due to the Arcane card. We're going to see a Wolf's Gravestone probably, and immediately an equipment of a Gilded. Just to draw some extra cards. Maybe not. No, just talent. So they're keeping the information hidden. They say the one draw is not going to be worth it as much as having my opponent not know what I'm up to. And to be fair, their biggest problem here isn't the amount of dice, it's the color of these dice. It's just a little rough.
Yeah, I was like thinking maybe they could have spent the 3 electro dice to equip Wolf's Gravestone, but then with Ancient Courtyard they got it for free. So now this is like just a very awkward spot as well, since it's also not going to be enough elements to feed into Liven at the end phase.
Yeah, exactly. And you do see here, you see it coming down. Minty, to stop that Wolf's Gravestone, will swap over to Eula. Now, if you do want to swap and Liben end, that is viable. But you need to remember that if you're going back to Mona, you have to tune a card now, because otherwise you will not have the proper dice for your Liben. So we might just see it come down in an interesting way, because if you do go Mona here, then Minty does kind of have to go back to Scaramouche and skill instead of NAing, or he could just NA and get the Sayu really, really low. But being on 3 is just not that scary against Mew unless they have a fast swap. So I'm actually more interested to see what Minty does here than Amal, because I believe for Amal, you will go Mona here and you will just tune one, actually you'll tune one before you go to Mona and then just Liben. The only question is, what do you do after that? It is quite an interesting game here, and you can see what I was talking about of just going for new lines and forcing your opponent to figure out what to do. Oh,
Yeah,
we
that
just
does
full
have
ramp.
Oh, that does have a tendency of happening, especially in like mirror matches. Even if this is not quite a mirror match, you have to be quite smart because your typical line is going to be what the opponent is expecting and playing around 100% of the time. Minty deciding to go for the ramp here and not pile on the pressure, taking advantage of the fact that there are still 2 Hydro applied on Amaru's side of the field.
Exactly. Because Amaru did kind of force him to skill on the first round, Minty is kind of taking his time to get his ramp going now. It is not exactly what you would want. You would much rather have a weapon, but what is given is taken, and you will take anything you can at this point.
We see the skill come out from Mona here. I wonder if building up Mona Burst may be a line that Amaru wants to consider. But he was forced to tune both Liben and Lumenstone in that situation, so 2 very important ramp cards no longer going to be available for him.
Yeah, I guess the logic was that you want all your support space. I only see that being the reason why you would Mona skill instead of Libening. But be that as it may, that has allowed you to get these forbidden knowledge going. And side note, just in case anyone is wondering, Sunyata was used. That's why you see the sacred shrine on Minty's side. He destroyed the seed box for it and is able to get that a little bit of extra HP. But now this is a little bit rough. Realistically, it's scary for both players. If you are Amaru, you're just kind of going into it scared of that Calx burst on your Sayu, so it is actually terrifying for both players here. Minty has, from what I can tell, 8 cards in hand, and he has drawn a decent chunk off of this Liben, so if you weren't scared of Calx before, you might just be now.
And we know that Minty has Cox as well, so the potential for the burst is there. Amaru gonna go over to Eula. Unfortunately, Minty already expecting this, knowing that without any elemental application on Wanderer, it'll take Amaru at least 2 attacks to freeze him. Not gonna actually go for the Cox plate though. Instead, skills onto Mona to spread Hydro back onto Sayu.
Exactly, but now you will see the idea of what Amaru's plan is, which is fast swapping Sayu here and freezing 2 characters, saying that fine, if you can cheese a Wanderer burst out, that's okay, but I'm just going to freeze your characters, you're going to kill my Sayu, and then I'm going to work with that, having Mona Eula. The unfortunate part is, while it is a really good read on your opponent's hand, is it good enough to win you the game?
Well, with the double liar song draw, it could be. That is a lot of effective dice that Amaru just pulled out that could prolong this very important round for them. They want to make sure They're doing as much damage as possible while Minty has two characters frozen. But here comes the fresh wind of freedom into the Cox, burst onto Sayu, allowing Minty to get another free attack. And Amaru looks like he might be considering sacrificing Mona here to this extra action from Minty.
Exactly. The scary part is that while Amaru has played these lines to freeze two characters, when you look at it, the most important thing is always the opponent's game plan. And realistically, Minty's game plan has not changed at all. He has still gotten that Wanderer Burst to take one character out. The only thing that is a pretty comforting thing to know is that this Eula does not have a Wolf's Gravestone. The issue being that neither does your Eula. So you need to make as much of these freezes that you're getting as you can. The bigger issue is you don't have a great way to do it, but we will probably see a lot of dice coming down here and doing as much as they can.
We have the Liar Song into Tamea, see if they can pull out. Ooh, the Gambler is actually pretty useful in this situation.
That is kind of useless. You already had one in hand, but for a second there, I was really hyped about it.
I forgot he had one in hand.
I was like, oh my god, that's insane. And then I looked at his hand, I was like, wait, that was always there. Never mind.
I think they were probably looking for the second Gilded as well to see if they can make use of that as well. Unfortunately, got the second Gamblers. But still gonna be a couple more actions here for Amaru since there's another Liar Song in hand. Should be able to get at least one more attack out. The problem is, if they do that and they lethal Mona, it gives Minty a free switch into Eula, who can then freeze Amaru's Eula right at the start of the next turn.
Exactly. And in reality, this Liar Song is only one dice, so you would have to gamble for it. The much safer play is going Mona here. And the thing that makes Mona such a good utility character is also her biggest downside. The ability to have these fast swaps on demand lets you do whatever you want, but it also means that if your opponent can force you to attack, Mona will always force you to attack. It is kind of the way she is balanced around her entire kit. Her burst is extremely powerful, but you can't hold on to it. The moment you burst, you need to do another attack. And the same thing here, going back to your own Mona if you're Amaru, means that your opponent has to go in. Unfortunately, that TFD does come down and will kill the Mona. Getting that not gamblers, but instructor's value off of that skill. And now Scaramouche at 6 is able to survive through your attack, which means you have to equip Wolf's Gravestone at full cost unless you want to try to draw something. Oh, we are seeing it happen, and okay, this strategy does pay for itself as you drew a golden house, which means you're back to 0, and the board princess is 2 free dice. If you are Amaru here, you have to accept a couple of things. One is that if your opponent has a fast swap, you're just instantly dead, basically. And the second is it's going to be rough from this position. You need to play your best and hope that Minty messes this up and does not actually see the proper line to winning.
But expecting your opponent to mess up in a tournament at this level is basically expecting a lot of the situation, I will say. Minty is clearly at an advantage right now, and even though Amaru has now gotten Wolf's Gravestone equipped onto Eula, having to deal with 3 characters is going to be difficult since this deck, of course, does not run that fresh wind of freedom. Wanderer as well doesn't even end up falling to the attack. So we'll see what happens now. 5 damage to Eula, and with 4 dice now still left on Minty's side, we are basically in a GG position.
Yeah, unfortunately, because this Eula also has the Grimheart on her, she does 5 damage with a skill, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Even if you had a Lotus, which I don't even know if it's in the list, even if you had it, it would not be enough. Whatever you do here just means that it's over, and it just comes down to having your opponent execute their entire game plan and not being able to do anything about it. And you just see that if Mew gets that ability to kill with Wanderer and then just have Eula freeze, in this case she didn't even freeze much realistically. this is going to be the first attack that actually does something. And yeah,
the
kill
one
comes
final
down.
blow from Minty going to end the game in their favor. And that is going to be game one, being won out by Minty with Mew actually coming out on top over MES, showing that the classics still have some power to show.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it comes down to it, in this matchup, there is a lot that you do need to be ready for. The amount of ramp you draw, do you go first, do you go second? But I think Amaru had the idea with that swap to Eula and then coming back to Sayu, but when you look at it from the perspective of does this really change anything, you start to realize that no, not really. You got more value in case your opponent has calcs, but you didn't stop them from doing anything. And realistically, the moment there was no Hydro and Wanderer to stop him from bursting, you were going to be in a rough spot.
Yeah, I have to wonder whether or not the decision to go for the swirl freeze was actually the correct one, because it definitely looked cool. Like, yeah, like that's so much damage. Getting the freeze two characters at once is great. But maybe going for the freeze onto Wanderer, who was clearly the bigger threat at the time, would have been a little bit more valuable. And keeping the Hydro on the other characters available for Eula to finish off at a later time may have been a little bit more far-sighted. But I don't blame Amaru for making that choice. Like, it's the decision they went for in the heat of the moment, and it would have been correct if some other stars ended up aligning.
Yeah, exactly. But you do have to take a couple of other things into consideration. Their opening, besides being able to ramp way more than their opponent, wasn't amazing. Minty's opening of Seedbox Timaeus meant that they were matched with Timaeus, and they just had a Lumen Stone above it, which is not that good, and it kind of persisted throughout the game, where the extra dice kept coming up just a little bit late on the round where they froze two characters. They spent so much dice and didn't have much to it, so in reality, if you wanted to freeze Wanderer, you needed to start planning for that on round one. And maybe that was the answer. Maybe going to Sayu was just correct. But there's no point in dwelling on the past, even if you are Amaru. Now you need to deal with a different sort of deck. Herald Sayu Risley is slightly different, but it still does a lot of the same things. The idea here being that you have two characters that are able to have these skills that are also a prepare skill, meaning that everything we talked about in the game of Z Crimlet and Flash, you will be able to see again. Basically, Amaru will probably have priority for the entirety of this game, and it might actually come down to Amaru to win this, because this is going to be a rough matchup for them.
It's a tricky deck to have to play here. There is a reason why Furina is usually seen in that third slot over Sayu. With Sayu being around, you can definitely get some degree of utility and damage. But whether or not it fits well into the game plan that we usually see from Furisley is going to be up for debate. Minty, we're going to get to see their deck list right now, and it does look pretty standard to your typical Furisley deck.
Yeah, this is pretty solid stuff as far as I can tell. 6 artifacts at Timaeus, some boards, and a countdown to your name. Countdown extremely important in this deck, and we will see exactly how it will be used if Minty does happen to open at round 1, because Minty's game plan will always be to not attack at all on this first round, forcing his opponent to not ramp and instead going in and then saying, yeah, you did all of that, but now I have this advantage of you having less resources on round 2 and me having this ability to force you into these bad plays. Depending on how it goes, we might actually see something similar to what happened with Z Crimlet and Flash, depending on how both players decide to play it.
I mean, that game 2 in the previous match was terrifying to watch. You definitely would not want to be in Flash's position here. So whether or not we can see that kind of pressure will determine on whether or not we see the same degree of foresight that we witnessed earlier. And Amaru on the other side, we already saw this deck list earlier. Still a very powerful deck, but we can definitely see how not being able to play to the tempo they typically like to and not having quite as much a ramp as they would have liked in round 1 did affect them to a certain extent.
Exactly, and we will have to see it here because Amaru will have to think on the fly. More than likely, Minty is already ready for this matchup, and it is good matchup for him, which means that Amaru might be ready, might not be ready. It is not that much different from the Furina deck, so it is possible they were prepared. But also, they do have to go for unorthodox lines. You will probably have to skill swap skill in the first round instead of just ramping. You will have to be ready to find ways to use up as much as you can besides having to attack so much. And there are certain cards that definitely help with that, but the question is, will he be able to see them on time?
Being able to see those is important. We've already seen what happens when players are not able to capitalize on opportunities that are right in front of them. So considering that these players are in the top 4 of Group A, they're getting very, very close to potentially qualifying for a spot at the live event. You don't want to miss those opportunities. You don't want to continue making mistakes. And we are going to be jumping into game number 2 with that mindset at the forefront of their thinking.
Exactly, and talking about mindset and stuff, you do need to think if you are Amaru, he is probably thinking about the fact that he needs to now win this game. He needs to win this game and the next one, otherwise he is out of the tournament. And that always puts pressure on your opponent, but there is advantages to it as well. A lot of people, when they win game 1, will try to kind of calm themselves down on game 2, so we might see Minty play a little bit worse while trying to calm down his nerves and just take it easy. And it is on Amaru to win this and kind of move him, or like move him from a point of comfortability into, oh, now I need to win game 3. So if you are Amaru here, you want to go for unorthodox stuff. You want to try your best to just take your opponent off, not just because of the matchup, but because of the mental game as well. And we see that Sayu talent, the all-important Sayu talent, that actually probably keeps you in this game from the start.
Being able to pull that right off the bat going to be very useful, and Amari going to be purposefully keeping Mausoleum in hand this time as well, since it would be quite a lot easier to proc that off of this deck as compared to Mew.
Exactly, and being a one-cost card you can play means that if you do skill swap skill, it is exactly there, and the dice are extremely good for you. And you're going first, which means you will exactly see what Minty is up to. Minty is basically not allowed to swap here. Minty will always just spend all of the dice immediately. Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot of ramp in hand. They got Leben, they got Lumen Stone. They are going to be able to pop that strategize as well, draw some cards. So a full ramp in turn 1 is going to be expected. And this will keep things open as well if Amaru wanted to do the same thing. Unfortunately, they don't really have the same cards they need in their hand.
Exactly, and fully ramping here means that you are actually behind. The thing saving you is the Sayu talent, which will draw you 2 cards, basically a free strategize. But Minty deciding to swap off, now Amaru does actually fully ramp. And the question becomes, did you just get into an advantageous position from the start? Putting this Mausoleum
comes out. It's good timing too. Lumenstone Leben going to proc.
Wait, that was... Oh, that was probably a misplay, I would assume. Auto dice worked against them. They had 3 of a kind for this Wolf's Gravestone, but they accidentally played one. Or used one to play the Mausoleum. You can see the nerves hitting the players. And
that is unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. It's one of those moments where you just say, okay, whatever, just keep going, it's fine. Your opponent immediately made a mistake in the tactical sense, or at least it seems that way, where they swapped off and gave you that priority, gave you the ability to equip and ramp. Possibly Minty believing that Amaru will not keep any ramp, will not have anything, but he drew the Wolf's Gravestone anyway. And now he can kind of go off with that. this is a little bit greedy, trying to top deck something to proc this Lumen Stone. I don't know how that's going to work out for him.
I'm still trying to figure out precisely what the reasoning may have been behind the switch to Risley instead of like sticking with the ramp as expected. Like I get that they're trying to maybe probe things out and make sure that Amaru, like if they're not having a lot of ramp in hand, that it is a move that could punish them, but was it really the right idea?
I mean, you kind of have to look at like what you get from it versus what you lose, risk versus reward. And in this case, the reward would have been pretty good. Forcing your opponent to do basically nothing with 5 dice if they have nothing is good, but the odds of it happening are just so low. And now, I mean, it's not that bad. This Wolf's Gravestone is not on Sayu. It is on Eula, which is interesting. The Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu would have meant that Sayu does way more damage to Herald here, possibly flips him immediately. But now, with that not being there, we have actually moved our damage to a way later round. The real question being is that something we want to do?
I think Amaru is okay with it because they've already set up in a position where there is Hydro on Sayu and Herald is quite low. So they're hoping to go for a more default line that allows Eula to potentially end the game, since they also expect that Minty isn't going to play too aggressively now that they've already tried to probe with Risley earlier and taken a good amount of damage.
Exactly. And the thing about this is that it is a double like freeze matchup, which means there will be a freeze war where players kind of go around each other trying to figure out who's going to freeze who. And there is only 2 characters in the entire game, or not in the entire game, but in this game that can freeze, it being Yule and Risley, which makes it a lot simpler. But you did see Amaru tune his fast swap because of that misplay in the first round, which means it might just be a little rougher than it usually would be. Thankfully, you do have that Mona that will not go down to Sayu here. Sayu will definitely get some damage going unless they decide to fully ramp. Oh, they are comboing off more than expected. But that's...
I think going for the attack is definitely the way to go here, because like spreading that Hydro to Eula is going to be very valuable, because as you already pointed out, Risley and Eula are going to be like the key targets in both these decks, because they are like that winning key. And as long as one player can keep elemental application off of their character while keeping it on their opponents, which in this case Minty has successfully done, then they will be able to maintain some degree of tempo for themselves.
Yeah, and you see Minty swapping to Risley here to force Amaru into a bad position where you do kind of have to skill with Mona here. Going to Eula seems good until you realize that your opponent will just freeze you on the spot. The only problem being that with the way Minty has done this, it has made this round awkward for Amaru, but it has made possibly the following rounds easier with the ability to freeze Risley with Eula.
Yeah.
And we've kind of seen Amaru put the Wolf's Gravestone on Eula and push everything too late around. So now the question is, will that actually pay off? Will that extra gas that they get in the following rounds, will it play out in Amaru's favor, or will Minty's ability to stop them here actually matter more?
Remember how you mentioned earlier before the game began that Minty might want to play it a little bit safer for game 2 to try and like confirm a clean sweep? It doesn't really seem like they're doing that. In fact, it seems like they're actually stepping on the gas a little bit more to try and force a victory here, putting Risley in a vulnerable spot quite a few times actually to try and form a more favorable position for themselves.
Yeah, I still do think it is affecting them, though. You will see players do one of 2 things. They will either become very safe in their plays, and they will just try to be like, okay, I have the 1 win, I can now keep going, and just, or will they get really confident? And Minty, besides being the one in a good matchup, is going for some unorthodox lines here, which might signal a level of confidence, but the question is it overconfidence that Amaru can take advantage of? Now going to Sayu, getting those swirls, I mean, the only logical move. The problem being is that you still don't have that Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu, which means all of this does not look very impressive. You are doing stuff, but it doesn't look like you're doing much. But the reality of it is, Amaru has a lot of setup in the back that will just come out at some point. The bigger question is, will it be enough? You need to get some stuff going and some pressure going to force your opponent onto Risley before you get to Eula, because that is the only way you really win the freeze war.
The plus point for Amada is that Risley has dropped quite low in terms of HP compared to Eula, so that may be something that they can use now that there is literally Hydro applied on every character on the board. It's actually kind of insane. Minty as well, playing around with those breakpoints, keeping Herald on the field until now, even without using his revive just yet. Looking at the state of things, it can definitely still go either way.
Exactly, but you do see Minty taking good advantage of what has happened so far. With going to Risley at the start of the round, you force your opponent to Mona skill, meaning this round they will always have less dice than you do. And Minty is actually taking full advantage of that and just dishing out as much pressure as he can, because Herald just does more than Mona when it comes to pure damage. And Minty, or like Amaru, is trying to match that, but it is going to be rough. You have started at such a huge deficit, and your opponent has previously ramped, meaning they are completely ready to go this round. And these matches do not matter much if you cannot win the freeze war at the end.
That is going to be the timing that we all have to keep an eye on here. When the first freeze comes out, the player that's able to get it, especially if it's going to be on a key character, should basically have the rest in a cinch here. We see that the Sayu burst is going to be used here to pop the revive on the Herald and also the talent. It's not a bad time for it to happen since Amaru is already out of dice for this turn anyway, but it is going to hurt them pretty badly next turn. What is going to hurt them even more badly is the fact that they are down to 1 dice when Minty is still sitting on 10.
Yeah, the bigger issue here is the Herald talent as well. You, in reality, would maybe be able to get 3 dice, although they're not the dice of the color you want. But you could still be able to get 3 dice here for another attack. Problem being is you do have to deal with the fact that, oh, here they're coming down. You get up to 3 dice. The bigger issue here is, how do you get up to 4? You are under the curse, which means that this doesn't actually do anything. And even if it did, your Sayu will die on the first hit. So this might have been an overcommitment, but the problem is Amaru already played 1 board, so they might have felt like they have to do things. Instead, we will make sure to proc a Liben. Amaru trying to do the opposite of what I was saying. While Minty tried to really force this round where Amaru is in a bad position, Amaru is still trying to pull back and push the game to the next round. Just kind of stay safe for this round. Realize that you don't have as much advantage as you would want to. But I think Minty is going to punish that severely, because as long as Minty can kill this Mona here, the freeze war is lost. There's nothing you can really do about it. This Eula will kill Herald and then Risley will freeze her, and it doesn't matter how geared she is. It doesn't matter how much she has. She is not going to make it if she's frozen.
It's gonna be a little bit anticlimactic way to end the game here, but Minty has done this incredibly well, considering that they have all 3 characters still alive against only Eula on Amaru's side, and Herald debuff plus Hydro application already on her. Like, at this stage, the game is already decided. Amaru, they're gonna try and find any way possible to maybe turn this around, but even their dice rolls are not going in their favor.
Yeah, the dice are unfortunate, and the truth is, you've kind of lost everything. It is surprising, but with this many cards in hand, you actually don't have much to do. The Wolf's Gravestone is already on Eula, so it's not going to do much. You can proc these Lubins to see if you get something. I think you can play the Arcane card here. It's like fine. There's no reason not to. Just don't lose your stuff. Okay, that Gilded is pretty good.
The Arcane into Gilded could be a good combo to get some more dice out. The problem is, and this is the strength of Freeze as a whole, it doesn't matter how many dice you have, if you get frozen, you're not going to be able to use it, especially if you're only down to one character. And I expect that that is what's going to happen here. You see Eula pop the skill, take out Herald, the instant swap to Risley. It should be a free freeze for Minty. His dice actually don't look the best either overall, but it's more than enough to land the deciding blow.
Exactly. I mean, Risley is just able to work with worse dice. The bigger problem here is, does Minty actually have enough damage to deal with this? He should be able to, but Risley doesn't actually have a weapon, nor is he going to be doing much. In terms of damage, he actually needs multiple attacks to be able to kill this Eula. I think if he gets to his burst, this is lethal. The bigger question is, can you actually get to your burst here?
If Risley is doing 2 damage with each attack,
the forbidden knowledge coming in?
Ooh, treasure, not bad. More dice.
My God, that is actually exactly
is that enough,
what
actually?
you wanted.
Is that exactly enough? Oh my goodness.
It is exactly what you wanted, because now your Risley has switched his HP twice, meaning that he gets these lower cost NAs, and it is actually just enough to tune 3 here and burst and win the game.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, literally. No, never mind. It is actually even more than enough dice, because Risley has that ability to lower the cost of his burst, but actually getting that forbidden knowledge to lower your cost, or like lower your HP, and then drawing into a treasure to make it higher again means that Risley procs, and this means that everything he does is so much cheaper. And that, while maybe not have decided the game, you could have possibly strategized into getting something that completely sealed it. But yeah. We will see now Minty going into actually finals, losers finals, and with this 2-0 in the bag, he must be feeling pretty good against Flash, who has hopefully refreshed, kind of relaxed, taken a step back and realized that, okay, it's fine, don't think about the momentum, don't think about any of it, just, it is time to win this one game and just make it.
But definitely a very feel-good performance there. Like, you were literally mentioning how it might be a difficult matchup for Minty as well. Like, we thought we were going to go into a game 3, but it was piloted beautifully, understanding how to take advantage of the opponent. And while it didn't seem like it would make a lot of sense at first to continuously put Risley out in a vulnerable position where he would get he would take damage, he would get elements applied on him, it did end up working out in the end, because it really allowed him to spread that aggro and even confuse Amaru to a certain extent.
Yeah, I mean, you could have possibly been punished by that. I think if the Wolf Gravestone was on Sayu, this might have been a different game, but it did come down to your opponent not exactly knowing what to do in this situation, how to deal with this deck, and you just taking full advantage of it. And then, deservedly so, he is now in the losers finals against Flash. We shall see if he can pull off the same type of strategies, catch his opponent off guard. Both of these players have now hopefully been keeping attention of what their opponent has been playing. And the interesting thing is, not only have they been proudly keeping attention, they have played each other already. If you can see over there in round 2, they have actually already played this. So this is actually a reset. So we will see if Minty now has new strategies or if he doesn't. Mental blocks could also come up here. I mean, if Minty is feeling not so confident against Flash after the last game, that could actually matter.
But it's actually not the first time we've seen this as well. Amaru and Sven were in a similar situation where Sven had won in the upper bracket, and then when they faced each other in the losers bracket, it was Amaru who won and ended up eliminating him. So it shows that as long as you keep your wits about you, you pay proper attention, like previous records are not going to matter all that much, especially now that the tournament has gone on into a second week. They've had even more time to potentially study the decks that their opponents are bringing to the table and understanding how to maybe play around them. And what I'm really excited to see, it's going to be one of these two players, Flash or Minty, who will join the Crimlet in being the second player to qualify to the live event from Group A.
Exactly. And as you were saying, both of these players must be prepared. I mean, you had a week and you know that it's possible for you to play if you're a Minty against three possible people, if you're Flash also against actually three possible people, which means you are probably ready for an idea of what they're going to bring, but they're also going to be ready for you. And when it comes to the mental thing, it does really come down to your perspective. Yes, you've lost to Flash before, and if you take it as a, I'm not as good as him, I can't beat him, that will never help you. But if you take it as a, I've seen how he plays, I can study it, I can understand it, then you have a way better chance of doing it here. And hopefully that's what Minty did. But we will just have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see because we're gonna jump into a break real quick. If you guys need to grab anything, go to the bathroom, now is the time to do it because when we are back, we will determine the second player to qualify to the Prince Cup, a live event. So don't go anywhere, travelers. We'll be right back once again in just a few minutes. Welcome back once again, travelers, to the Prince Cup 2024 Pacific Region regular season. We're currently about to enter our third match of the day, which will also be the match that determines who is going to be the second player from Group A that moves on into the live event alongside the Crimlin. My name is Stafa, and once again joining me is none other than Fufu.
Hi. Yeah, exactly. As you said, we're going to be seeing Flash and Minty go toe-to-toe, and this is their last chance to make it in. So one of them we will be seeing at the live event, and the other one, unfortunately, we will have to wish better luck next time. But we have seen some interesting games so far. We have seen players execute their own win conditions and stop other players from executing it. And now that both of them not only know what their opponent has been playing throughout the tournament, but also know what their opponent is playing now, we will see if they will be ready for each other, or will they prepare something completely new to totally throw their opponent off balance.
Their preparation is going to come into play here because it has been a whole week since the last time we went live here for the Prince Cup Pacific. It is day 3, but it's already week 2. So there's definitely been time for these players to figure things out, explore the meta a little bit more since the patch didn't drop too early before the starting of this event, and even get the chance to see their opponent's decks a little more clearly in action from a third-person perspective. So now that it's all come down to this, like, it's all against the wall, all on the line, and I'm really excited to see what is going to happen.
Exactly. And hopefully we'll be able to see it come up here and show us that, yeah, as you can see, they've played each other already. They have that knowledge, and Minty has watched Flash play against Z Crimlin today. Flash has watched Minty play against Amaru today, and we will be able to see how that plays out because, yeah, as you said, time is extremely important in these types of situations. When they started playing this bracket, the meta was still very new, very evolving. People weren't ready or weren't sure what's the best yet and were trying things out. Now they know what's popular, they know what's good, and being able to prepare really quickly or establish strategies really fast or come up with completely new strategies really quickly will always come down to it. And we are hoping that both of these players are prepared to face each other. I mean, if you're Minty, you know that you need to win 2 matches. And if you're Flash, while you don't want to, you need to prepare for the worst, because against Z Crimlin, one of you two has to lose, and you always have to accept, no matter how confident you are, that it could just be you.
Well, let's have a look at deck selection here for this match, and once again, Conwhale going to be banned by both players, which means that we're going to be seeing Flash and Minty both bring Ice Cube Double Dragon, as well as Mew versus MES again.
Exactly, and you see that none of them are going for the Z Crimlin strategy of just keeping your Double Dragon Cube to deal with the Conwhale, possibly because of the fear of actually having it get banned by your opponent, and then you don't have that good advantage. But the reality of it is, these are actually very similar decks. I mean, one of them is exactly a mirror match, and the other one is just Sayu versus Wanderer, which we have already seen, but it will be interesting to see how they have maybe learned from those games and will adjust their strategies accordingly, or maybe not. Another thing that I want to point out here is that Flash is paying very close attention to where he puts his cryo hypostasis. As we saw it before with Z Crimlin, the positioning of this character actually matters a lot. Usually when you burst, you end on it. So you can see that in the mirror match, they have the better positioning, at least somewhat, because also their Ejdahar is stuck under the cube.
Yeah, it worked very well too when Z Crimlin placed his cryo cube because it was opposite the whale, and that was basically how he ended up securing victory. So positioning does matter, folks. As we now have a look at the deck spotlight, starting with Flash. He is Captain Slow, but don't let that throw you off, man. Definitely has some fangs to show.
Exactly. Slow but deadly indeed, if he wants to do it that way. It's completely fine. And here we can see the 2 mausoleums still sticking in. Again, there are certain matchups where it's better, there are certain matchups where it's worse. But you also see Liar Songs, Rhythms, Boars, these standard cards in this deck that we don't talk about too much, but they create these really unnerving situations for your opponent where you can basically spawn so many dice out of nowhere and they don't necessarily have to be ready for it. They just have to kind of be, even if you don't have it, they're just scared of the potential of you having it, and that can actually impact the game quite a bit.
What I feel like I've been seeing so far with this deck list in particular is that this Mausoleum actually hasn't seen a lot of effectiveness, especially since now it's going to be going up against Mew again. Literally the last time it happened, it only spawned like 2 Forbidden Knowledge and then nothing else, just due to the fact that that deck doesn't rely as much on card draw as compared to a lot of other meta decks that we're seeing.
Exactly. It comes down to the fact that Mew doesn't really draw as often, but if you do proc that Mausoleum at a good time, you can actually lock them because losing those top 2 cards of their deck could be a little rough. There was some other interesting stuff like Chang and Dune being played in here, but this, now you see, we talked about this Mew list already, the weapon choice being Tula, meaning that if you do get it with your instructors, it is not the best, but otherwise it is quite a powerful weapon, basically giving you 2 free dice on the following round, which is quite nice. Besides that, you can see a lot of companions and a Dunyarzad to profit off of that. A seed box that did actually pretty much come up last time we saw this deck play. So we will see if it actually does what it needed to this time as well.
This still remains a very scary deck overall, because the combination of Kalk's art with Fresh Wind of Freedom can really catch people off guard by not granting them a chance to respawn. We'll see whether Flash will have the tools needed to take care of it, as we can see their pre-match data once again. They have 4 average rounds, definitely on the lower end as compared to players like crimlin, for example, as well as the really high average number of dice. So I don't think anything else really stands out here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the lower number of elemental bursts and normal attacks are always interesting for me to see, but there isn't that much to say about it. A lot of this will come down to how Flash is or isn't able to deal with Minty's strategy. And realistically, stats are not going to tell you much about that. I mean, it really comes down to if they have watched the previous games, because we have seen this matchup already, and if they're ready for it.
Yeah, it looks like both players do have the same number of average normal attacks, which is 1, so very low overall. Minty having a slightly higher average rounds and a much higher average elemental bursts as well. I want to ask real quick, right, Fufu, just as a fun fact, if your stats were up here, what do you think would be your highest, like, statistic?
What would be my high statistics? I don't actually know. I feel like I would have a low number of rounds because sometimes I just finish the game early. Possibly. I think my best statistic would probably be high single strike damage. That's about it. Or the normal attack. Sometimes my dice are just that bad that I sit around normaling for 3 rounds, you know? That's just life.
Understandable. Yeah, it's nice to have this info about all these players. Really, it gives you an idea of what kind of play styles they would like to prioritize. And now that we've gotten a chance to review Minty and Flash once again, we're going to be jumping into our 3rd match of the day here, the very first game between Captain Slow Flash and the underdog Minty. Only one of these players will get to move on to the live stage.
Exactly. A lot on the line, and hopefully the nerves are being in check as we speak while they're preparing to just give it their best. And, you know, what happens. I mean, someone has to lose, and it's just one of those moments where you have to accept it and just decide that, yeah, I'm going to do my best and I'm going to see how it goes. And so God be it.
Yeah, well, doing your best is all you can really do. The rest is up to the fates. So as we jump on into the game board and prepare for the players to roll their very first dice, let's also have a look at what they're able to grab in their opening hands.
Yeah, so the unfortunate thing that we don't see is who is going to be starting this, but Looking at Minty's setup and how they roll this, I am going to assume that they're starting first, given that they are trying to keep a decent amount of ramp. Instructors plus Liben is already enough, but in this situation, we might see Instructors, Wagner, and the Strategize trying to draw more cards and get that weapon online. Yeah, you can see Minty starting first because he kept so much ramp. This basically confirms that Minty will always have a swirl and not be forced to not ramp just to confirm it.
And because Flash is going second as well, we actually saw them end up mulliganing quite a lot of their hand as well, including typical cards you would want to keep in a ramp situation. So they're going to be forced to respond since they are going second. It's a tried and tested set of paths here because Mew has been around for such a long time, and even MES follows a sort of similar pathway.
Exactly. And you can see here, Minty does have that pair of dice, probably will come down for the Wagner. The question is, will we play a Liben or will we play Instructors and Strategies? I am pretty sure Instructors and Strategies is what you want to be playing, but we shall see. You can see, though, on Flash's side, that Sayu talent is nice. The bigger problem here is your dice. You actually really need to skill here. If you normal attack, your opponent can just swap off. Ooh, okay. Maybe you don't. Maybe you never get punished. But let's see if there is a swap here. No, okay. So there's no swap. That is fine. You could have theoretically swapped over to Scaramouche, still kept your ability to take priority and just equip your Instructors onto him. And then your opponent would basically have nothing to do. So this might be rough.
Yeah, because of this, we see Flash is going to have to just go for the attacks here. Is able to equip the Sayu talent straight away, so we see them draw the quick swap as well as Chang. So pretty nice to have, especially early on. That's going to start paying dividends the longer the game goes as well. Minty already very comfortable with that classic ramp opening that we always associate with Mew round 1. But it does mean though that they've gotten Hydro applied to their entire team.
Yeah, there is a couple of rough things here, actually, if you're Minty. First being first, this Mausoleum is going to proc, and when it does, it's going to hit at the start of your next round because of how Liben works, which means you are going to have to deal with Forbidden Knowledge. Everything we were saying about how Mew doesn't easily trigger this Forbidden Knowledge is now out the window because you will just proc it. And not swapping to Wanderer means your opponent just actually has a really nice situation going on where they're actually ahead of you. Now, because they don't have Wanderer, the Sayu Burst doesn't do anything, so you're the only one who needs to hurry anywhere. But this could be scary.
Yeah, I think Flash saw it as well. So they are going to use their final dice to put down the Mausoleum, force Minty into this position, because it's literally something that they're not going to be able to avoid, since they literally set up for themselves to draw from Liben earlier. 4 Omni is nice, but the rest of the dice definitely leave something to be desired for Minty's side. Flash still going to be considering what path they want to take for this round.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of because this is a type of matchup where you cannot really disrupt your opponent's game plan, it all comes down to value. And now Flash is getting a lot of value. See here, the round starts. Liben procs at the start of the round instead of the end where you draw cards, which means that the top 2 cards of Minty's decks are going to be Forbidden Knowledge. And the problem is we do search this Instructors, but it gets us another Forbidden Knowledge. And now the question is, will that matter enough? Does Minty just have enough damage here to actually completely solidify the fact that, yeah, you gave me Forbidden Knowledge, yeah, you got the swirl, but TFD plus Instructors plus Seedbox plus Timaeus is a lot of free dice for this round, so...
Yeah, he's already really nicely set up here. It does make it a little bit difficult to use the true strategize that he has in hand. So that is unfortunately some hand cards that doesn't have value for this route at the very least. But with the 1,000 Floating Dreams on Wanderer, already doing some damage to Sayu, and now Flash can't even afford to stay on Sayu because it means that Minty will be doing damage directly to Eula.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to talk about that. Flash's setup is actually designed to counter Cube Double Dragon. Because Mona is in the middle, the idea is once Cube bursts, that burst will hit Mona. But for this matchup, actually, it's pretty bad. And now we see Flash kind of pivoting to this Eula strategy, which is not that bad if you have a weapon, but we shall see how it goes. You might not get as much value as you would want, but you are stopping your opponent, and this is what we were talking about. Stopping your opponent's game plan here is pretty good. I mean, this Wanderer is all geared up, but one fast swap, and now you can't use anything.
I think Minty is okay with this. They're gonna switch over to Eula. And what this means is that if they're able to set themselves up in a position where Wanderer doesn't take any more damage this turn, then he can actually start next turn with no elemental application on him and continue dishing out DPS.
Exactly. Now the question is, what do you do here if you are Flash? Fun fact that a lot of people are not aware of, TFD actually boosts your entire team's reaction damage by 1, which means that besides the fact that Wanderer's weapon is on a frozen character, he still does get that extra damage off of it. Not as much as you would want, but it's going to be useful here. So the question is, when it comes to both of these decks, they kind of don't like to freeze before they're done swirling. Sayu can definitely deal with it more, but freezing a character means you lose the ability to swirl on that character. And I think we see Flash kind of taking, I can't say really taking advantage of that, but understanding that concept and understanding that, yeah, if you freeze my Mona here, which is the case because you really want to attack, you see it here, yeah? Now I can actually do some other stuff. A bigger problem being is that this Sayu is exactly in the lethal range of Eula. So you can't really just go and start swirling more, even though you really want to.
It's an awkward position here because Flash doesn't know for sure if Minty might be able to pull 2 dice out of their hand. 4 cards are not a lot, but it is still enough depending on what you have. So leaving Mona out here could potentially be lethal. Switching to Sayu could potentially be lethal too.
Yeah, and what you were saying is true, but Mew does have one of these disadvantages where its extra dice are very clearly visible, they're very telegraphed. So if you look at their setup and you see Wagner at 0, Timaeus at 0, this box has already been used up, they're likely not going to be able to attack again. Well, realistically, even if they could, they would kill your Mona, which is not the worst thing in the world, but you can very safely say that they're not going to be able to do another attack.
I see. Makes sense. All right, let's see what's going to happen into this next round. And I think this is going to be a very pivotal round as well for both these players. The damage that is going to be done here is going to really set things up for deciding who actually emerges as the victor. Let's have a look. The dice going to be pretty alright on either side, but Flash going to have the slight advantage since they were able to set up that ramp and a lot more hand cards to work with as well.
Yeah, I mean, you are in quite a nice position here if you are Flash. The problem is that this ordering still is very unfortunate for you. And this Eula can actually still be fast swapped into to just kill your Sayu. Truth being told, though, if your opponent does do that, then you have Hydro on both of their carries, which might just help you out. The bigger issue here is trying to find a way to play this Arcane card in a way that makes sense. You really want to play your Wolf's Gravestone for 1, but the only equipment you have is on Sayu, and showing now that you can equip your Wolf's Gravestone will probably change your opponent's plans. The only question is Flash interested in doing that? Because if you show that you can put the Wolf's Gravestone on Eula and Sayu is not a threat, Minty can just swap to Wanderer and hit your Eula because he still does have that win favored. We are kind of seeing that while Flash was able to kind of stop this Wanderer for a while and has done what I was talking about, which is going for these kind of unorthodox lines, it is still a very much a value game. You need to find a way to win. You have thrown your opponent off their course, but what do you do now?
Flash also still has to constantly wonder whether Minty has a Cox Wanderer burst back there. Like there's just enough energy on the field to potentially come out with that, and it doesn't know if Cox's art is in Minty's hand. So he always has to be wary about putting Eula in a position where Wanderer could just randomly pop that on her. We see the switch over to Sayu, most likely to swirl the Hydro onto both of Minty's cores, as you pointed out earlier. But a quick swap onto Eula would take her out in this position.
To be fair, the quick swap on Eula looks nicer than it is. It does kill Sayu, and if you play the Fresh Wind and Freedom you have in hand, it does kill two characters. The only problem with it is that you've given your opponent basically what they want for their own game plan. You have left them with a lot of dice to work with, and you have done basically nothing. You have killed the two less important characters in that team. So you've actually allowed their game plan to go further, and you are just kind of stuck in that position. So maybe we will see just a fast swap onto Wanderer and a normal attack to kind of keep the game state complicated and keep your opponent guessing and seeing if you can outvalue them. But the cards in hand are also not exactly what you want to see. So we shall see, but it's still Flash's turn, and while he is most definitely going to Sayu skill because of everything he has done so far, we still are waiting to see exactly how he wants to do it. He is taking advantage of as much as he possibly can here. The Dunyarzad into Timaeus gives you another card, and then Golden House makes your, makes your Gilded cheaper. So we will see that, and then he draws 3 cards here. So that is exactly enough for him to not overdraw, but he does need to be careful in that regard because extra reactions will, or Sayu getting extra reactions will make him overdraw. So just being careful on that part makes sense. And then slowly checking here, 2-1 just for the cause of it, just for the sake of it. It's fine. There isn't really a way to overdraw here that I can see, but in reality, being safe here is fine. Was possibly thinking of putting that Wolf's Gravestone onto Sayu, but it's a good bluff, but it's a lot of loss damage. It is just a bad play.
I think they do want to make sure they save the Ancient Courtyard for Eula here. Unfortunately, Minty will decide to go for the Wanderer path here, doing quite a lot of damage to Eula, even though she is not active. And here we see the Fresh Wind of Freedom and Gambler's equip onto Wanderer.
Comes down. Yeah, the Wanderer normal attack is just too much. You thankfully did draw some zero-cost artifacts, but the bigger issue here is that your Eula is always dead. There's nothing you can do about it, and it's just too much. They swap onto Eula just to force their opponent to have good dice, but you know they're coming from gamblers, and it's just way too much. Yep. You could not stop your opponent's game plan, and I mean, you tried, but you kind of swapped everything about. You kind of spread your damage around just for this Wanderer to be able to take full advantage of that. And now we just see him.
It's a tricky matchup, because I think like after seeing 2 games of it already, it's clear that Mew has a pretty favorable matchup into MES. And especially in this case, because of the positioning of Eula to try and counteract Ice Cube Double Dragon, it ends up putting it in a very vulnerable position for Wanderer every single time. Flash basically already knew that it was over there. That's why they just, alright, you can take the Eula, you can take the game. It's time to reset and go for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no way to avoid it. Because of the wind-favored mechanic and because of the fact that skill was just enough damage to kill, it was just clear that he is going to target and take out the Eula no matter what. So at that point, you're just like, okay, it's fine. And this is where that whole stopping your opponent's game plan comes into play. Your opponent on Mew opened pretty well. The Wagner was nice. The Liben, while might not being the best possible play, was still really good. Getting those extra cards, getting that extra advantage. just meant so much. And I do have to give credit to Flash. Going to Eula, stopping the Wanderer was unorthodox and pretty decent, but I feel like to a certain degree their cards weren't even good enough to support it. So while I think it was a fairly correct idea and a fairly way of going about it, the matchup was just really unfortunate.
It's a difficult matchup, and then the setup of their character positioning was already disadvantages on top of that. And then the cards that they were drawing were not the best either. So even though there was a point where they had like a lot of dice and a lot of hand cards to play with, it turned out that the wall was a little bit too difficult to overcome. And that means that they're going to need to win the next 2 games if they want to keep themselves in the competition. Or is Minty now going to be switching it up for game number 2 since they've already won with Mew, and we will get to see that Ice Cube Double Dragon versus MES.
Yeah, exactly. And what we watched happen here was Mew just being able to get so much advantage off of that weapon that it was able to just beat Sayu. Now the question is, will Double Dragon be able to do the same? Double Dragon is much better into Mew than into MES because you would want the revive to save you against Wanderer. But here, it is just going to come down to how aggressive Flash can be. Yeah, as you can see, the Wolf's Gravestone, the extra dice, all of that will just have to come out kind of swinging when Minty wants to go for his OTK rounds. Flash, unfortunately, only has one character that can freeze, but Minty does have the option of having a Hydro Ajdahar, which is not unheard of in this matchup by any means. Which means he could, in theory, spread Cryo around and then have 2 characters that can freeze, which might be a little rough. But we shall see how it goes, because here you have the advantage of the Mona, you have that fast swap, so it's just built into your deck. And I am pretty confident that Minty also plays one fast swap from what I remember, but just having one built into it means that you only have to pay attention to their one fast swap and you can do whatever you want.
And we know that Flash positioned Mona in the center as well to be able to counteract that Cryo Cube, like you pointed out earlier. So even if Cryo Cube gets that summon out, it's not going to be able to land on a particularly important character, as we saw earlier today. Minty, with the Ice Cube Double Dragon here, can be bringing a pretty default deck. We've already seen this deck quite a lot throughout the regular season thus far. Its success rate actually pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty good into the Conwhale deck, as we talked about and saw Crimlet demonstrate before. And it is just a solid all-around deck. It used to be, with Layla, this slower combo that would go off on round 4. Now with Cube, it still does try to do that. It just has a bit more pressure, a bit more cryo, and a bit more survivability, which is quite nice to see coming from it.
I am interested to see, because up until now today, we've been getting 2-0 sweeps, which is actually quite unusual because last week we had a lot of 2-1 games. So we'll see whether that trend actually continues here or whether or not Flash can bring it back around with MES here to keep themselves in the competition. They're in a really tricky position because they literally just dropped from the upper bracket earlier, now in the loser bracket. If they end up dropping this game, they will have been that close to qualifying twice in a row.
Yeah, exactly. And I completely understand that it's really easy to fall into the, oh, it all sucks, I'm going to drop out, it's going to be bad. But the mentality you really want to have here is just that one of resilience, of just going for it anyway. And it will come down to how well they can deal with this. But hopefully with this setup of characters, they are ready for this matchup. Because of the way all of their characters are set up, it is very natural to assume that they're pretty ready to deal with this deck. So hopefully they have figured out ways in which they want to go about doing it.
being able to figure that out is going to be crucial to secure victory. As now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump back into the game board for game number 2 between Flash and Minty.
Exactly. And now we see what is going to be coming down from both players. If you are Minty here, you don't want to waste too much damage on Mona. If you are Flash, you kind of want to just Mona skill into ramp. It really depends though, because your opponent could just out-ramp you and just completely deny your swirls. And the question is, will you be able to deal with that?
So far today, we've been witnessing a lot of players being able to just completely dismantle their opponent's game plan by taking slightly different paths to completely whittle down the potential opportunities that they can play towards their win condition. And it does look like Minty is already choosing to do something a little more unusual by starting with Azdaha instead of the usual Ice Cube.
Yeah, this is always a fair line. I assume the main reason for it is the Ejdahar talent in hand that we will probably see played immediately. Ejdahar talent, yeah, does give you 1 die on play by giving you 3 different dice, but it also gives you the ability to absorb the element that's hitting. So in reality, Minty is just going to start the game with 10 dice, basically.
That is true. The choice of going as the Hut to absorb Hydro right off the bat because they know that Flash will likely want to get at least 1 skill out is not a bad idea here. So we'll see whether Flash decides to go for that anyway, since it is still a pretty big proponent for how MES wants to execute for their round 2.
Exactly. The only way you would play around it is try to play the strategize and then get some stuff to float 8 dice, but without stuff like countdown, that's going to be really rough. And the thing is, the exact thing I was talking about, which is this Ejdahar becoming Hydro, leaving you with 2 different characters that can freeze later on, is probably going to come down here. And the worst part of it is that after you Mona skill, your opponent will go to Cube probably. And then, I mean, you have this Libe into ramp, which is nice, but it does come down to how do you deal with it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm expecting Minty to do as well. Once they've eaten the Hydro from Mona, you switch over the Cube, start applying Cryo, then set up for either Nuvolet or Azdaha. Flash, considering your experience as a player, should definitely expect that this is the path Minty wants to play as well. So we'll see whether or not they switch something up to maybe try and disjoint the tempo that Minty is going for.
Exactly. And we might be seeing a full ramp round here. We do. Okay, so Flash understanding that their game plan is this early aggression, a lot of pressure to be put down on Minty's side, as we talked about, is the main way to stop him from winning. And instead of just trying to get this little bit of damage on round 1 and then a little bit of damage on round 2, we will just completely swap it over to round 2 and say that, yeah, that's a nice Ejdahar talent you have there. It truly is a shame that it will give you dice way later.
It means that Minty is just gonna commit the 2 attacks on the Cryo Cube so that he can get that summon out earlier. And now Minty is gonna be in a pretty good spot as well, because there's no way for Flash to stop that burst from being activated.
Unfortunately, there are some different lines that might be worse for Flash than Minty bursting. What happens here is that if you Mona skill and your opponent swaps off to Ejdahar, you're actually in a really rough spot. If you go Eula and try to do some unorthodox stuff, this gives Ejdahar the power of Cryo, which means that he is also able to spread the damage around. If you attack again on Mona, that loses you a lot of value. And the problem here is you kind of moved everything to round 2, but with the way it works, you just cannot secure a swirl.
So, I mean, based on that, it doesn't really sound like Flash is going to be able to do anything, right? Like, what would be the ideal path for him to take here?
So the question now becomes, because you are struggling to establish that early pressure and stop Minty from going, can you try to match him on the following round?
I guess. I mean, there's a lot of setup. Literally, the companion board is full on Flash's side. But what you mentioned is going to happen here. The Mona skill comes out, so we see Minty switching over to Aztaha. Flash does have the chance to switch off of Mona now to potentially do some damage. They're not going to be able to swirl off of the cube, but their dice are also really cringe.
Yeah, and this is where the bigger problem comes in. Flash is now probably thinking of just matching Minty on round 3, but while his entire support field is filled, it actually does nothing. It gives him no way of actually getting rid of dice because his deck is not designed to be able to waste that many dice on things that are not attacks. And we see kind of the same thing that happened with Conwhale, where these decks that are hyper aggressive, and while they do get a lot of value, their only strategy is to go in. They get outplayed by decks that say, yeah, go ahead, do what you want. Now, swapping to Nuvelet to force them to Mona attack again is probably too much. Your opponent has 4 dice. They have a lot of cards in hand, so you assume there's extra stuff there. The question is, can your opponent just ramp on 4 dice? Yeah. So we don't go for it because it's both possible that our opponent will just be able to ramp. Yeah, see Liben off the top. That could have been in the hand at any point, meaning that, yeah, they could have just ramped for 4 with 2 random cards, killing this Dunyarzad, for example, and then you swapping to Nuvelet loses value. So we go back to Ejdahar, we attack, we get another die, and we have Ejdahar as Cryo, setting up for this Nuvelet later.
Yeah, things are looking very good right now for Minty, and very unfortunate for Flash as well. Already starting off in a slightly disadvantaged position because of Minty's opening, and now not having good dice on round 2 to be able to play with is really delaying their game state. And that's exactly what Ice Cube Double Dragon wants. They want to control the tempo, they want to delay the game until they're ready to get going. And in this case, Aztaha has been the character that has been majorly enabled rather than playing for the more typical Cryo Cube Nuvelet line.
Yeah, but now the question comes down to, was it worth it to go Nuvelet and lose some value just for the sake of stopping your opponent's game plan? Because again, Flash is trying to go in really early and do as much pressure as he can. And now that the swirls are ready, he might actually be able to do it. The fear was that he will be able to match you on round 3 and kind of stop you, but you might have wanted that over this because Flash in his hand has 3 extra dice here, meaning that this Sayu can actually attack 3 times, and with the talent he will draw 2 extra cards. So in reality, there is a lot he can do here.
Yeah, Flash has been able to convert just a little bit because Minty decided to go for that attack on Aztaha instead. And we can see that there are just enough dice as well to play that Sayu talent, so we will see that coming out, swirling the Hydro over the cube and Nuvelet, as well as drawing a quick swap, as well as Boar Princess and Mausoleum.
And then more cards, all these Changs coming in. There is the Wolf's Gravestone and a Liar Song. This is actually a lot of extra dice coming in. Thankfully for Minty, Double Dragon is a deck that has 2 carries, so one of them going down is fine, and Ejdahar gets a lot of value a lot of the time just because of his absorptions. Now the question comes down to, are you just going to skill? Because now you actually kind of seem in this game. Because your opponent stopped preventing you from going in, and you had this Liben proc the last round, you actually have a lot of gas to be able to go in and attack. We will probably not see a Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu as she is in lethal range of Ejdahar, but we might see it come down onto Eula. And if this Sayu does die, Boar Princess does proc.
Ooh, I was wondering if Minty might go and tune 3 cards for the burst here, and looks like they will to do just about enough damage to finish off Sayu and take a character off the table. However, this will enable Flash to set up a good position for themselves. They could even choose to go to Mona, set up Liben, go for next turn, because there's 3 Hydro Aura on the side of Minty's board.
Exactly. There is 3 Hydro on the side of Minty's board and none on Flash's. And yeah, here we see Mona. These cards are going to be so much extra dice on the following round, especially with this Liben getting a proc. It is just going to be really crazy. We could see the Arcane into Wolf's Gravestone come down here um, because it procs your Golden House once, meaning you have it for the next round as well. And your opponent basically knows, oh, we're not going to play the Arcane, but we will still use the Wolf's Gravestone to make sure that we get that proc of Golden House ready for next round. And now, besides the fact that you have 3 characters and your opponent has 2, or potentially 1 if this card in hand was a extra dice somehow, you are still in kind of a rough spot because, as we talked before, I mean, what comes down here is those early freezes, that freeze war. If you can win it, I mean, you are just winning. Age Dahar talent would be really nice for Minty, but it doesn't happen. And this Wharf will make it so you do proc the Mausoleum. Now, while that does happen at the end of the round, which gives you a lot of extra, or you don't have to worry about the extra Forbidden Knowledge. The problem with it is those are still the top cards of your deck, and you do want to play Treasure and draw a lot. So now when your opponent swaps to Eula, kind of only fearing possibly fast swap off the top of your deck, even if you have it, it might be rough. Cube's actual ability to have a lot of sustain here is kind of coming back at you, because otherwise a fast swap into Cube dying would let you freeze this Eula, but now might not be the case. Let's see if Flash goes for the aggressive play of just going Eula, or if there is something else to be planned.
Yeah, going Eula here is what makes the most sense on paper, because there's not a lot of reason for Mona to go for another attack again now that Hydro is on everyone. You could if you really wanted to build up her burst, but it feels a little bit lacking efficiency, especially since now would be a pretty good time to go for it, since you know that Minty doesn't have all that many cards in his hand to play around with. Ooh, Ancient Courtyard gonna be played.
Yeah, this Ancient Courtyard was kept here, so we get as much dice as possible this round, which is completely fair. There wasn't much to do with your previous dice, otherwise just play like Liben or something. But this actually works out. There are certain cards you have to be afraid of here. Second Age talent is pretty rough if you're Flash, but looking at Minty's hand, we know there is none of it, and this might actually just be really rough. This Eula might just sweep here. We will see how much damage she can dish out.
Yeah, I'm anticipating that potential. Minty has a lot of dice to still use this round, but with no quick swap in hand, there's no way to regain momentum against this Eula, who is going to just freeze everyone on his side. Actually, even going to allow New Alette to come out to tank some damage here. I guess since he's going to be the only character above that Wolf's Greystone threshold, there's no other choice.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to take out as much advantage you can from them so you'll survive this round, because you have to go in on the next round. And unfortunately for Minty, his opponent kind of managed to actually match him on this round, which was the second strategy you can go for. You really want to dish out your early damage, take as much advantage as you can, and just kind of stop them before they go in. But in cases like these, Flash found a way to just get just enough value from his actions beforehand to be able to go in this round. And unfortunately, the dice are not very nice, but this might actually be a slight amount of bluffing. Tuning a bunch of cards instead of playing your Gilded and your Liar songs to get more advantage off of them is a way of showing, oh, I don't have good dice. There's nothing to worry about. I assume here what happens is the Mausoleum will get tuned and we will do a normal attack, which is always enough to kill Ajdahar. But you do kind of want to burst, is the thing. The point being that if you do burst, your following skill does 6, exactly enough to switch this cube over. And that basically gives you, burst basically gives you an extra attack. in this case. Oh, okay, we will play the Sand King for free, which is getting one card over one dice. That might cost you a bit. It might cost you a lot, actually.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, the way it kind of worked before is you had exactly 9 dice to be able to do 3 attacks. If one of them is burst, you're just able to like normal attack, burst, punch, and basically win. Now you played the Timaeus hoping for, I assume, a Gamblers or something, but it's either gone or it was never in the list to begin with. Oh no. This is now really rough.
Strange.
Yeah, you went from being able to do 3 attacks, one of which was Eula Burst, which makes it effectively 4 attacks, into just not being able to do anything.
I do still have the Liar Song at least. Like they have double Liar Song, though they do still have like another attack in them.
So each of your Liar Songs is currently 2 dice because you also have Rhythm and Timaeus on field, which used to add up to 9. Okay, now you do this, which is really good. You get the extra stack of your boar, but now you're still an attack down. And the bigger problem here is, how do you deal? It's not that you don't have auras on you. You don't have auras on you right now, but the moment the Sage Dachar dies, Cube will burst you and you will possibly be frozen next round. Realistically, you should still be totally fine, though. The reason for that is you are able to get Cryo onto Eula here, swap over to Mona, get her frozen, and then be still fine. So, in reality, I think you could have won this round immediately, but looking at it, you should still be winning, because the way this plays out is you kill Ajdahar, they go into Cube, put Cryo on Eula, you burst, kill one of their carries, and then you swap over to Mona. One of their carries will die in the end phase, and while you have Cryo on both characters, the innate fast swap that is Mona does actually come up here. Although in reality you already had one in hand, so it was probably fine.
Yeah, I can see 100% where you're coming from here. Flash did end up playing in a way that reduced the number of attacks they could have gone for by 1. But yeah, they're still in a really dominant position here. They've got the Eula burst out once again, so they do still have the summon to do some end phase damage, which should be enough to flip the cube as well. We see Minty going to the cube to get that cryo applied onto Eula at the very least, but when after this, Nuvalet is only going to be on 2 health, it does make his job very difficult.
Exactly. And we see in these freeze wars a lot, it comes down to which player freezes which character. But another way to freeze a character and stop them from doing damage is to kill them, and we will see that happen here. Now, unfortunately, this is also strange. I didn't see it happen, but it seems like we didn't have a way to get another dice to swap off here.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, wait, this might not be good. If Flash goes for another attack here to take out the cube, the summon will finish off the cube, but Minty can just end turn, get turn priority for next round, and then Nuvalet gets to freeze Eula first.
Yeah, I think in my head I was looking at this rhythm and thinking that it will lower the cost of one of your gildeds, but the reality of it is no, it's just not a free dice. And now this Nuvalet is just out of range. Yeah, I mean, freezing Eula and you see the treasures come in. In reality, he would have to heal up way more to be able to deal with this Eula's damage, but with the way it's coming down now, he might just be able to do it.
That Timaeus play may have cost Flash the game.
It may very well have.
This is not good for him. We see the double treasure, play a Forbidden Knowledge, pulls out a Timaeus and a Parametric. So even more potential dice for this round on top of the gilded already in hand with Liar Song. Minty
Yeah,
has turned
and
prio.
now, wow, you're just going for everything. This parametric is also probably coming down. You can easily proc it by yourself, okay? I guess we don't really need to, but still, I would probably do it for the sake of it. And yeah, I mean, your characters are low. You actually have nothing to deal with.
I think this is GG. Even if Flash quick swaps the
Yeah,
Mona, she can only do 1 damage max.
exactly. And the only way Flash was losing last round was if Minty off the top drew 2 treasures, but as we saw, that didn't happen. And now he just doesn't have enough attacks to justify any of this. Oh, it might have come down to nerves here.
Flash had
Yeah,
enough attacks. He had enough. One more attack would have been enough to take out Neuvillette. But he didn't go for it. He played Timaeus. And now Minty
yeah.
has enough dice to finish the game.
Yeah, Minty is just going to take it out here, and this Nuvelet has dice for days. I mean, if there was a
That's it.
parametric plate as well, oh my god!
What a mistake. Minty
Wow.
gonna be able to come out on top here. Another 2-0 sweep against Flash, and that means that we have determined the 2 players from Group A that will be qualifying to the live event. It will be Minty and Z Crimlet.
Exactly, and you see Minty, while losing to Flash before, taking that time to figure out his strategies and what his plan for it is, and keeping his nerves calm. He was the entire time 1 match off of just losing completely, but he said that's fine. He accepted that fact before the game started and took it kind of easy, and you saw it there. I mean, he was the one who got hit with the nerves less. I think that's what it all comes down to. How well you mentally prepare for a tournament setting and how well you can do it is everything. And it's unfortunate to say, but yeah, I think Flash could have won in that type of scenarios if the nerves were maybe a little lighter, if it was maybe easier a bit. But unfortunate, that is just how tournaments are. But definitely a lot of reasons to be happy for Minty. I mean, well done. Lost in the second round and then just had to almost fully reverse sweep the entire bracket, some of which players were really good, and just took it all home.
And we get to see another payback story, right? This is the second time here in Group A that we see a matchup in the losers bracket that played against one another in the winners bracket, and the opposite result happened. It feels bad for Flash. They ended up losing a chance to qualify to the live event 2 matches in a row. But that is the nature of competition. You gotta be at 100% every single time. And here we can see the completed brackets for Group A.
Exactly. And you see these players that lost in the second round and just went all the way through it, like Minty, or gave it just a really good shot. Unfortunate for Flash. He honestly did put up an amazing performance, just beating everyone in their way, but that last game is rough. You just want to be kind of done and over it if you're in the winners final. Just 1 match and get it done with, and then when you lose, it's like, oh, I need to play another one. I need to win it. I need to take it all. But yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, but still, that doesn't take away from Minty's amazing performance in being able to take it all.
It
Definitely.
definitely does not take away from the achievement of any of these players as well. Flash, although they weren't able to qualify, was still top 3 of the group. And we had a lot of strong competitors here in Group A. So that's something definitely to be proud of. But with Group A complete, we now have a whole new set of players. Let's have a look at Group B.
Exactly. And here you can see some big hitting names as well. Many of these are known in the community, but some of these are completely new players that not many people know too much about. So it's the same thing as Group A. While a lot of these are old house names and they will definitely be able to show why they're kind of feared and known in the community, a lot of these new players will be able to put up amazing performances like players like Flash did in the Group A. So there is a lot to see here and a lot to be excited about, honestly.
We'll have Inzaki versus 8, Yuan versus Mango, Den versus Magician, and Graphite versus Shukei. As per usual, out of these 8 players, only 2 will get the chance to be promoted all the way to the live event. And we'll actually get to watch some of these matches right after this as well. We're gonna be doing a caster switch right after this with 2 more matches before the end of the day. So you guys still have a lot to look forward to.
Exactly. There's going to be a lot of exciting matches, and hopefully you're able to stick with it and have some good time even though we're not here.
Yeah, but Fufu, this was your first time casting for the Prince Cup. How do you feel? Like, what are your thoughts about it?
Oh, it was great. I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Seeing the players and kind of being able to break down for an audience as to maybe what's going on in their head, gameplay wise and mentality wise, is just a lot of fun. So,
Yeah. I mean, that sounds great. I'm really glad you had a good time. And I think the chat as well really enjoyed having you around. I think having the perspective of a pro player who has been in the Genshin TCG for a while makes a lot of difference. And I enjoyed casting with you as well. So hopefully we get to see more of you in the future.
I mean, hopefully you do. And hopefully, when I do show up, I will have amazing co casters like Staffa here helping me out with everything I need and making the process super easy for me. So, yeah.
Yep. Thank you, thank you. Glad to hear that. But regardless, we're gonna be finishing off our half of the day. We're gonna be switching out casters after this, so make sure you guys join them to witness the beginning of a Group B. That's gonna be all from now. We'll take a short break, and the stream and broadcast will be back right after this. See you guys.
See ya.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Prince Cup Pacific. I'm your caster, Koja Creations, and joined me is one of my favorite casters of all time. Good to see you again, Sumi.
How's it going, Gojo? I mean, this is our first cast together. Shame we don't have more pairings, but we've been doing this for quite a while. Not here, though, on the big stage. This will be a first.
Yes, indeed. We do this for community. We're about 1.5 years, but it's our first time on the big stage, so we're very excited to be here. And we're coming hot off the heels of Group A. Both Fufu and Staffa finished off that group, and today, Sumi, I think we're going to be moving on to the next one, right?
Yes, we are. We are moving on to Group B, starting off with Enagi versus A. Enagi, one of our most notorious, veteran players from the Pacific region. They have appeared in so many tournaments. Qualified through Series Showdown. They participated in Catstill Gathering Asia Season 2, placing first. Even went into the Prince Cup, Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, placing first place in that as well, and also top 4 in the Winter Invitational, where Hoyo's invited the 8 best players in the Pacific region to come together and face off. So what an achievement.
Yes, absolutely. Winter Invitational. I remember that tournament. It was quite the spectacle, having so many top players all crowded in one spot. They had an awesome trailer for that too. But this is the Prince Cup Pacific. We are once again seeing which player will rise all the way to the top to compete in the IRL tournament. And facing them on the other side is going to be 8. Now, we don't have many official records that we currently have, but they did qualify through the Series Showdown, which is, a lot harder, than Wild Card, of course. Wild Card, you have less matches, but there is a massive amount of risk, right? But anyways, hello there. Anyway, we are gonna get started with these matches pretty soon, right?
Yeah, we'll be there right in a minute. But speaking of matches and speaking of placements as well, a huge congratulations to Minty as well as Z crimlin, qualifying through the Group A, Z crimlin the upper bracket and Minty in the lower bracket respectively.
Yeah, absolutely. Z crimlin, very veteran player, sweeping through, calling them the whale hunter. As they play up against the Conwhale. One of the few players to not actually take that deck out of the ban consideration. And then Minty crawling through, the loser side bracket. Right, that's super duper difficult. Regardless of what game you're playing, it's always tough to have to play more matches, and every single one could be your last.
No, absolutely. I mean, in Z crimlin as well, huge courage to let the Conwhale deck pass. I know a lot of people in the Pacific community believe this is probably one of, if not the strongest deck in the meta, and Z crimlin facing that deck head on with no fear is an absolute accomplishment. Winning at that, bring Conwhale's win rate down in the Pacific Prince Cup from around 60% all the way down close to 40%.
Yeah, and that's definitely starting to hit the lower margins of what you'd expect, right? Because it's not a completely unfounded that people find that Conwhale, is super strong. They're very scared to ban it immediately because, outside of this, just playing your normal matches, in the matchmaking system, or if you're playing in community tournaments, always there's a Conwhale, and you're just like, oh no, I'm gonna have a rough time. But that is neither here nor there. That was just Group A, and something right during Atlantic, right, Sumi? We saw the meta evolve over time. Do you think we're gonna see any of those evolutions as we get through? Because now we're in Group B.
It's not even a question of if we're going to see it. It's a matter of how much it will shift, right? Because we've already seen something happen. Looking back all the way to week 1, not even specifically even day 1 and 2, there was already a huge difference. Day 1 had 5 or 6 Yunjin decks. Coming into day 2 of week 1, they barely appeared. Only two Yunjin matches, and they were both brought by Koji, as opposed to week 1. Or it's week 1, day 1, sorry, where it looked like every single person was running that deck. So we've already seen these types of changes.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of my predictions going into, this week of the TCG patch, because after, I always say, it's give it a ballpark of 2 weeks, and then people are mostly figured out the scope of the meta, and I thought that one of the things that would go away is Yunjin, because, it's so reliant on, having no cards in your hand, so if you need an escape option, it's not going to work out for you. But looks like we're ready to roll into brackets right now. All right, here we go. Group B. Look at this lineup.
It's so stacked. I mean, we have a lot of big name players here. The main ones to look out for, Enagi and Den, both veteran players appearing in so many different tournaments, so many different Catstill gatherings. But that's not to say the other players of 8, Yuan, Mango, Magician, Graphite, and Shuk should be underestimated. I might not personally know them, but they might be more well-known in the Pacific community, and even if they are dark horses and or underdogs, we have seen miracle runs from similar types of players.
Yes, absolutely. I think actually one of the players in here, and maybe a few more, of course, is not confirmed, but you know they are from the Korea side of things because they have some records inside things like the Korea Prince Cup. So you know that's super cool. That was one of the first Prince Cups that we ever got to see, you know, live, which is awesome. You know, seeing those players, you know, being able to rise up once more into you know such a competitive tournament like this.
Yeah, I mean, the Catskills gatherings are like they run it once every patch, so being able to appear consistently in those tournaments is really a statement about the consistency of a player, right? To be able to consistently perform well against their adversaries, and also to be able to consistently find these strong meta decks and learn them quite fast, and also learn them to a mastery level where you are able to beat other top tier opponents in these tournaments.
Absolutely. And today, you know, while we're still waiting, we did talk about earlier, Inzaghi versus 8 is going to be our first match, but afterwards it is going to be, I believe, Yuan and Mango as our last two matches for today, and then we'll be moving on to Den, Magician, Graphite, and Shuke.
I mean, Graphite, Shuke, Den Magician will be happening tomorrow, though today we are just going to be focusing on the first two matches of Inzaghi 8 and Yuan and Mango. Hopefully they do give us some new stuff. I always love seeing new stuff. A card that we haven't seen yet is Kave. That is the one new card we have yet to see.
Yeah, no, Kave is, you know, one of the decks that I think a lot of players will respond, you know, in a certain way to, because they may struggle against it when they're playing their own matches. Now, I'd be really curious if someone, you know, has the drive to bring Kave into the tournament like this, right? Because I think most top players think that's like, oh, it's too similar to Yunjin, you know, I'm too reliant on my cards. I don't want to try it, but it is possible, you know?
To a certain degree, they are right. Kave's game plan is very similar to Yunjin. And it is very linear, very straightforward. So, like, it's easily disrupted by freeze, which a lot of players are running, right? We have Mew everywhere, we have Mess everywhere, we have Farizli everywhere, we have, like, so many different types of freeze decks running around that these aggro decks, we need to sit on a character for 3, 4, 5 actions straight, just can't cut it anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big difference, right, because Yunjin has that prepare skill, the Flying Cloud Flag formation, and able to generate 2 shield, while Kave does not have any of those defensive tools. You want to just shoot as many burst scans as possible before he falls, and you have to rely on a backup carry like the Whale.
Yeah, I mean, even with such a straightforward game plan, though, if it's strong, it could probably pull through on its own. If you run the deck with 3 arcades and you only run 3 costs in your deck, like, those burst scans are going to do 4, maybe even 5 damage if you can get a Bloom off. Not to mention, it will just infinitely stack that whale HP as well.
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's actually one of those considerations, like, maybe part of the reason why people, you know, obviously it's because, you know, opinions, right, and, you know, comfortability with playstyle, but also additionally, right, is that, you know, you have to use different characters in every single one of your decks, right, and, you know, the opportunity cost of putting Whale inside the Kave deck instead of, you know, putting it inside Conwhale is another consideration when going to this 3-deck format.
No, absolutely. Kave is a very support character reliant option, right? If you are running Kave, you want Mona Whale, you want Farina Whale. I mean, you always want Whale because of its discard mechanic, but Farina and Mona are also 2 very high value cards. A lot of different decks want Mona, especially the Mess deck, which has risen in popularity quite a bit in the Pacific Tournament, as well as Farina, which is used in Farizli and a bunch of other more mid-range combo decks.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, while we're waiting for the match to get started, I think let's look at what's one deck or character that you really want to see more play from this patch. I personally really want to see more Apep. I'm a really big fan of how their gameplay style works.
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, we haven't seen Apep in a while, too. Apep was run once in the an Apep Xingyan discard deck. It was seen once in week 1, day 1 in Group A, being played by Minty. It actually
Minty
did win versus Mess with Chongyun. So
absolutely.
Like, it is a deck that is able to withstand the disruption of Freeze. But not a lot of players choose to bring that deck, probably because it is, like, rather discard reliant, and if you have to combo perfectly, and sometimes the stars don't align for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the struggles with Apep and Xingyan is that if you don't combo perfectly, as in, like, you know, you can have, you know, pretty consistent discards with Xingyan, just doing it one at a time with her skill, but then it comes to the burst point where you really want to try and get that burst out, because that's 3 and 2 piercing damage across the entire board. That's a massive amount of damage, but it discards your entire hand, so it's a massive sacrifice, and if you don't have the right amount of cards, or if you have too many good cards, it's actually a bad thing to throw it out there.
Yeah, no, it's a huge risk going for that Jinyan burst. You get a lot of damage out, and most importantly, you can discard a lot of kindreds from your hand. But as you said, Coach, it does get rid of a lot of those good cards. But which is why this type of deck runs a lot of draw, right? So you can draw into the kindred, and you can draw a lot of the good cards before you are forced to get that burst and play them in advance, like the Sumeru or Fontaine Research Institutes, like the Kusavas and whatnot. So you can start stacking those early. And if you do have the Research Institutes, the discard can just instantly stack both of them to 9 stacks and give you 3 Omni Dice each.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, it's actually funny, just a little fun fact. The Pep Serious Challenge inside the tavern, which you can do, is the NPC challenge, where you have to struggle against a Pep and, you know, doing a ton of damage to your characters. I saw people actually running Controlled Directional Blast, which is a card reference to the Fontaine Research Institute, having a little bit of a mishap. And I thought that was really funny. I'm like, hey, people actually found a use for this card, because a Pep definitely would be the character to use that on.
No, absolutely. I mean, Controlled Directional Blast was created after the patch where finally was rather dominant, like the card with Nahida, Linny, and Fischl. That's old news at this point, but if you were playing during that era, you know how dominant and how prevalent that deck was. It was like 80+% pick rate in competitive tournaments. It was an absolute beast.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but that's just my opinion on the cards that I want to see play. What about you? Anyone from this patch, or maybe something that was changed in between patches over time that's slowly rising in popularity? What do you want to see in the tournament?
Well, I mean, you already know my bias for Kave. I really love the way his decks play. I know they're not the best for competitive tournaments like these. It's not reliable enough. The game plan is straightforward, easily disruptible. But I just want to see it. You know, big number make brain go happy.
Yeah, big number do make brain go happy. I think the best thing that Kave can do is, like, of course, this is very much screwing yourself over in deck building, but we do have Guardian's Oath, or as the community calls it affectionately, Lament. You know, throwing that into the deck makes it a massive damage bloom, because it is a 4-cost card, so you just get 1 over the typical weapon, which is great.
The only unfortunate thing is if you draw it turn 1, it's a brick, and it can also brick your whale's healing. So it's a double brick.
Yes, absolutely. All right, here we go. There it is, Inzaghi with the classic slot profile picture.
It's here! It's here!
Let's go!
It's real! Hopefully it's a 3 arcane version, because that's like added funny on an already funny deck. But yes, Inzaghi the protagonist bring Conwheel, 2 Dragon Magic with Cube, as well as this new deck we've just seen today, Abyss Herald Sayu and Rizely, which at the moment I am calling... what am I calling this right now?
I think it still counts as for Rizely.
Ryosu.
Ryosu.
But yes, we also ate the Unlucky Roller, bring 2 Dragon Magic, the standard one with Layla, as well as Mew and a Kave Whale, hopefully the 3 Arcane version.
Yes, absolutely, dude. 3 Arcane is going to be super awesome if we can talk about that on stream, because I think it's got to be the funniest, you know, like, meta joke. It's like, hey, guys, we have enough Arcanes, let's run all of them in our deck, and then it's actually viable, so it's like, hey, wait a minute.
I think it is unironically Kave's best version of the deck, because you can instantly tune 2 Arcanes, plus the Farina talent card, to instantly stack your whale by 2 HP, and then, like, you keep 1 Arcane for the matchup. It's so funny.
Absolutely, yes. Going over the decks that we're actually going to be seeing into the coming match, we have Conwheel versus traditional Mew. No Sayu this time. Looks like 8 wasn't really feeling the Sayu, and that's totally okay.
I mean, Conwheel, both players not choosing, 8 not choosing to ban it out, which is rather surprising. We have seen a rather high ban rate for this deck. And speaking of, this is the version of Conwheel that Inzaghi was running. I think this is a more standard version. We have 1 Mausoleum, we have the Fontaine Research Institute for all the discard, the Vanessas, the Adeptus to make the Serpent Burst that much more threatening. And then there's the recent innovation of double Leroy Harbor Wharf in order to counterplay Mausoleum, but I'll get into that in-game once we do see those cards.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's something we'll definitely talk about once we get into the match. Otherwise, yeah, I agree with what you said. There's really nothing too much else that I would have to comment before we get into the match. But hey, we can talk about the tag. Look at that, Inzaghi, the protagonist. I think that's pretty fitting.
I mean, based on his past performances, I would absolutely consider Inzaghi the protagonist, rising up against all odds to place first place in every endeavor he sets his mind to. On the opposite hand, though, what if Inzagi's the final boss?
Ooh, the final boss. That would be an awesome tag, actually, to have in the Prince Cup, right? I think, having that, it's like, it's not that I believe in myself, and I'm one of the strongest players. It's that I'm simply the final boss. You will not get past me.
Kevin would pick that.
Yes, he would. No, he would pick the honored one. But anyway, here comes 8.
Oh, I mean, this is 8's Mew deck. Honestly, this list is from a few patches ago, running the Opera Epiclès, as well as a Heavy Strike, which I haven't seen in this deck in a long, long while, on top of double Paimon.
Oh yeah, that's quite interesting. Although double Paimon does make a lot of sense when you're running the Junior Zod package, because Paimon, as expensive as she is, if you get those Junior Zods down, it's pretty worth it, because having effectively infinite dice ramp across those crucial turns is super duper useful, especially with the weapons they're playing. Right, they're running a traditional weapon package.
I mean, when Mew's priority game plan is to skill on Mona and then ramp with 5 dice, Paimon does make sense, because Paimon Tamias, Paimon Wagner, and then you just get your weapon, 10 dice in the next round. It does make sense. It's just we haven't seen it in a while, because players these days are choosing to bring stuff like Lumenstone, stuff like Golden House, like Seedbox, in order to capitalize off of Lumenstone's deck cycling capabilities, as well as its more long-term value of generating Omni dice, and not being quite as reliant on having it in your hand turn 1.
Oh yes, absolutely. Now they do call themselves the unlucky roller, so hopefully Liben is able to scoop some of those up, and hopefully the unlucky roll just doesn't come in the first place, right? Because unlike Wagner and Timaeus, Paimon really does need those 2 aligned dice. So if you go all rainbow, you're gonna have a rough time.
Yeah, another thing interesting here is the Opera Epiclès, right? It only gives you dice if you have more equips than your opponent. And right now, we are in a very equip-heavy meta, so it's kind of a dice roll whether or not you're able to get more equipment than them. And Mew, it does have a lot of stuff, right? You have your Gildeds, you have your Instructors, you have a bunch of weapons. But I think a lot of other decks are able to equip faster, right? If we think about it, Farina decks, especially for Risley, they're able to stack so many Veterans Vicious and Makashoses. It's just, I don't know if you can compete against those matchups, so it's a very interesting pick in there.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that, especially with people, really diving into machine assembly right? Because I think the biggest thing is the fact that both Farina and Risley can deal self-piercing damage, so that really accelerates, machine assembly line's utility.
And, I mean, also, Risley has just so much combo potential with Farina and Veterans Vicious / Makashose Hunter, because, self-damage, self-healing could, double proc Revelry, double proc the Makashose Hunter, but that's all for another matchup.
Yes, absolutely. We're getting into it right now. So since we're on this starting screen, why don't we talk about the Leeway Harbor Tech Wharf that we talked about, a little earlier that we would talk about during the match.
Yeah, so Leeway Harbor Wharf, it's been a long time since we've seen this card. It used to be very, very powerful because of how much it could draw your hand, but it costs 2 aligned to play, and what it will do is that during the end phase, it will draw you 2 cards for 2 turns. So it's basically an end phase strategy. It's a condensed strategize, essentially.
Yes.
But the reason players run this is because a lot of decks are running the Mausoleum of King Deshret, right? Which, when it gets 4 stacks, it will put 2 Forbidden Knowledge in your deck, and it will gain a stack every time you draw a card. So by playing Wharf, in combination with your natural draw, it will instantly stack Deshret in the end phase to 4, so that you will only need to deal with 2 Forbidden Knowledges, as opposed to the 6 or 7 you would normally with a Lumenstone package.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's super huge to bypass Forbidden Knowledge, because we saw, even last week, do you remember the classic clip of someone drawing into 4 Forbidden Knowledge off of Stove, right? That's just oof. That's a big oof. There's really nothing you can do about that either, because you can't tune Forbidden Knowledge, so it's ultimately a brick in your hand.
And you can only play it once per round, so not only is it limiting what options you can play from your hand, it also might force you to overdraw your actual good cards as well.
Yes, absolutely. But looking at here and the board state that we have, Inzaghi has the Serpent talent, and it's starting on Scorpion, which is a little different from what they typically do. But just remembering from past matchups, in the past, moving on to a different character that's not your traditional starters, because you want to off-field some sort of element, right?
Yes. So Scorpion isn't that important early on. You do prefer the Serpent. So we are starting on the Scorpion here because we want Mona to get their initial Hydro application onto him. That way we can safely swap over onto the Serpent and avoid any reactions.
Yes, absolutely. And let's see here. Inzaghi definitely does have the dice for it. Holding 4 animals, so not only are they going to be able to play talent, but then also drop in a skill, draw the consecrated energy block, and then put that out, etc. Right, and then they might ramp out. Whoa! There's the stove into
Whoa.
talent. There we
Using
go.
Stove's new effect that I just got this patch, the rest of its effect is still the same, but now when you play Stove turn 1, it will always draw you into one of your talents,
hmm Yeah,
assuming you run it. If not, it just does nothing.
Yeah, no, and I'm a big fan of that change, right? I think Storm Terror's Lair is definitely still one of my favorite cards. Being able to draw you out talent cards if you're playing a more talent heavy deck, but this one really enables these strategies, especially because a Scorpion Serpent, rely or not necessarily rely, but it helps their gameplay so much. When they have their talent cards.
And it also kind of like adds power back into the arcane, which was severely hit when it got nerfed, to now drawing you rounds -1 cards as opposed to cards equals round. And now it gives it like a little more niche usage where if you're running that one talent you really, really want, here, you can run Stove and you can search for it turn 1. Or if you're playing a slower deck here, you can run Stove and you can draw. And then, and I mean, Stormtroopers there still has this niche of like if you're running more talents, you can search out more, and if you do have a skill that costs 4 or more, you also run it for that to discount it as well. But I think it's great that they're giving more power to these like weaker arcanes.
Yes, absolutely. Now, something that we talked about earlier, right, about the possibility of low roll. Well, 8, not necessarily low rolled, but technically, because they do have 3 rainbow dice, but they can shove that all into Lyman and probably equip an instructors or hold off if they want to hope for a gilded. But the turn looks pretty concluded for 8 at the moment, but Inzaghi needs to pass that turn back over before anything happens.
I will say that 8, unfortunately, did have to tune a Gambler's Earrings earlier in order to skill on Mona. I think that was the best card they could have tuned, given the current situation. But it's actually really unfortunate because, especially in this matchup, one of the things that Gamblers allows you to do, especially like when you go to that Wander, is if your opponent stays on Scorpion too long, Heavy Strike Normal Tech, because you're running in this deck, you can snipe Whale very easily.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's one of the big advantages. It's unfortunate that Wander has been slightly pushed, out of the meta, but not to an absurd degree, right? But whale sniping is a very big thing, which would be huge, right? Because as much as Serpent and Scorpion are threats on their own, they're pretty much nothing without an endgame whale.
I mean, Serpent and Scorpion is your early game threat. Those Consecrated Energy blocks, or Bone Crusher Energy blocks, let you charge up their burst so much faster than other characters, and they're only 2 energy on top of that. Their skills also generate immense value. Their burst even more so. They're very threatening characters early on, but they do lose steam rather quickly because they don't have any additional effects tied to it. And that's where Whale comes in to make up for that lack of damage with its scaling skill, being able to do like 6 damage later on. It is for sure the end game boss monster you're building toward. It's kind of unfortunate here that 8 can't get the snipe as cleanly anymore.
Yeah, no, especially not. One of the things, to consider is that, back when Overload and, of course, Mew themselves, right, was really popular, is the character order, which thankfully Inzaghi is in a character order where Whale likely isn't going to get hit anytime soon. But if for whatever reason the character order was different, right, Whale could actually be in significant danger early on.
I mean, character orders is that thing you don't really think about, but when you get into these competitive environments, when you are playing with characters that can hit you off field now, that like especially with Cube that can attack you with this and apply aura onto you off field and threaten to freeze on you. Overload's not as relevant anymore, but when you can force swap your opponent with Fwaf and get a double kill with that force swap, like these are things you need to be concerned about at the highest level.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now let's take a little bit of a deep dive into the board state right now. I really like the play from 8, not forcibly equipping instructors early, because now they have a free gilded, so that's pretty huge. There's also the heavy strike that we talked about earlier, which is, not something we conventionally see. I'll comment that a little more on later. And then on the other side, Inzaghi with decent cards, but only 1 Bone Cruncher's energy block. What do you think of this board state right now?
I mean, as always with turn 2 early game board states, Mew is favorite. I think in early game, if you have turn priority on Mew, you have Hydra on the opponent, you're going first, you played one of your setups already, you are more or less favored 90% of the time. We are going to swap over to Eula instead of the Wander and just freeze Serpent. I think this is a rather smart play from 8. One of the big early threats from this Conwheel deck is the Serpent Burst, right? Because it will double its damage for every 2 energy blocks you have. And then not to mention that Inzaghi is running 2 Adeptus Temptations as well, so he could very, very easily snipe the Wander of 8 if he's not careful.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, typically, people will look down on the opener from Mona into Eula, right? But I think in this matchup, it makes so much more sense, right? Because Serpent is such a threat, and being able to have that energy acceleration, which no other character really has access to in the game besides, other members of the Consecrated Beast family. I think this is definitely okay, for this start.
I think I still would have preferred the Wander to go Wander, right? Because there is a Lotus Flower Crisp currently in our hand. I would have preferred we get our swirls going because we can get Chunk out the whale. We could put pressure onto the Scorpion as well. We could chip down Inzaghi this turn where we do still have the advantage. Going Eula isn't like necessarily bad in Mute, especially because we already got 2 Hydra Auras because Inzaghi did decide to start the Scorpion. So we
Mhm.
do still have something to swirl off of, but the problem is now that it's a lot harder for us to get aura reapplication because it's
Mhm.
very low value to go back onto Monan's skill, and we kind of don't want to burn our Grimheart right now. Grimheart is kind of like Eula's surprise factor, where you come
Mhm.
in with it with Wolf's Greystone, with Fresh Wind of Freedom, and you try to get a double snipe.
Yes, absolutely. And there we go. We see Inzaghi using the Bone Crusher energy block to destroy the Legend of Vanessa, and also drawing out the Mausoleum of Destrit. So, ooh, I do wonder if we're gonna start seeing that played pretty soon.
I think against 8's deck, it's not very high value because 8 isn't running Lumenstone. We just saw them play a Libin. So
Hmm.
they're not going to be drawing a lot of the Forbidden Knowledges. It's not very high value. And I mean, Mew is a deck that doesn't care about draw too much. Once you have your initial artifacts, once you have your weapons, you don't need to search through your deck anymore. So there's not really a point in playing it.
Yes, absolutely. Now, looking back at what's happening right now, Inzaghi is unfortunately kind of forced to swap to Whale. Because it was going to be like, oh, swap to Scorpion. But then the problem with swapping to Scorpion, right, is that moving towards them would just kind of force you into a swap stall segment, which is not something you want to do against 8 right now, who's kind of taking the advantage.
I mean, if you go into swap stall against a player with more dice, more often than not, you are going to come at disadvantage. 8 going to tune the two tools and skill on the wheel, chucking it down to 3 HP. I mean, Inzaghi can't stay on the whale.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely not. It is very unfortunate, but they can't stay there. It's as much as it does hurt a little bit. I think Scorpion might be the okay play. What do you think?
I think now that 8 committed a skill, we have the dice advantage now. We can swap over onto. Oh no.
Ooh, that's a
I
little
think
scary. Oh,
there's the heavy strike. Inzaghi's gonna get punished for this.
oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Heavy strike punish. Here it comes. Mhm. Send me a little
Oh!
refresher on heavy strike,
Oh
if you don't mind, for the
no!
audience.
Yes, so what Heavy Strike does, it is a 1 cost card that will increase your next normal attack by 1, and it will also increase it by additional 1 to a total of +2 damage if your dice are at an even number. But, like, the 1 of Heavy Strike, Inzaghi didn't play around it because it's not a common card in Mew, and not a common card in most decks anymore. Inzaghi, like, forgot that it existed, forgot it was a threat, and leaving Whale at 3 HP open to a normal attack with empowered by Heavy Strike by Eula, and I think at this point, it's just GG's.
Yeah, losing Whale is such a big blow to your characters. As much as your Scorpion is healthy, your Serpent is not. You may have that fast swap, but 8 on the other side is also very healthy. Serpent isn't able to snipe people off field, unlike Scaramouche.
I think more importantly, though, you're playing against a freeze deck with 2 characters remaining. This is one of the big win cons of a freeze deck. If you can force your opponent to only 2 characters remaining, you could permanently freeze them for the rest of the game. Because you can't swap stall in between frozen characters anymore and then end on your third. You have to swap to your other character with aura to leave them vulnerable to that disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you saying that the Whale con got win conned?
I didn't know I was casting with Leah.
No, that's okay. Her presence will always be felt as one of the major casters of our sub. But anyways, back into it now. We did mention, of course, that Inzaghi is definitely struggling a little bit, but look at that hand! Oh
Well, that's
my
a great hand. Lots of Bone Crusher energy block. That would have given so much HP to Whale. Unfortunately, it is no longer with us.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Inzaghi is going for the play with the Scorpion Burst, discarding all 3 energy blocks because, they're going to try and at least eke out a little bit of damage because the best thing about Scorpion Burst, right, is that it really, messes with your breakpoints. Your character is going to be constantly losing 2 HP per action, and that's a big deal. This really racks up, especially with a deck that has no healing.
Yeah, I mean, there is a Lotus we can delay some of the damage that gets output onto us, but I think at this point the HP differential is a bit too high. Maybe if our whale was still alive, we could have leveraged the extra damage, the extra electro to even out the board state once again. I think at right now though it is a bit too late. Gilded re-equip thanks to that Lyre Song and Wander. There's even more dice, more draw in the pocket of 8. And we do have the Thousand Floating Dreams if we so wish to equip that as well.
Yes, absolutely. It's good to see 1,000 Floating Dreams again. I think it's one of the most unique catalysts in the game, right? You know, that unfortunately, has mostly been taken over by Tutalia's Remembrance.
I mean, that one's just such a great fit for Nouvelette, so...
Yeah, absolutely.
What can we do?
Yeah, no, undeniable. Charge attacks are always going to be wonderful, and discounting them for free. Even Wanderer, right? Majorly favors this weapon, so it's just going to be how it is.
I think Thousand Floating Dreams, though, is still the better fit, because you are doing so many swirls. You get to empower it just so often. Especially because its passive does work off-field. You don't need to be the on-field character, but I think in Nouvelette solo carry decks, or just in Nouvelette carry decks in general, it is the better play because it does save you more dice in the long run, which is more important for those decks. Mew doesn't really care about dice efficiency that much.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's do a little bit of math analysis on the board state here, right? Looks like Enagi pulls out the Bone Cruncher energy block to pull it, but and they pull it right back out. There we go. Would Inzaghi be able to play out the magic countdown into fast swap, into serpent, into burst, and properly lethal Scaramouche right now?
In order for that to happen, Inzaghi needs to top deck 5 Bone Cruncher energy blocks, which is not realistic.
That's not realistic.
This is only turn 3, right? Inzaghi just played 3 Bone Cruncher energy blocks, right? Discarded 3 Bone Cruncher's energy blocks to the Scorpion Burst. We saw Inzaghi play 2 more earlier, so that's 5. That is like the majority of the Bone Cruncher blocks that Serpent would have shuffled into the deck. And
he's going
Scorpion
for it.
would have shuffled an additional 4. So no, it is very unrealistic, especially with how thick his deck currently is. It's like a 1 in 7 that he does that at best.
Yeah, unfortunately, that would be the case. So Inzaghi needs to somehow bait 8 into doing another action to lower Scaramouche down to 5 HP, or hopefully something else happens there, because otherwise I can't really see how you can snipe off 8's biggest threat being Wanderer.
Scorpion Burst right now only does 4, so not like 8 doesn't just need to skill. Inzaghi also needs to do something to lower his Wanderer's HP by 1. Looks like we don't care though. We're going straight over to Serpent, most likely to skill in order to capitalize off of its draw from its skill.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Being able to draw out, those 1 extra cards, or potentially more, depending on your hand size, right? It has a special calculation in there. But let's see if they're able to make that work. Yeah, it gets the extra dice, so that's really nice. From the talent that they have.
Yeah, so Serpent Talent, what it does when you play it costs 1 Anemo dice. It will generate you 1 Bone Cruncher energy block, and once per turn, when you swap, it will generate you 1 aligned dice the character you swap to. So basically just a better Barbara talent.
Dang, the Barbara mains might come after you for that one. But there we go. Here's the hit onto Wanderer, and they draw out their Bone Cruncher energy block. Nothing else, unfortunately, that would really help them at this moment. Imagine if it was Adeptus.
Adeptus would have really bailed them out a little bit. I mean, unfortunately, they don't have the dice to play and also burst. They already played 1 Bone Cruncher energy block. We can see the little status there underneath Serpent. So wouldn't have helped out in this situation. The good news, though, is that burst on Serpent currently does, what is it, 2, 4, 8. Should do 8 damage right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's how math works. So Wanderer is within lethal range.
Yeah, Serpent math is always fun. I remember when I was working on a guide for it, I'm just like, wait, 2 times 2, wait, then times 4, and then times another one. It's like, it's the best thing I can think of is that it's a multiple of 16 once you pass the margin. So,
we kind of glossed over the Serpent skill before, but it is a very high impact skill. It does 2 animal damage, so it's a bit on the low side, but its utility is what really makes Serpent probably one of the strongest characters added this patch. It will also draw you 1 card plus an additional 1 for every Bone Cruncher energy blocks, up to a maximum of 3 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something so undeniably strong. Especially, right, you have Lumenstone, but the thing you can sometimes run into Lumenstone, especially if it comes a little late, like right now, of course, it's not actually being played right now, is that you need to be able to draw more cards to actually, be played to trigger the Lumenstone. And then Serpent, kind of enables that ability. And then, of course, on top of that, also just having Bone Cruncher's energy block to pull out. That's also super duper useful.
Burst feels so bad here. We
Mm,
just
on
burned one of
the
our.
serpent.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we burnt one of the Scorpion procs. Right now, Wander is 3 HP. I mean, if we burst, I mean, yes, Wander dies, but
Mhm.
that's all of our energy blocks gone. It's probably not
Yeah.
worth.
No, absolutely. Now, Inzaghi's doing a pretty decent play here, actually. They dropped down the Fontaine Research Institute, and they're going to go ahead and probably start burning at least 2 cards, by playing Legend of Vanessa, generating 4 dice, and yeah, there it goes. So they can get at least 1 more Omni dice. Will this pass them by breakpoint, though, Sume?
No, it won't. I mean, we mentioned this earlier, but skill only does 2. To compensate for its very impactful draw effect, it does less damage than the average skill. So
Mm-hmm.
if Inzaghi wants to kill Wander, they need to burst. I mean, bursting is okay, right? Because it would bring Eula to 2 HP, Mona to 3, and most importantly, it will discard the 4 energy blocks currently in hand, which will put the Fontaine Research Institute onto 6 stacks and generate an additional energy dice.
Mm-hmm.
Omni dice, sorry, for a skill.
Yeah, and that's actually, once again, there we go. We get to see that thing in play, because Inzaghi just generated, at least 2 more dice from that. So they can get 1 more skill out, but it is staring down, Mona plus Eula. So that's the freeze comp. And oh boy, let's see if 8 can wiggle their way out. Because they're getting a little low on HP, right?
They are certainly a low HP. They need to play Lotus if they want to live. Yeah, and they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very critical here to keep Mona alive for just a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and now both characters have Hydro applied to them, and there's no Joyous to save Inzaghi at this rate. So it's going to be purely reliant on the Eula endgame now. How are we feeling about the breakpoint, Sumi? Because we have Lotus, but Eula herself is only at 2 HP. But I guess the Scorpion Burst is gone, huh?
Will be lowered to 1 if Inzaghi does decide to skill on Serpent, but I don't think it matters, right? Because look at what we have in hand. We have a second Lotus, we also have a Fresh Wind of Freedom.
That is true. Our good old friend Fresh Wind and Freedom, one of my favorite arcane cards out here. Extends the turn after you take a hit. Yep.
Oh, Inzaghi ends on Serpent.
Ooh, wait.
That's an issue.
Yeah, that is an issue. See here.
I mean, we're about to see why Fresh Wind of Freedom is just so great in Mew.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. To finish my sentence on the Fresh Wind and Freedom, what I mean by taking a hit, I mean taking a lethal on your opponent, and then you can move again immediately. So it's pretty strong. And like Sumi said, we're gonna see. You're about to see why. There it is, Fresh Wind and Freedom. And boom, Serpent is down, and the turn remains on 8's side.
Yeah, they get a second action if they are able to take out one of the opposing characters. And then we can see generates the Grimheart right now in combination with the freeze. Scorpion goes down as well. This will be 8, taking game 1 with Mew over Inzaghi playing Conwhale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh boy, what a tough match. I think, the biggest thing, right, is that you can't lose that whale, early on. It's such a weak state, only 5 HP, that it can be easily sniped off if you have some form of deck that has off-field targeting or disruption. So, unfortunate, but GG's to both players for the first match.
No, I mean, great play from 8, though, realizing the opportunity, playing the heavy strike at just the perfect moment to snipe whale, but also a moment of carelessness for Inzaghi. I think he's much used to playing the newer lists of Mew, and more against Sue, which is more popular in the Pacific region, right? They play things like Golden House, like the Sea Dispenser. They don't play things like the heavy strike.
Yeah, no, not typically. It's usually up for debate. I think the biggest reason of a heavy strike getting phased out, of course, is that being able to guarantee draw or have mass draw of things like treasure. Those always feel so much more valuable. But being able to do those +2 damage is huge. That's not something that treasure can give you as much as it gives you healing extra actions, which is always generally better. But being able to have that surprise factor is humongous, and we saw how much it turned this game around, right?
And that surprise factor was all it took. Like, the game was looking relatively even, and Inzaghi was just about to take the lead. We saw how close the game was, right? Mona was 1 HP, Eula was 1 HP. If that whale was just alive for that little bit longer, if the whale was able to help apply some Hydro for some Electro Charge, even Electro Charge swirls, it could have been a completely different game. But that slight moment of vulnerability was all it took.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Sumi, I think we're excited for the next match, right? Because 8 just won on the Mew deck. So, who's coming next?
Ah, it's Kave. Let's go, my
Mhm.
boy.
All right, let's see how Kave performs. I'm very excited to actually see Kave. I've had, my opinions, right? It's like I feel like they probably won't show up in the Prince Cup, but hey, these players are always willing to bring something new to the table and throw curveballs at their opponents, right? I think the ability to change up decks between, their sets, really adds that surprise factor, right?
Yeah, I mean, it lets you decide to pick your matchups. If you're winning, your opponent could flop things up and try to even the games out, which Inzaghi doesn't appear to wish to do so. They are running Conwheel into 8 Kave. This isn't a matchup we've basically seen at all this tournament, so I'm not entirely sure who is favored.
Let's see here. I think if we weigh in on it, right, the biggest enemy of both Yunjin and Kave style decks, right, who are, intended to discard, intended to throw out as much damage as possible. Their biggest enemy is freeze. However, we have Serpent, which, they don't freeze anything, but they can deal 10 damage plus, instantly, which once Kave's gone, I hope you had burst scans because otherwise you're going to have a hard time.
I mean, it's not just about the burst scan. It's also about applying the Dendro, because you can't have burst scan triggered without blooms. And the only Dendro applicator on that team for the blooms is Kave. So heavily relying on that mono carry. If he gets sniped, it's basically, we're going to get a repeat of game 1. But just a reminder of Inzaghi's Conwheel deck, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, we already saw most of this deck, so we don't have too many comments. One of the things that I do like, about the Conwheel and the modern tech that we've been seeing, right, is that Worf and the Legend of Vanessa are pretty near and dear to Inzaghi's heart because, right, Worf was originally probably one of the best tools for even like traditional like aggro combo, right? Because it just draws you so much cards, and now it's being used to counter Mausoleum, right?
I mean, it draws you a lot of cards, so it is just individually strong, although it's slightly weaker because it is slower, a lot more decks are faster paced, and it is quite investment heavy with 2 aligned dice, but to counter a card as prevalent as Mausoleum, I think it's more than worth it. Here we go, though. This is 8's deck, unfortunately not running 3 arcane tech, only running the Judgment, and also running other discard focus cards like the Fontaine Research Institute, as well as the Cathode mixed in there for some fast swaps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not something I was expecting for this one. I was really expecting the triple arcane, but maybe they have some other things that they've tested in their time to figure out if what is stronger, right? But my biggest thing, right, is the defensive utility, which I never ran in one of my decks, is going to be the Lotus, right?
Yeah, the one-of Lotus Flower Critters could very easily be discarded from Kave's Burst Scan, although with talent mixed in there, perhaps a little bit lower on the probability scale. But I think most Kave Whale decks prefer to run only 3-cost weapons because not only will it increase the damage of your blooms, it also makes Whale's HP stacking a lot easier. So running things like the Kusava, the Cathode, and the Fontaine Research Institute could ruin that for 8 if they get unlucky with these rolls.
Oh yes, absolutely. It'll be very exciting to see, how 8 plays this deck because we're very used to, like you said, right, full weapon Kave, go big or go home. But I think the addition of Kusava, right, and having that dice efficiency is going to be very interesting to see if this can cause Kave, to really ramp up, how many times he can, get hits in before he falls inevitably.
I mean, Kusava will also increase the speed at which Whale generates HP, right? Because it will discard things on its own. It'll also discount the dice for the first 2 actions, assuming you don't play an action card. So that you can get more Dendro on Kave, get more burst scan stacks, but it'll also tune through your hand a lot faster.
Absolutely. Here we go. Just past the Molbai. Nice. We got an early Farina talent as well as, a weapon to discard. Kusava, Judgment, holding on to it because, that's right. Sumi, if you want to give a little insight onto this, Judgment is super huge into Conwheel, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can't play those energy blocks. It's a huge detriment. One of the big threats of Conwheel are those energy blocks. It gives you dice. It also gives Whale HP depending on what you discard. And it will also, more importantly, give the Consecrated Beast 1 energy.
Yep, absolutely. And that energy is super duper key, for letting Inzaghi pop off with, either of the characters, especially Serpent, right? Not being able to get that snipe anymore. And looks like they might be preparing for it because look at Inzaghi's hand, right? They kept not only Worf, of course, for obvious reasons, like to counter Desperate, but also because the existence of double magic countdown turn 1. That is quite significant.
Yeah, Inzaghi might just be prepared for a full ramp turn 1. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Conwheel is an aggro deck. It does do a lot of early damage, but unlike a lot of different aggro decks, like the Cleave Ape, which was so much more prevalent back in like the
3.5.
3.4 day, 3.5
Yeah.
to 3.4, Kave Whale doesn't really have an FTK.
Yeah, no, definitely doesn't. It can get pretty close, but not quite enough. Now, what do you think? Do you think Inzaghi's lines are going to be they're always going to draw talent for sure, but do you think they're going to use both their magic countdowns or at least one to pull as many cards out of their hand as possible?
I think it is a consideration. We do have the dice for it, right? We can double countdown Warp, but no, it is just swapping the Serpent to pass the turn.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
what Inzaghi is trying to do here is they want to have Kave. They want to have Kave apply the Dendro onto one of the characters that they're not going to end the turn on, whether that's be on Whale or preferably the Scorpion, and then they want to end the turn on a character without Dendro, tank the summon to deny that turn 1 burst scan. Yes, you are leaving yourself vulnerable to burst scan turn 2.
Mm-hmm.
But if you play this right, you can theoretically deny a burst scan until end of turn 2, which is what we saw a lot of players do against Nilu Bloom decks.
Mm-hmm, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, being able to dodge, quote unquote, dodge the bloom is pretty huge, especially with how much damage Kave themselves can output with this deck. So it's definitely a good move. Inzaghi just won the 50-50 with their talent cards, right? They dropped out the Serpent talent instead of the Scorpion talent. So that's huge. They're going to maintain their dice efficiency that they lost early in the round and also have that Bone Cruncher's energy block ready to roll.
Now, though, it is still, unfortunately, in this case, their turn. It's just, what do we swap to? Unlikely to have a fast swap in this deck. I mean, we know they don't, unless they play the Catherine early, which I think is a mistake. So they could just swap Whale, swap Scorpion, tank the Bloom, right? And then they go Scorpion end turn?
Mm-hmm, right.
Oh, we're going in for it.
Yeah, we're going in for it. Alrighty. Yeah, use the Bone Crunchers to gain that extra dice. Now they just need to tune one thing so they can drop in a skill. And there we go. We have just enough dice left to either go for a Scorpion skill or play Worf.
Drawing back the countdown as well, thanks to Serpent's self-draw. 8 is going to swap onto the Cave as we expected. We want to get those burst scans early. We want to apply, more importantly, the Dendro early, because that is what we're reliant on for our damage.
Mm-hmm, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very good that Inzaghi has the burst locked in. Ooh, Whale swap? Wait, Sumi. Oh no. Wait.
Oh. Okay, Inzaghi is not going to end Whale. It is never the play.
Good.
Yeah, as expected, they are going to swap over to Scorpion. Unfortunately, aren't going to be able to deny the Bloom until the end of turn 2 because of that summon. We'll play some Hydro end phase.
Mm-hmm.
But we deny a little bit of that efficiency. We don't get a double Bloom for 8, which is rather crucial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. Not having that Bloom early, once again, like we talked about, is going to slow down the damage significantly. The one thing that scares me about Kusava is if 8 did not draw the 2 weapons there, they actually had a chance of, discarding Judgment, and that would be very bad.
It would have also bricked Whale's HP stacking. Ow, that dice don't look good.
Ooh, the unlucky roller tag, unfortunately, coming into play here. Inzaghi's dice are okay, but he can definitely tune them out. And he also has... Actually, no, you can't play Legend of Vanessa just yet. You can soon, though.
You know what would have fixed this dice?
Mm-hmm.
If A had 3 Arcane to tune.
True! That's right. That's what the 3 Arcane is for. And you can only play... actually, since we're actually in the match, why don't we talk about 3 Arcane while their turn is rolling through? You mind informing us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so you run 3 Arcane Legends, as I mentioned earlier, because they cost 0 dice, unless it is Judgment. That one costs 1 dice, so you don't play Judgment. And then you tune them all whenever you need dice, right? Because the way Whale works is that it will gain 1 stack every time you discard a card up to a max of 3. If you discard 2 of the same cost cards, it will heal 1 HP. And if you discard 3 of the same cost cards, it will heal 3 HP. So you discard 3 Arcanes, you fix your dice. Then Will heals 2 HP, gains 3 stacks, and accelerates its damage stacking.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very difficult character to keep track of, but being able to work out and keep track every single card you tune, is very crucial. And of course, arcanes being, everything being a 0 cost except for judgment, but is pretty huge. And of course, the second thing about triple arcane is being able to counter matchup. Right? Traditionally, I believe it is the Days of Resistance, the Joyous Celebration, and one more. I'm not quite remembering.
It is Stove, I think.
Stove. That's where it is.
It's Joyous, Resistance, and Stove.
Yeah, so you have the ability to cleanse if you ever run into that matchup. You have the ability to reduce damage, especially on Kave because he really needs that. And then, of course, if you really want to draw out that talent, then you can use Stove or just draw anything out in general, right? Yeah, now back onto the match at hand. Inzaghi has a decent hand, having double Adeptus, so, if there's any question, they could finish off one of 8's characters instantly. That is not something that we have to worry about. But, 8, still has yet to play Judgment. It's probably not the turn for it, eh?
No, I mean, a lot of these decks do like to pop off turn 3, and also Inzaghi just doesn't have the resources in hand to really be a threat this turn, but staying on the Scorpion is going to be a real pain for 8. Unfortunately, an 8 can't actually kill a Scorpion here, because with 4 cards in hand, in theory, 2 of those could be energy blocks, and 1 could be an Adeptus. An Adeptus burst on 2 energy blocks will do 7, so Kave would die there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do kind of wonder. Actually, no. It's unfortunate that Inzaghi's dice, aren't the best. They're good for Serpent, but not for Scorpion, because Scorpion is so low in HP. Even if you don't have, that damage that can go off field, when you're playing Animo characters. My issue with this is that, Inzaghi doesn't have a fast swap, so they can no longer swap to Scorpion safely. And yeah, they're gonna play, the Magic Countdown to draw everything and hopefully find something that they can use. And hey, fix their dice too, so there you go.
They did draw that second Bone Cruncher energy block, though, so if they do burst, they will get 2 stacks of the Scorpion damage thing. I forgot the exact name, but it will do 2 electro damage every time 8 does an action with no limit per turn, so it's just Electro Cleavers.
Here, let me grab the name. I believe it's like Thunderbolt Trap. That should be what it's called. But yes, there it goes. The discard and then 2 stacks onto Farina. Or just add the entire team, right? So Kave does not have, or just the team in general does not have a lot of HP left. Farina does heal that a little bit.
Wait, telling is Hydro damage normal attacks?
Yeah, there it is. That was the thing I aimed to mention. But one of the abilities of Farina is going to be that special talent card, which has different effects based on your RK state or your Numa Usha state. But one of them is going to be the Hydro damage normals, and that's going to be enough to knock out the Scorpion. Huge.
Oh no, we're about to eat a burst scan as well.
Oh yeah.
Tune the Judgment as well. Oh wait, we don't even need to because of Fontaine Research Institute.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah, Inzaghi's a bit cooked here.
Yeah, no, the game is immediately turning around thanks to, those talent cards. Why, a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of, Farina talent card, only because, it's a talent card. You still have to deal with the drawing and stuff, but here it goes. Has enough HP for Farina Summon to go twice and knocks out the Serpent. And now we're on Whale solo versus 8's, pretty healthy characters.
It is the Whale off, and once again, we could burn Judgment. We drew Makashose Hunter as well as Catherine, one of our very few 1-cost cards. So let's see if the worst comes to worst.
Oh no! There goes.
That's unlucky.
That's a little unlucky. Does deal 4 damage. Still a little unlucky though.
I don't. At this point though, I think Inzaghi's will is just always that at this point, because skill right now will do 4 damage plus a very likely 4 damage follow-up attack for a total of 8. Assuming Inzaghi draws 3 costs, and with their deck, it is fairly high. The chances are very high.
Yeah, no, most definitely. The thing is here, yeah, no, there's really no you could tune some cards, right? But outside of that, I don't think Inzaghi's gonna be able to heal up enough HP to take down Whale's 8's Whale, right? Because oh boy, 11 HP, and they have plenty of dice to work with, so
very unlikely to heal beyond that 8 HP breakpoint, especially because Inzaghi isn't running any defensive options like Lotus Flower Crisp or even a Hash Brown. those cards have been becoming less popular as players tend to focus more on the dice generation side of things as opposed to sustain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's also kind of hard to run, those kind of cards right inside, a whale deck because you're trying to go for the 3 cost discards to, or just any all those discards to make sure they line up so you can get that more bonus HP.
It is still Inzagi's turn, though. Maybe they can pull a rabbit out of the hat to pull this game back. Very unlikely, though. Fonte Research Institute slowly stacking up those stacks, starting an extra Omni dice. I mean, Inzagi has all the dice in the world, but unfortunately, just not the HP to use it.
Yeah, definitely. They even got max value out of their artifact as well, sitting at 12 dice. But let's see. They should be able to skill right now, and then they'll discard the Marishose Hunter, which is the 3-cost artifact in their hand. After that, though, what are you thinking?
After that, you just die because we have no heal. We can never live 2 attacks from 8. It's just impossible. Mathematically speaking, it is just not possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, the math does not work out. Yeah, tunes another. That's going to be probably the last dice that you can tune. So many dice generated actually pushes off the screen.
Funnily enough, if they had the Legend of Vanessa, they can go brick their dice to tune more.
True. Yes, that is one of the big advantages of Vanessa and why it's in here, right? But also, just in general, right? Being able to turn everything back into rainbow dice and then retune everything out is pretty nice. So
it's actually a really funny thing that this Kave Will deck will do. If you are running the only 3-cost deck, I'll sometimes intentionally make your dice bad so you can tune more.
Yeah, tune more to feed the whale, and also if you have the Fontaine Research Institute, you can also do that as well. But there we go.
I mean, Inzagi managed to get the whale up over to 8 HP, which will let it live just that little bit longer. Oh, the whale tuning the Catherine in hand, but oh no!
Oh no! Yeah, there we go. Big reason why we're saying oh no is because burst scan deals damage based off the cost of the card, and that's probably the worst one you can get. You can see the burst scan only did a pitiful 1 damage. So
if 8 drew a 3-cost, will it be at 1 HP and then a skill always kills? Not that it matters because skill into normal attack I think wins anyways. Not to mention that all things come to worst, skill swap Kave normal. Right, that also wins because I'll generate us another burst scan because we would have a bloom after this this skill with whale. So I think we always win here no matter what. It's just a little bit unfortunate that it got delayed a little bit.
Yeah, got delayed a little bit, but we're gonna let them have their last hurrah. The whale on 8 side will go down, and then Kave will be able to say "Feast your eyes," and then GG's.
Yeah, I mean, Inzagi, no more cards to tune. Not the dice to tune anyway. I never thought having good dice would be a problem, but here we are in the year 2024.
Right? Yeah, that's just kind of the evolution of the TCG. It goes through. It always throws some sort of new, crazy mechanic where you have to start playing different strategies, and having to low roll, or intentionally low roll your dice is definitely not the one I expected to ever come up, right?
No, not indeed, but here we go. I mean, a skill brings Will down to 1 HP and then swapping over to Kave to finish off with a normal attack. That will be a 2-0 from 8. Our underdog against Inzagi, the protagonist. That is kind of a surprise. I'm speechless right now.
Yeah, they did get some of those unlucky rolls, but in the world of Kave and Whale, that's definitely not a problem, right? Pretty tough match. I think the biggest thing, right, is having to take that early damage on Whale to dodge the bloom really impacted how much HP they were able to bring to the end game, right? And also that Farina talent.
I mean, it's not just that. I think both decks are rather aggressive, right? Because in Conwheel, you want to charge the burst and then keep pressuring your opponent with infinite energy and more dice than they can handle early on. Whereas Kave is like you generate these blooms, you get the burst scan, and just punch them over and over and over again with your attack. So both decks had like that fast, aggressive, all or nothing playstyle.
Yep.
But surprisingly, Kave was faster.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I think that's the big difference. Because like you said, the all or nothing, sort of play style. Whale has some, Conwhale has some of those, chances to, bring themselves back from the depths, right? But then on Kave's side, it's even faster, but it's fully reliant on, those draw. Because could you imagine, right, if for whatever reason, 8 was only able to draw out 0 cost for every burst scan, that would actually set them back so far.
Yes, I mean, kind of got lucky with the RNG. Didn't draw the zero cost until it was more than too late for Inzaghi. So that is rather fortunate, but that is what you build your deck around.
Yep, but thankfully, once again, this is the fresh bracket in the new group, right? So Inzaghi may have lost, but they're not down for the count. They have, a chance in the lower bracket, and A is going to move on, in the upper bracket.
Speaking of matches, though, we're not quite done for today. We have another one with Yuan and Mango, and I mean, with how well Kabe did, we might see it again today.
Yeah, the players, while they're waiting, they might be checking it. It's like, hey, wait a minute, that worked. Let me try that.
And no need to be scared of Conwhale when you have the other whale.
Yeah, the other whale. Of course, it will be a sacrifice for that. And yeah, I believe we'll be getting onto that match, in a little bit. But that's pretty fun. Regardless, I think we are jumping to maybe a short break now.
Eventually, but we got some stuff to work through. I mean, Conwhale, despite being probably like the premier deck that we've been promoting throughout the tournament, isn't actually doing very well. Just checked the stats recently. It is below 50%, sitting somewhere in the low 40s.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can start probably talking about our next players, while we're waiting right now. It's going to be Yuan, who qualified through Series Showdown as well. I think we actually have a lot, pretty much, I think the biggest thing about the 4 players that we're covering today is they all qualified through Series Showdown, which, personally I consider to be the harder form of those tournaments, to get into this massive event being the Prince Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Series Showdown is quite different from the wild card. I mean, wild card, you do need to play more games for it, but it's the consistency of qualifying through Series Showdown, right? Because you have to place very highly in the Cattails Gatherings, which you need to play for many, many patches in a row to gather points. And then you have to go to the Series Showdown tournament, which you need to face similar, consistent, top-tier players in order to qualify. I mean, wildcard is also difficult, right? But you don't need to face as many consistently difficult opponents.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with the difference, right, is that someone's like, oh well, wild card, maybe you play with like less matches, but the thing about wild card is that you have only one life in there. If you lose, you're out. And I think both of us actually participated in the wild card on the America side of things, right? And we know how tough that is. Because I think both of us made it to top 32 respectively, eh?
It's not just about the difficulty of your opponents, it's also the mental state, right? Because I've played the wildcard, I did get top 32. I should have gone further, but
yeah,
in my games 2 and 3, like I always won game 1, and then game 2, I feel like I always got high rolled. And by the time I got to game 3, I was just so tilted out of my mind, I could not play properly. I made dumb mistakes. So it's not just about the game; it's also about your mental. And if your mental crumbles, so will your performance.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm sure we'll have time to blow off the steam and mold a little bit later, because we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break before we move on to the next match. We'll be right back with more exciting TCG gameplay for you all.
See you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Prince Cup Pacific. Once again, Gojo Creations, and to my other side is Sumi.
Hello, we are back for the very last game of the day between Yuan and Mango.
Last but certainly not least, as we're only kicking off Group B, once we go into the next weekend, we're gonna have way more games, and of course, the rest of Group B, and 4 more plays that we haven't even gotten a chance to see today. And of course, if you want to catch all of this action, Sumi, where can we find all of the Prince Cup streams?
I mean, you can find the stream where we are right now at twitch.tv/AstraCarnival. They also have a YouTube channel there. And if you do go to the YouTube, you can also find weekly highlights from these streams.
Yes, absolutely. You can find those weekly highlights on the YouTube channel. Super nice way to keep up with all of the tournament if you're not able to watch, the show live, or if you don't want to scroll through the VOD. And of course, you can also find it on TikTok and Twitter/X.
Yeah, I mean, they'll post a lot of notices there, mainly about other tournament stuff when sign-up starts, also any live events or any stream events going on, so they'll notify you of all the stuff over on their social medias.
Yeah, but we'll be jumping into our match pretty soon. I think we're going to see the deck picks that we got. Here's the bracket first. Here we go. As you can see, Yuan versus Mango, that's second. The second bracket down from the match that we just watched, and this should be pretty exciting, right? We have a good amount of history on some of these players.
Mango in particular, I know you said you looked up his history a little bit. Yuan is, once again, a dark horse, but don't underestimate him just because of that. We just saw 8 do a huge upset versus Enagi.
Absolutely. Yep. And then moving in to Mango themselves, going into a little more detail what they have. They also qualified through Series Showdown, just like Yuan, but they have these, pretty significant achievements under their belt. The Korea Prince Cup in top 4, and the Castles Gathering Asia Season 4, the top 8. So those are pretty big achievements, specifically Prince Cup, right? The thing that we're casting right now, Prince Cup, is a really big deal, to have under your belt. So yeah, here is the deck showcase.
We have Yuan, the underdog, versus Mango, the unlucky roll. Yuan's going to start off with the Ligra Armory deck. We saw, who was to bring this last week?
It was Amaru or Amal.
It was Amaru who brought it versus Shufen, which actually won against their Magic Dragon deck. This time going up against a lot faster pace deck with the Yunjin from Mango's side.
Yeah, it's good to see Yunjin back. It should be able to keep up, with the similar tempo, although I would be worried about, if any freeze comes down. Not likely considering how the deck plays, but still, something to consideration. Also, we get to see their lovely profile picture, Sijuin, who's coming out very soon.
Here we go, though. This is Yuan's Ligra Armory deck, running the triple Ligra tech for the Lithic Spear, also running a ton of weapon discounts with a double Wagner and the Master Zhang. The one difference that Yuan has against Amaru is that they're deciding to run 2 Wagners for the search, as opposed to 2 Master Zhang, which could let them get more discounts. Other than that, though, this list is kind of what you would expect for this meta, with the double Lumen Stones, double Sealy, double Strategize to Search, and also a bunch of discounts, the Unseen Razors, the Golden Houses, and the Rhythm of the Great Dreams.
Absolutely. Hopefully the other opposing deck is not running, King Deshret's Mausoleum, because I think Lumenstone probably gets the hardest punished by that card, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the consistency of the Lumenstone draw. You want to proc it every single turn, so it does indeed get hard punched, especially in conjunction with other draw options like the Strategize and like the Sealies.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yuan did pick the underdog tag, and moving over to Mango's side, unlucky roller. We'll see if that becomes relevant this time, eh?
I mean, Yunjin is a deck that actually does need you to roll quite high early on. This list is rather standard, though. They are running double Lumenstone, which I know quite a few players do dislike. They're running the double zone contracts as well, because this deck really does like to just ramp on 8 turn 1. The double Jade Spear for the 50-50 weapon banner tech. And the one thing that's different in this deck compared to others is that Joyous Celebration in order to avoid freeze.
Yeah, absolutely. Joyous Celebration, is definitely a pretty important card in this deck, like you said, to avoid any freeze matchups, which it's possible we see it, in this matchup because you have a Cryo and Hydro character, but not really how the deck plays. But regardless, it's cool to see that teched in. Of course, we said that Yunjin is having a little bit of a hard time in these really high-level competitive matches, but, Mango is willing to adapt and stick with it.
I mean, Yunjin is a deck that really gets disrupted by freeze, which Yuan is running, although the freeze access for Yuan's deck isn't as high as something like Amiyu, or even for Rizely, which notoriously has rather low freeze uptime until you get everyone set up properly. So, I mean, Yunjin should have a fairly decent matchup here. One thing I will point out, though, is that Yunjin and Zhongli are Geo units, which means Joy Celebration will not actually cleanse on them. Mango would need to swap over to Seahorse first.
Yes, absolutely. Joyous Celebration is limited, to the other elements that aren't Geo or Animo. So not being able to have those abilities on field, really does limit its usages. So if anything, this is a little bit of risk, but Mango is going to roll with it. Let's see, how well they can play around with this Joyous Celebration.
Starting off pretty well, the Lumenstone, Dignity Dart Strategize, and Wagner, they can certainly get a good amount of dice being carried over into the next round. Ideally, that Strategize will draw them a Stone in contracts, but I mean, as long as Wagner gets the Jade Spear, I think Mango is sitting pretty.
Yes, absolutely. There we go. Starting on Seahorse, once again, off-fielding that application early on, to some side carry, where you want the, freeze application to move to someone else. That way your hyper carry can stay, more intact as the match goes on.
I mean, you will have to worry about that swirl if Yuan decides to go for that play, although it is very unlikely. When we saw Amaru play this deck, it was very much just like a Shenhe rush, and then we transitioned into Zhao and then into Yelan as our characters get taken out one by one. So this is very much a left to right deck, where we just sit here and abuse the extra value we get from our weapons until our opponent forces us to stop doing that.
Oh yes, absolutely. Let's see what they draw because like we said the opener, both players have pretty decent starts, but of course it is reliant on them actually drawing anything out. So Lumenstone into the draw. There we go. We can definitely work with this.
Legend of Vanessa is a great card for Yunjin to have because it will generate you +1 dice, but it also gives you like more dice to tune for to get rid of your hand. Actually, something I didn't realize until now is that Mango actually isn't running Yunjin talent.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a big deal. Because Yunjin talent being able to boost your damage by 2, giving your normal attacks even more potency, than you typically would. That's a little scary to not have that in this deck. I think the breakpoints will work out.
Getting unlucky with a Wagner here, grabbing the Lithic Spear instead of the Jade Spear or the Moon Piercer, which you would prefer. I think running Lithic Spear in this deck is kind of a mistake. Because Yunjin isn't really HP dependent. Like, you're going to swap Slur on anyways if she's under threat, so there's no reason to bring even more sustain into it. I would have preferred if we saw something like the Skyward Spine, so we get more damage if we do get unlucky and draw our third option.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Lithic really only being run in there for that defensive utility because you have 2 leeway characters, so you can get a decent amount of advantage out of it. Regardless, not being able to deal damage, is kind of be the bread and butter. And like you said earlier, not having Yunjin talent is another hit to the total amount of damage that Mango can dish out. So we got to watch out for that. All right, there we go.
Oh, Mango also ended their turn, just played their entire hand, so if Yuan wants to go for it, they could swirl on Zhao. Decides not to, will charge that Shenhe Burst as expected.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I definitely, as much as it's a little scary, start pushing your entire turn out and ending on Seahorse isn't the worst thing because not only did they get the value from Seahorse's passage to draw a card before their shield was broken, but also, all that cryo application is staying on Seahorse until, they swap over.
And while there is a slight pause in the gameplay, I would like to remind our players that if you can see in between their sandwich in between Yuan and Mango's portraits, when it pops up again, there will be a QR code. If you scan that, it will lead you to a form which lets you submit the feedback to us and let us know what we can improve for our stream. So if you have any complaints or anything you would like to see us do, be sure to scan that QR code and give us your feedback.
Absolutely. Feedback is always appreciated. It really helps us out. Shows us what we're doing right. But yes, regardless, on to the current match state. Their hands are, Mango's hand actually is very full. They better start spending if they don't want to overdraw.
Here comes the classic swap stall. I mean, Yuan wants to get the Shenhe Burst out. Mango wants to go to Yunjin, but on both sides, they feel if they go for their play, the opponent has too much dice and just too much threat. So both players trying to slow the pace of this game down, make their opponent have less dice to work with. so their characters are safer in the long run and will take less damage.
Yeah, the thing about this swap stall though is that Mango is kind of crushing in the dice economy. Yuan did not have any form of like traditional ramp on their side, so they're sitting at only 6 dice and not too many ways to regenerate. Whereas Mango, had the Liven and also just dropped in the Legend of Vanessa, and now they're gonna do it again. Oh my goodness, 10 dice. Oh boy.
It could still be more. We have a Woven in hand, we have Minty Meat Reels, we have a Gamblers, which could even more resets. But for now, the extra dice from the Legend of Vanessa will just be used for swap stall. And unfortunately, we talked about how we can brick our dice with Legend of Vanessa to 2 more on Yunjin. We kind of don't want that right now because we have yet to burst, we have yet to skill. So Yunjin really does need that Geodice in order to get those flags going.
Yes, absolutely. As much as Yunjin may benefit from the damage on her skill with 1 tune, it's not like Whale where tuning infinitely, will always help you. This one you really only ever need it once. So Mango is going to have to waste a little bit of their resources early on so they can actually get the Yunjin skill out, which is so crucial.
Yeah, I mean, Mango will need to tune at the very least 4 more if they want to decide to do the classic skill normal burst line. Unfortunately, if they do decide to do that, they're going to have to start tuning some pretty high value cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we can see the dice differential really coming into play because at this rate, Yuan really can't swap stall anymore, or at least not right now from Shenhe, because otherwise they're not going to get their burst out, and losing that cryo application, when you're facing down a 8 dice Yunjin is definitely not great.
No, it absolutely is not. But on the other hand, I think generally speaking, once you get Shenhe burst down, that is more or less the end of her role. Yes, you would like another Icicle reset, so you can do the 3 damage swirls on the opposing characters. Especially after the nerfs where it's 3 to 2, you only get 3 damage swirl into 1, so it is really nice to get that reset. Sometimes though, we just need to let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, let bygones be bygones. Some adjustments for especially the Animo matchups, right? It's actually really cool to see Shenhe and Xiao back at it again, right? We can remember the classic Shenemo, right? Doing 4 damage swirls. That was always a fun time.
Oh yeah, that was certainly a time. Unfortunately, the deck isn't quite as popular anymore. Finally though, Yuan will go in playing the Sealy and Shenhe bursting. Yunjin, now with Cryo on her, could still be cleansed with that Joy Celebration, assuming it's not tuned, because I said this before, but our dice really aren't the best.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Mango's gonna have to play this very carefully, start parsing out their resources so they can properly get off at least the Yunjin skill, normal attack, and possibly, is it even realistic? Let's look at the hand right now, right? We have, let's see, 3, and then, oh, well, not anymore. 3 plus 3, we have 6 cards, now 7, thanks to Vonarada coming in. But, some of these cards are a little too crucial, I'd say, to ever tune out.
I do agree with you. I think a lot of these cards are really crucial for a commentator. I mean, the Donuzard can go, so Equipment Lithic Spirit as well. This skill's gonna do a little bit more damage. I think because we just top deck that Vonarana, we should be skill normal attacking and then swapping the Seahorse, cleansing the Crowd with our Joy Celebration, and then just playing the Vonarana into the Stone and Contracts to pass for next turn. Because we can't get our burst off and also capitalize it off this round, so we may as well just try to preserve some of our resources into the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Yuan having a little bit of that ramp. Ooh, something a little different.
Yeah, just as I said it, they tuned the Stone and Contracts and said, playing the Minty Meat Rolls, we are going in this round.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were about to discuss about, like, hey, they might slow down a little bit, but they said, no thank you, I'm going in right now. Flying right in with Yunjin should be a normal attack, I believe. Let's see here.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Tuning 1 and playing the Vonarana as well. This discounts Yunjin's normal attack to only 1 unaligned dice.
Yep.
Unfortunately, no reset for the Gamblers just yet, but if we burst, that very much is it.
Yep. And there we go. Shenhe goes down. I believe the Gambler should. Yep, there we go. All right, now, do you burst or do you run?
I mean, if we run, we can carry 2 Omni Dice over the next round. If we could stay in burst, the issue is, though, that Yuan will very much likely just swap over to Yelan, and then because they have turn priority, because they get it first, our Yunjin's going to get frozen before we could really capitalize off of weapons, before we can really get used to our Gamblers. So I think swapping off and carrying the dice forward into the next round is the better option.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that, especially, since Mango has done their best to hold on to a Joyous Celebration. So, we'll see how they choose to play it out. We've been focusing a lot on Mango, but if we move to Yuan's side, what do you think are some of the potential counterplays? Because honestly, their hand is looking okay. It's not amazing.
It certainly isn't, but the really critical thing there is the Leave It To Me currently just sitting pretty in that hand. It will allow Yuan to come over onto Yelan and get a fast swap freeze, although that might not be an... Oh, well, never mind. Joy Celebration coming in clutch.
Yeah. Honestly, I would have waited because, that way, this cryo dice that comes down, or sorry, not cryo dice, cryo damage that comes onto Seahorse right now, could have been cleansed as well. So maybe a little preemptive on that Joyous.
This also could be a little bit of a bait, because now if Yuan skills on Yelan, Seahorse will die, so this could force them to use a little bit dice early, maybe go for that play a little bit earlier than they would have liked. Of course, they could just swap style around a little bit more onto Xiao, really force Mango to swap over to Zhongli. It's just another swap style war. Force Mango to burn a lot of their resources. And if they ever misstep onto that Yunjin, I can't really freeze her anymore, but we could apply some aura.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, that is a consideration I actually had not thought of, baiting out the Seahorse lethal into swapping into Yunjin for free. But, we'll see if that ends up playing out. Is that a Minty meat rolls I think it just saw drop into Mango's hand? That's huge.
That's the Mango's only running 2 Minty meat rolls as their food source, so kind of a big top deck there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Minty meat rolls is one of the cards that you really, really want to see in your hand because of how, how much more efficient it gets into your, how much more efficient it makes, your dice, and especially the fact with Mango having both the woven, and Minty meat rolls as the only cards left, they're going to be dealing, so many more efficient normal attacks.
A little unfortunate thing here, though, is that Shadow Burst is wearing off. So if we do want to get a lot of damage down, we kind of need to go on Xiao this turn because, of course, Yelan can't make use of it. She can only really do freeze, but that isn't really enhanced by the sub. And yes, you can normal attack after you consume your breakthrough bar, it's actually physical damage.
Yeah.
But, I think just normal attacks this turn isn't enough to break through. Mango still has so much HP left, so much more dice than you. I think Yuan is kind of feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Yuan's trying to fish out, some extra weapons, see if anything can really push them past the point which what they want. And I think they're kind of forced to play that King Squire they have in hand, right? Because without it, they're going to be pretty dice inefficient.
Yeah, Yelan only does really 3 damage on skill, 4 with a reaction, so you really are reliant on it to make up for the damage that Yunjin has with her flags. We're trying to even out the damage differential here. It appears that they are just going to go for the kill on Seahorse. Could actually go for a normal attack instead and draw an extra card now that we did equip our weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually going to refresh my memory. I do think Yuan should have at least 1 Gamblers, right?
That's a good question. With how their deck is built, it is very likely that they do have one. Slightly too late. I hate to see it.
Oh yeah, very unfortunate. It came late. Because I'm like, this game has to run Gamblers considering its style of play. But unfortunately, it came just a little too late. That would have been able to push them into a dice positive state and keep up with Mango's current ramp.
Still, though, it's not all over yet. We did equip our King Squire, which means our next skill should be discounted to only 2 dice.
Yeah, right now
only 1 dice, which will allow us to get another action off right after this.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, something really big is they were actually able to draw out the Unseen Razor, so they can also do it again, twice in a turn. That's pretty huge, to push Yunjin down to such little HP off of 3 skills. And that'll do 4 and 4, right? Because you have weapon bonus? Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, here it comes.
Oh, the Gamblers... we didn't need to play that just yet. Yunjin wasn't going to die, and it's not like Gamblers was discounted to give us another dice.
Yeah.
Oh, second Unseen Razor.
Whoa, okay. I don't believe you can take advantage of the second Unseen Razor due to the dice cost, but, that is pretty huge, to have that in your backup, because now Zhao can make use of that when he comes on the field later.
Yeah, Lithic Spear ready and waiting. We have the Golden House as well. If we decided, we have Master Zhang sitting in our back pocket too to discount that Lithic Spear to free and then re-equip it on Zhao for just an additional 6 HP. So it's like 2 Lotus Crisps that Yuan currently have sitting in their hand.
Absolutely. Hopefully Yelan survives long enough to get the extra benefit of Master Zhang, but it's probably unlikely.
I doubt it, but that one discount is really all you need with the Wagner sitting there with the Golden
Mm-hmm.
House as well. Because and also the Unseen Razor will discount things even further, so might not even need him depending on how things play out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just waiting to see, how Mango responds to the situation because, as much as they're sitting very safe, they have to consider, the line of the extra weapons, right? Because Yelan can do a pretty significant amount of damage. Of course, they're not too worried about their dice efficiency, but you don't want to throw out Yunjin so early because Zhongli has no equips. So if you have to go on him as your final carry, he might struggle a little bit.
The really unfortunate thing, though, is that Gamblers just came one turn late. If
Mhm.
Yuan had that Gamblers a little bit early, they would have been able to get one extra action over onto Yelan. Not that it
Mhm.
matters, because I think Yunjin hurts, and Yelan was always going to die to 2 skills, no matter what.
Mhm.
Question is, though, do we swap over to Xiao?
Yeah. Let's see here. All right, yeah, dropping it in, Master Shang. Oh, okay, going for the zero cost Lithic, not going for the reset on the King Squire for Yelan. What are they going to do with these last guys? Oh, they're going to swap. Interesting.
I mean, our Yelan is the one with the Gambler, so we don't want to lose that. As I said, though,
Mhm.
Yuan played that a tad bit early. They didn't quite need to replace the Caverinas just yet. They didn't need the extra Omni Dice from the board in order to do a skill, so getting a
Mhm.
little bit over eager, and we can see potentially getting punished here. We could have skilled again on Yelan. We could have put the Yunjin down to 2 HP, forced them swap off into the end phase, and then have
Mhm.
them eat a big swirl next turn. But that slight bit of over eagerness
Mhm.
really biting us in the back here.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is a second copy of Gamblers in the deck. However, that is going to be reliant on them drawing it, and there is no Liar Song to pull back artifacts. So it is going to be fully reliant if Yuan is able to draw it or not. No, nice refresh on the Unseen Razor into the Lithic Spear, right? That's super high value.
Yeah, I mean, another 3 shields for Mango to punch through.
Hmm.
Doesn't appear that they quite have the dice to do it.
Yeah,
Only
no,
one
absolutely
remaining.
not. Yeah, only one remaining. No Yunjin talent, no Minty meat rolls, no nothing. So Yunjin unfortunately is forced to end. Ugh, 3 damage Yunjin.
Oh,
Wait, who's
Zhongli
turn
solo,
priority?
is it possible? Yuan is the
Mm,
one with turn priority.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, Zhongli solo, no equips, has 4 flags to work with, and no freeze to worry about either.
Mm-hmm.
It could be possible.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a bitter struggle, though. Like you said, not having freeze, definitely boosts, how much Zhongli can do during this match. But, it's only 10 HP, and if you want to go out for any defensive utility, your Lithic Spear currently, or if that even is a Lithic Spear in their hand, can't be equipped for free. And to get shield, you need to spend 5 dice to do that.
And another one of those cards is the Moon Piercer as well. They also have the Joyous Celebration currently in the back pot as well for even more free equips. I mean, that's a lot of potential dice and or HP currently in Yuyan's hand, depending on what they want to go for. It will all
Mm-hmm.
start, though, with a normal attack from Zhao, unless they choose to stop over to Yuan to benefit from that Gamblers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Looks like you were right. There it goes. The skill on Xiao. We can hear the lesmatic wind cycling coming down, and now it is the master versus, their fellow little adepti.
Lot of aligned dice. I don't need to tune a lot. Of course, tune doesn't matter if you're not on Yunjin. She won't.
Mm-hmm.
Zhongli won't benefit from that, especially with no talent equipped on Yunjin.
Yeah.
So just minty meat rolls. I think we do need to still tune at least one card in order to get our
Mm-hmm.
discount. She's gonna play Vanaran instead.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, might need to play our
Ooh.
Lithic to proc our Lumenstone. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and that is actually Moon Piercer, so we can force proc a Lumenstone. The line here could potentially be the 5 now 4 cost into normal attack. I'm gonna try against it.
Will just be the normal attack first, though, putting Zhao onto 5 HP. Unfortunately, another normal attack with only the Moon Piercer equipped will still do 4 damage, so Zhao is guaranteed to be able to do at least one more action after this, assuming Yuan has the dice. It's currently not looking pretty, not a lot of ammo in hand, so they will need to start tuning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big difference. Weapon package and artifact package. This deck, as much as it can, dish out that damage, it doesn't really need the dice for it. Unfortunately, it's really not in the cards for Yuyan right now.
Especially in such a skill-reliant deck as Yuan. We're not buffing our normal attacks with anything, right? We don't have any follow-ups attacks. We don't have any
Mm-hmm.
auras to enhance it. Unlike with Mango, very dice like positive in terms of needing aligned dice because they only need normal attack. And with Yunjin flags down, it only costs 1 dice as well, and we're egging our Shenhe. Interesting.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. But does make a lot of sense, of course. Because egg is that card that can be used to let you have at least one more extra hit point. Are they gonna try and fast swap refresh on Shenhe with the quills? Wait, they're looking for freeze. Ooh.
Yeah, so gonna swap over to Yelan for that enhanced normal attack. And like as long as they live this round, they can freeze on Shenhe. And it's just GG's.
Yeah, absolutely.
The question is though, can we do that? Actually, one of our cards in hand is Moonpiercer, so if Zhongli kills, it's freeze anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're Yuan responding, trying to mess with the breakpoints that Zhongli currently has. So regardless of the move, Yelan will fall, and then it is into Shenhe. With the free freeze next up. There it is. Oh wait, that's right. They have pillar. They have pillar.
Smart play, because with the Lithic Spear, they can just skill for 1, but put back onto 4 dice. They still need 2 skills to kill here. Sorry, they can only have enough dice for another 3 normal attacks. Oh no, but it's not, because the end phase. Because one to kill Yelan, right? One to bring Zhao down to 1 HP. Oh no, the issue is after that the Minty meat rolls wears off.
Yeah, no,
that's fine. Yeah. That's fine, because we normal attack anyways, because we have 2 dice remaining. And then end phase the pillar deals 1 damage to Shenhe.
Yeah, there it is. Here we go. All right. Oh, 1-1-1. Oh boy. Oh boy. Zhongli even has Meteor, so if they really want to stop someone in their tracks, they can. Let's see how Zhongli does. There's the last charge of MMR. There we go. And now we're on to Shenhe. Wait.
Oh, that's so smart from Mango!
Huge! Wow.
They skilled to play around the Yelan breakpoints, leaving her on 1 HP, and letting the summon finish Shenhe off because Egg only revives on 1. What a genius play from Mango!
Yeah, that's massive. It's absolutely not something I considered because Zhongli skill is something I traditionally associate with shielding and or summoning the pillar, which isn't all too useful in a matchup like this. But it was just enough to eke out the win with putting everyone down to 1 HP and Zhongli able to sweep the entire team in one fell swoop. That was amazing.
Yeah, no, the pillar doing less damage than the normal attack was what it took in combination. With the Lithic Spear discounting the skill by 1, if it wasn't for that, Mango wouldn't have had enough dice to win. And if Yuan was able to get off the freeze, they also wouldn't have had the dice to win. They wouldn't have the damage next turn to win. Sorry. So just seeing the opportunity, seeing that doing less damage here forces my opponent to like swap stall, forces my opponent to not get the extra dice because they were a little bit greedy playing the King Squire on Yelan instead of waiting on it for the Shenhe. Just ban.
Yeah, so many plays around. Yuan really put them in such put Mango in such a dangerous position, but Mango was able to just perfectly calculate those breakpoints and eke their way out of the match. So incredible first match to see already, right? I do wonder how the next ones are going to shape up after that.
But yeah, I mean, despite all of our criticisms of Yunjin, here she is once again.
Ooh. Yep, indeed, yeah. And hey, it's even Zhongli that was able to take the game, which is, Zhongli is that endgame sweeper, but, he does sometimes struggle, but he's able to get it, even without using, some of his strongest tools like the Meteor.
Yeah, I mean, that is all for Game 1, though. Here it is for Game 2. Yuan once again bring the Liur Armory deck against Mango, this time bring Magic Dragons. This was actually the exact same matchup Amaru did versus, I forgot who his opponent was.
Probably Z-Crimlin. Or not Z-Crimlin.
No, it was versus Sufen. With Amaru coming up victorious.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting to see, Amaru being the first one to bring this deck into the Prince Cup. And now it's starting to really spread, because after I played it the first time, seeing Amaru's list, I'm like, this deck is interesting, but, I have a hard time with it. But, these pro players, showing us how it's done, right? They can really wreck shop with, this very interesting lineup of characters.
Yeah, like just abusing the base damage increase with the weapons in combination with that ever-present freeze threat to force your opponent to take unoptimal lines. And against a slower setup deck like this Magic Dragons, maybe that could be what it takes for you to gain the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder how Double Dragons performs into this deck because it has a little bit more defensive tools, unlike the Yunjin deck, right? They can generate some shields in the Yunjin deck, but then this one, should have treasure, should have Layla shield generation, Nuvala can heal. Azhdaha typically fishes for crystallizes, so there's a lot of options we have in here.
Yeah, I mean, this has a lot more sustain, mainly because of that Layla, because of that treasure. You have more healing. Where I mean, as you said, Yunjin does have sustain, but it's temporary, right? The skill from her shields don't last, right? If you don't attack into it, it's like it's not there. And Seahorse's own shields wear off very, very quickly. So
yeah,
it
we
has a
saw
more
how
sustain.
fast they melted it right last round.
Yeah, it was gone instantly. But here it is, though. This is Mango's Magic Dragons deck. This is basically the stock standard version.
Ooh, you know what's scary? There's no mausoleum counter. Oh no.
Ooh, yeah, they're not. Union isn't running Leader Harper Wharf, but I don't think it matters in that deck. That deck will win or lose by turn 3 anyways, and it doesn't draw a lot of cards the turns you do like to play Mausoleum, so it shouldn't matter.
That is definitely fair. I think I always just get scared of Mausoleum, thanks to when you're running Lumenstone and Sealy. That gets very scary for Mausoleum. But you are right. It is win or lose by 2 or 3, which, this deck will also probably to play into, of course. Unless it gets treasure, then it can survive for a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, both decks, most decks these days really are playing that turn 3 win con. A lot of decks will win or lose by then. I mean, for combo decks, especially like Magic Dragons, but they are running the treasure, they will literally win or lose by turn 3. It's either you're either gonna OTK them by then, or you burn out all your resources and you just can't come back. But the Leader Armory deck, it's more of like by turn 3, if you can't, or actually, it's more of a turn 2 deck. But if by turn 3 your opponent isn't sitting at 1 HP on 2 characters remaining, you've probably lost.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, but we should be getting into the match pretty shortly. And I'm really happy to actually, because this is my first time casting proper the Leeway Armory deck, so it's really cool to see how this really functions in pro play. And I'll be very interested if they're able to take it over Double Dragons, because I personally favor Double Dragons in this matchup. I think they have like a slight advantage, or at least the minimum consistency, right? Because I've seen it win like just so many times.
I will say Magic Dragons is very likely the more generically strong deck. In the Principal Pacific, it has a 66% win rate, so very high, one of the higher ranking decks currently in the tournament. But based on what we've seen from Amaru and Shufen, Leader Armory won last time, so we cannot count it out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wonder Yuan has been studying the replays, right? Seeing how they were able to push through these matches, because here it comes once again, a very similar scenario that we've seen before, but different players, so we'll see how things play out. And of course, there's always a luck of the draw.
Can never count that out. This is a card game, so of course there will always be that RNG element. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, your opponent just has exactly what they need. Speaking of all they need, it feels like Mango feels that way about their hand, not choosing to throw away any cards they started with.
Yeah, and that's pretty surprising to me. I definitely agree with most of the options they started out, but with Boar Princess turn 1, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because Boar Princess, really only works off of having, multiple artifacts and or characters falling. And, obviously that's not going to happen, and at minimum the first 2 turns. And secondarily, Mango is only able to draw at least 1 artifact at this moment, so.
Yeah, I mean, Boar Princess will only really work if you have artifacts already equipped in order to get that free Omni Dice for replacing what you've currently equipped. And with no artifacts currently in hand, and also you kind of don't want to use it turn 1 anyways, a rather curious choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, another thing, looking over Mango's hand and dice right now is that they did keep the Tutalia's Remembrance, because it's great to equip it on Nuvala early, so you can use the dice, in your turn 2 to 3 for something more productive. However, Mango only has enough dice to go for a Layla skill, so if they, want to equip that bell instead, they got to decide between the 2.
Yeah, they will need to pre-tune 1 card if they do want to go for it. I mean, you could put the Dunyazard Timaeus first, and then just decide to tune whatever you draw, be the second Timaeus or the second Dunyazard. Both aren't quite as important after you've already played the first.
Yeah, if anything, considering the hand and what we discussed earlier, right, it might even be tune Boar Princess for Mango to get skill out and the Tutalia out.
Could be as well, of course. depending on what we draw, we could draw into a live one as well. We could delay that Chila equip. We don't really need it. I mean, Magic Dragons, the start is rather slow. It is a lot of players really like building towards Layla Burst first to get that crowd application going. In order to set up for that Nuvolet freeze, and it is going to be the juniors are into Timaeus to start. Trying to second Timaeus. Whether or not Mango will tune, though, that is a different story.
Yeah. Unfortunately, looks like Mango ended up drawing Gamblers, which, isn't the worst thing because it is a one-off, but of course you really want other things like Gilded Dream so you can have that dice ramp in between, or, dice generation, I should say, in between the second and third rounds to keep up with Yuyan's, damage output.
I mean, and because if it's a one-off, though, you're not tuning it. If that Gamblers is gone, it's gone, and so is that Tula's. You're not tuning that either. So it is between the Mausoleum, the Timaeus, and the Boar Princess.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, and here it goes. Boar Princess goes bye-bye. Timaeus goes down. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. They're one off Veteran's Visage, so there we go. What are we going to play?
Right now, we could decide to skill into playing the Mausoleum, or alternatively, we can equip the weapon onto Nuvolet and also play the Mausoleum. I think both are equally valid.
Yeah. Me personally, since I am scared of the potential of Yuan, having that unseen razor and able to, drop out maybe surprise skills, or double skills during a matchup, I would probably go for skill first, to make sure that Layla stays nice and safe. There we go.
Looks like that is what Mango chose to do. Skill on Layla, generating the 2 shields, and is going to start stacking the stars. Yuan deciding to go for a normal attack, eating through those shields right away. You'll need to do with it eventually, and eventually is now.
Yep, there you go. Let's see here. It's also nice that they were able to equip the veteran, so now they get to be dice efficient with it, and pull out that extra dice. As for using it, probably not, but they will be able to play Mausoleum right now. There we go. Now, how will Yuan do anything this turn? Probably not. They don't really have any ramp cards yet now.
Yeah, as of now, the Veteran's Visage is already dice neutral. Not like we did anything with the dice we saved, but hey, at least it's there.
Yep, absolutely. And that's a pretty good pull on Mango's side. They did get the Golden House, so now they can reduce Tutalia just to 2 aligned dice, so that's going to make it really easy to play later on, but they do kind of want those Gilded, which they don't really have a lot of traditional draw right now, so it may be a little difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Mango choosing to keep his hand. I mean, I do agree with keeping the Denizard and as well as the Timaeus. The weapon I can make for an argument as well, and King and the Mausoleum of King Deshret. They're very strong for denying your opponent, but because we decided to keep these cards, we don't have things like the Lumen Cell, we don't have a strategize, so yes, we did search our deck for a lot of cards, and yes, we do have a lot of the one-ofs that we would like to play during a combo turn. But we don't have our Lumen Stones to mull through it more. We don't have strategies to thin our deck to prepare ourselves to play the treasures.
Yeah, and since this Mausoleum was played in the end phase, it does have 2 stacks, but Yuan has actually yet to draw any more cards. So they may even be able to trick off their Sealy within this turn before they draw into a bunch of that Forbidden Knowledge that would mess up their hand entirely.
What's better for Yuan, though, is actually not to play the Sealy and just wait for the natural end phase draw to proc the Mausoleum, so they only need to deal with 2 Forbidden Knowledge at the top of their deck, and then they can play the Sealy. Ideally, they time the Sealy to proc off the first action of the next turn.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a consideration to put in with the end phase draw and the combination of Sealy. But here we go, Ajdaha stepping onto the field. No talent, so we're not going to be pushing turns around, but they have kind of perfect dice. And you know what's great about this matchup, right, is that both Shenhe and Yelan have Cryo and Hydra respectively, and that's what Ajdaha is aiming to absorb in this kind of deck.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what you absorb, you set up your other character for a freeze. If you absorb the Cryo, I mean, easier for Nuvolet. You spread that around, he can just perma-freeze you on his big combo turn. You observe Hydra, not as ideal, but that's still okay. Swap back over to Layla, skill again, and boom, character's frozen.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of dice for it. Able to pop off with it this turn. What can Yuan do here realistically? They have, some equips. Well, actually, it's Lithic Spear. So really only defensive utility. Not a lot of stuff to get them into a dice advantage state. Oh, and they ended up playing that Sealy that we just talked about, right? So,
Yeah, they did. I mean, you can't do 3 actions right now with the cards you have in hand. So we're going to play it. We're going to skill twice on Shenhe, get to 2 stacks, and then we'll just let our natural end phase draw proc the Mausoleum. And I mean, I think this is why Amaru found this deck so favorable against Sufen, right? Mango in the early game is essentially just playing 3 potatoes. They don't like to go in until they have everything set up. So they're just sitting there and taking a beating. And Shenhe, with a weapon equipped, with Icy Cold, with burst setup especially, is so threatening. She does a lot of damage on these skills.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with traditional Shenhe animo back then, having the summon, having the icicles, having the weapon, like you just said, it's going to deal a lot. And what we mean by potato is that the characters, outside of skilling, aren't doing that much or are really not even doing anything at all. Especially Layla, right? She can only generate a shield. She can't actually attack in unless she uses a normal attack or burst.
Yeah, I mean, Layla is a great card for stall mirrors, right? Because as opposed to Barber or Kokomi, or which you used to run, not as much anymore, she does 2 damage on normal attacks and 3 on burst, so it does help you break through those totem shields or whatever HP stacking your opponent will do. But in a matchup like this, she's just kind of sitting there as a sandbag.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see sort of the sandbag gameplay coming in, right? Because she's tanking the hits from Yelan. Thankfully, Yuan has no more actions, but now Mango has to decide what can they do with these last 4 dice.
Not a lot they can do. I mean, the dice isn't even good enough to just play the tools. They will need to tune something if they want to do that. But all 3 of the cards in her hand are just such high value, unless we decide to Golden House. I'll play the Dunyzard, and 2 cost equip. We could end our turn here first, which is what we do.
Yeah. A little unfortunate Dunyzard has to go, but hey, you already got both of the companions you need out, so it should be okay. But let's see if Mango can draw out something useful, right? Because like we said earlier, not having that draw into those other artifacts is going to be a little bit of a struggle. Oof. They get Lumenstone, though.
Finally, the Lumenstone is here. The Mausoleum is activating as well. That will shuffle 2 Forbidden Knowledges at the top of Yuan's deck. They already did draw, though, so they're not going to take priority this turn. Of course, the Sealy will draw into it because it does place at the top 2 of your deck, so you're guaranteed to see that at some point.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, we're already at turn 3. Mango has effectively no setup, and Yuan has just been able to wail on him for the past 2 turns.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they're able to draw out any form of setup. Yuan as well, especially like you said, starting to counteracted by the Mausoleum King Destroyer and the Forbidden Knowledge. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. You'll be able to draw a decent amount, but not to the point where Forbidden Knowledge might mess it up.
Dai's looking pretty great too. It's a very smart choice ending on Yelan as well, because Mango kind of doesn't want to act on Layla. Acting on her is more or less a waste of dice. But the thing is, if we swap over onto the Ajda, he gets frozen, but if we swap over onto the new Valette, you get free Hydra application, in which case Yuan could just fast swap over back onto the Shenhe and freeze him as well. So it's pretty bad no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, I do wonder what angle Mango is going at, because the big problem here is that Ajdaha has cryo application right now, so if Yelan wants to, she will just freeze him, and then you kind of wasted the dice in a turn. So the other option is Nuvalet, but that's a little scary,
It's all about the swap stall game right now. Mango just going to skill apply the cryo over onto Yelan. Does get 2 shield, but if Yelan decides to skill, that is no match for her. She will do 4 thanks to that reaction.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't even need a weapon to finish the job right here. Although, Yuan can see the fact, right, that, if they do that, then Nuvalet is going to come onto field and then get, a skill out, freeze Yelan, slow down your setup, and then you're forced to either play with Shenhe or Zhao, which, isn't the worst, but, with the dice in hand, definitely not looking too ideal. Okay, they're going for it.
Anyways, yeah. Honestly, I think this is the right play for Yuan, because if we swap Ajda, he gets instantly frozen. Start is never the right play for Mango, unless we decide to start Ajda and swap over to Nuvalet to pass turn priority. But yeah, going up to Nuvalet for the freeze, as you said, but I don't think you care about this if you are Yuan, because if that happens, you go back over the Shenhe and just start skilling anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. The Forbidden Knowledge is now coming out thanks to the Treasure Seeking Sealy, but I think personally that they did get a pretty big high roll, because guess what they drew out of the 3 cards? They also drew the Fast Swap, the Leave It To Me.
Oh, that's going to be so critical for freezing New Valette later on, so huge pickup there. The rest of the hand, though, unfortunately won't be of terrible use. The Unseen Razor in hand, but no Moon Piercer to really combo it up with, which is what you really want right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They could play Wagner's 2, pull out the Moon Piercer, but I don't think they have a lot of dice left, at least to reasonably play it out and also, play the card in the first place. So
Yeah, not quite enough for that Moon Piercer. Or sorry, not Moon Piercer. Mythic Sphere
Mm,
gives you a lot of HP to work with, but no discounts on the skill. So what you
mhm.
see is what you get. No extra action from that.
Yeah. Yeah, once again, Mango running into that problem, right, where you mentioned earlier that you really need those guilds because now they're at the end of their rope right now. And I believe, it is nice that they have a Tutalia. They can tune one to drop out a charged attack, but then that's going to be the end of the turn. They're also going to be stuck on Nuvila. You don't want that end phase cryo damage from Shenhe's summon to go onto you right now.
No, but the thing is, if we swap over to Ajda, he takes 5 damage and dies to summon anyways. And when left for a Nuvolet solo, so
Mm-hmm.
either way, it's pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we've been observing in this matchup, right, like you talked about earlier, is having sort of three characters who don't do too much immediately, right? It's not like they're doing nothing, but Yuyan's characters have been able to remain and stay healthy to 10 HP, for the duration of the round, and now. It's starting to become a little bit of a deficit, right? Ajdaha can't really survive the onslaught that you just mentioned from Shenhe.
Yeah, and deciding to normal attack as opposed to swap off or anything like that, realizing that like no matter what he does, it is a terrible situation to be in, and this is the
Mm-hmm.
problem with, playing this deck against a more aggressive option, right? You don't have a lot of early pressure. You can't force your opponent off their setup character, so
Mm-hmm.
you're letting them do whatever they want while you're kind of being forced to tank all this pressure and play stuff optimally. But if
Mm-hmm.
you do get your setup, it is rather powerful. The issue here, though, is we just didn't draw enough to make it worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the toughest thing, right, is not being able to apply all those elements, right? As much as you have the Layla skill, Asia, part of his job is to spread around elemental application thanks to his absorption abilities, but he hasn't been able to absorb anything, so.
Not at this point in time. No, he's kind of been sitting there with cryo on him. No, Nuvolite is finally bringing in his damage. Star stacked all
Mhm.
the way back over to 3 stacks on 5 HP now.
Yeah.
Yela, or sorry, Shanda does a lot of damage as I mentioned with those ice equals all stacked up. Both players
Hmm.
no dice remaining though. Yeah, Yuan will just end turn here.
Hmm. Now, is Mango going to swap off Nuvilet? I don't know. It's definitely looking a little bit doomed. But Ajdaha does have more HP. Nuvilet, likes to be the preferred hyper carry at the end of the matches. But with both of them having cryo applied, it's just so difficult to decide.
The thing is though, if you do swap over onto Ajda, the summon is wearing off.
Mhm. Oh, that's not a
Oh.
consideration I had. Timaeus has been sitting in the back of Mango's hand for quite some time. Never drawing those guilds like we keep saying. But now it has just enough to give them 3 dice. But what will they do with it?
Yeah, well, what they do is the question indeed. They just top deck the Gilded because of the self piercing from Nuvolette, which is kind of funny.
Hmm.
I don't think anything that Mango does though will be enough to kill.
Wait.
Oh, wait, the reaction.
Yeah, and then it pushes into freeze, and then they have a free normal attack. Yo, wait a
Wait,
minute.
Yuyan can't go yellow. It is forced onto Xiao here.
Yeah, no. If Mango was to attack into Yelan, as much as you'll be out of 2 Talia charge, it doesn't matter. You don't want those characters to fall right now. And now Xiao is going to take a significant amount of damage from this charge attack.
And Nuvolette healing all the way back up to the 6 HP as well, thanks to his self healing because of the source water droplets.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, we burn everything. Our hand is empty. Yuan will never need to worry about like a lot of things ever again. What we drew it was just unfortunately not useful. So I think this is a free opportunity now for Yuan to swap over onto Yelan. Ajna,
Mm-hmm.
no burst, no element on Yelan either. She's at 4 HP. The most Ajna can do is 3. So we just skill, and that's more or less the game right then and there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Nuvolet was able to heal to a pretty significant breakpoint, but like you said, pushing to Yelan is going to be, a significant factor, especially with the fast swap that I talked about earlier. Being able to draw that is so huge, especially when your hand is now a little messed up from Mausoleum. I actually think, it's interesting, right? They were able to play around Mausoleum pretty effectively, despite having that Treasure Seeking Sealy forced to be played early.
That's the advantage of playing a more 3.6 style deck. Your game
Mm-hmm.
plan is just skill twice, and then maybe play a card at the end phase. You're not running these crazy Lumenstone attacks where you're playing like 5 or
Mm-hmm.
6 cards a turn and drawing even more. You're very conservative with your resources. You only have so much to work with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
And like,
Now we're sitting down to Yelan versus an Ajdaha solo, and you know what's funny? I think that change to Yelan into from the last patch is actually going to make a slightly bit of a difference, right? We have a 3 damage burst incoming.
That is true. I mean, here it is. Aja's skill only does 3 damage with no infusion, with no elemental reaction, with no burst. And Yelan burst as well. Oh, yeah, 3 damage. There's the absorption, finally.
Finally, thank you. But unfortunately, Yuan should just have enough dice. And also the physical damage, right? Shatter. Oh, wait, nope. Breakthrough barb.
We have breakthrough barb.
But then the follow-up takes it out. Okay. Could you imagine if there was no follow-up? That actually would have been a little funny to push it into the next round. But that is the match.
That is actually, funny enough, if that was old Yelan, Aja would have lived on 1 HP.
Yeah.
It would have been one. It would have been 1 into 2, right? That's 3 damage. We did 3 into what? 3 into 4. So it would have lived on 1 or 2 HP. So, I mean, changing Yelan actually came in clutch to win us the game there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what an interesting match. I'm really excited to see. The Liyue Armory take down the double dragons. I think that's pretty expected of both the Chasm Adventurer and our wonderful Adeptus Xiao. But that's the match, and now we're in a 1-1 situation to the last 2 decks that are possible to play in these players' hands. I do wonder how it's gonna fold out in the end.
Yeah, I would love to have a refresher of what our players brought. It's been quite a while since I last seen it, but the power of Liyue Armory, maybe it's just a matchup difference, but it is rather surprising. Of course, Yuan did just win with it, so it won't be able to play it anymore. It will be Mew versus Conwhale.
Mew versus Double Dragon. Unfortunately, Conwhale has been banned out. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. It happens with the symbols. Gotta at least see that little X mark. But anyway, Mew versus Double Dragon. I don't know how I feel about this matchup.
Yeah, let me see if I have anything on this. All right, so there was a very similar matchup played earlier on. It was Mess with Chongyun versus Conwhale, and Mess was victorious in that one. So you could see a very similar thing as well. Actually, no, we also saw Inzaghi and who was their opponent again? It was Inzaghi and 8 go at it, where 8 was able to snipe off the whale with a heavy strike. So we could see something similar as well. Like, I mean, this Mona Wander / Mona Animal character deck has faced very well into Conwhale historically throughout this tournament.
Oh yeah, that is pretty interesting. I do wonder if the same is going to apply in this matchup, right? I don't know. It's hard to say because, Mew has that, sort of stigma, right? That it has that very linear gameplay, so the opponent can play around it. But Double Dragon, is always going to ramp up, pretty early on. So, Yuan may be able to take full advantage of that, just like they did in the last match and punish them for ramping, in the early turns.
Here it is, this is Yuan's list for Mew. It is the more standard one that we've been used to. They're not running like the double Paimons, they're not doing any wacky stuff. They are running the Opera Epic class as opposed to the Seed Box, which we are a little bit more accustomed to at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also the Golden House. I haven't been able to play too much Mew with Golden House, but makes tons of sense. Gilded weapons, etc. Make sure that even if you were to low roll on Wagner's, you're still gonna get those artifacts and weapons out reasonably enough. The big thing here is that I don't necessarily think it's super unpopular, but Calc's Arts is a card that people do like to run in Mew, of course, for shifting energy, letting your 2 hyper carries drop in a burst.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Wander, lets you get that big 8 damage snipe. Here is once again, though, this is Mango's 2-Dragon Magic deck. We saw a lot of these cards earlier. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get their Lumen Stones early. We didn't see, like, the second strategize, and not running as much draw as usual. I mean, of course, a lot of that was just not being able to cycle through our decks with our Lumen Stones and with our Heart of Covering us, just constantly drawing us stuff when taking damage.
Yeah, hopefully Mango ends up, drawing a little better. I think Unlucky Roller Tag, unfortunately, came out, in that matchup, of course. Not rolling dice, but, the cards are an RNG factor, too. Hopefully they're able to get, more what they prefer to this matchup this time. Maybe they even get a Liven early to get even more consistent draw.
Yeah, the early game consistency was kind of what they were lacking. They did have a lot of dice over in turn 3. We saw like that surprise gilded from the Timaeus, a gambler's reset, so they have definitely the resources to work with if they can get to that point. The problem Mango had was just getting to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I actually do get a little worried about, thanks to the character order, of course, it's not a bad character order on Mango's side because this is the optimized, version of it, but, Wanderer is going to be able to do a pretty significant amount of damage to Asia, assuming they, stick on Layla for a little bit, right? And that might be a problem because, Asia is your secondary applicator, and not being able to push past a wanderer constantly attacking you off field might be an issue.
Alternatively, you could swap over to the Ashen a little bit earlier. I mean, he still does a fair bit of damage. You can pressure Wander off a little bit. You could apply some extra Hydro because that's swirling. And then you'll let Nuvolette tank the damage, which also, again, isn't ideal, but he can heal it up with the Source Water droplets, of course, but he does need time to do so, which does leave him vulnerable to Eula. So how Mango decides to handle this matchup, how Mango decides to handle the early aggression of Yuan's Mew will be up to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting past the dice roll. I definitely want to see what they're holding in, their hands right now for Mulligan. I saw both of them had Timaeus, I think. So we'll see in just a second. But that's already a pretty decent start. Hopefully they roll into the artifacts they want. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, Golden House, Timaeus, Liven, and Dunyurzad, and Strategize. That's pretty good on Mango's side. And alternatively on Yuan, the Thousand Floating Dreams, Gilded Dreams, Rhythm of the Great Dream, we got 3 dreams up there, and Timaeus, and another Boar Princess. That's a little strange.
Oh, we bricked on dice a bit.
Ooh. Yeah, no, you're definitely right on that aspect. As much as the cards in your hand may be nice, your dice are not looking good for either player.
I mean, a Mew turn 1 is rather flexible because you are just ramping a lot, so you don't really care about what dice you get more often than not. But there is one thing that has remained consistent throughout this deck's life. You must roll 3 Hydro turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's even if you can ramp turn 1, not having that 3 Hydro to play out your Mono skill is very significant. You're losing out on 2 hits of Hydro application, which is so essential for your Wanderer, your Eula, really anything. So not having this turn 1, I wonder if Yuan is going to go for Rhythm of the Great Dream into Gilded to refresh their dice into Hydro dice.
Looks like we are going for it. I mean, it's not ideal because we burned Timaeus stacks early. We're going to have to wait a few turns before that becomes relevant again. Or alternatively, draw into our golden houses so we can discount it even more. That's also a Gilded Dreams going on to Moda instead of Wander, which isn't great because she can't really benefit from that draw aspect. And also, Mango could deny the Hydra application if they just full ramp, which it appears they are.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Most of that is going to go to waste, and, it's a super unconventional line. Definitely probably will not go for it. But Yuan, they could swap to Wander. Oh, wait, they're going to do it. Spread Hydro now. Huh.
They have no choice but to do this, right? Because if you don't, you're going to have to spend an extra action next turn to go on Mona. That's even less pressure, even less damage than if we just go on to Wanderer now.
Yeah, no, that is fair. I was thinking about, they not the biggest fan of doing, the swap, like my size finishing, but they have nothing in their hand that would actually help them right now, so...
Yeah, I mean, especially going second in a Wanderer deck or just Mute or a Sayu deck, it's never great because you are reliant on just guaranteeing that swirl the start of turn 2 with that turn priority, especially because it does give you the window to ramp, but sometimes you are forced to take these suboptimal lines. Otherwise, worse things could happen if you try to force yourself to play optimally when it's not the right time.
Yeah, let's see here. Okay, decent hand for Yuan. Thankfully, getting Golden House, so they can at least cheat out a little bit more dice here in this segment, or at least fix it, right? But otherwise, Mango's having a nicer hand. They have a lot of draw. Hopefully they draw the Guild this time, because it looks like they pulled out Gamblers again. So that's unfortunate.
That Golden House will unfortunately need to wait until next turn to be of use. Oh, top decking Gilded Dreams, I think, as well as the Fast Slot, which will be quite nice to avoid freezes with that Eula.
Yeah, this is kind of the best pull you can get right now, because not only are you going to be able to play out Gilded, but also additionally use the Liar Song and then combine it with Golden House to put all play it at least 2 times, right? And of course Timaeus is in the way, so you don't actually need to do that, but it's still pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to have extra dice, and it might not come out now, but it could certainly play a factor as we go into turns 3, turns 4, probably not turn 5, but the later turns, especially if we draw the 2 Atulas as well, or maybe our second Gilded, it can certainly let us play that for free.
Ooh, yeah, no, this is one of the interesting plays that you can do against Wanderer, right? Because now Wanderer's normal attacks are always going to target someone who is off field, right? So right now, if Wanderer normal attacks is actually going to hit Layla, which, is definitely the last person you need to take care of right now.
Yeah, but alternative, if you just scale on Water, that's damage inefficient. You're doing only 2 damage instead of 3, especially because we don't have the weapon equipped. We are, for sure lacking in the damage department.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but Yuan says, you know what? I don't care. Let's go ahead and take the damage that we can right now. Now, will Nuvalet stay, or are they going to swap over to Asia?
I mean, we could stay. Nuvalet's not really under. Oh, never mind. Calx Burst. Yeah, no, we gotta swap off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, assuming Mango is calculating for the line of the Calx Burst.
Oh, we don't care.
Yeah, now they don't care. I believe they said they have 1 Calx. I'm good. I got this.
Honestly, I think that's a fair assumption for Mango to make because you don't keep Calx in your opening hand, right? You never do that.
Yeah,
most of the time. You prefer more ramp. And Yuan also hasn't drawn a lot. Only 4 cards currently in hand. They only played Timaeus. We didn't play anything like the strategizers because we're not running in the deck. We don't have a Lumen Stone because we're not running in the deck, so we can't get extra draw. So the odds are very low that we do have that Calx. Of course, if we did have it, it's an instant game-losing play for Mango. But taking that gamble, it does pay off.
Yeah, and Yuan backs off, kind of revealing the fact that, hey, we're not going to go that crazy, but they should be able to Liven ramp into it next turn. But now, Nuvalet does not have weapon, but they do have Gilded Reduction if they want to go that far in this turn and probably deal a pretty significant amount of damage to Mona.
I mean, we don't have all our Source Water droplets yet. We haven't bursted, so it was only the 1 from the skill. Very unlikely to go in this turn. We did draw our Liven as well. We have it currently in our hand. Aja Town's sitting pretty there as well.
Yep. There we go. Okay, yeah, just use the last one on King Deshret's Mausoleum. Should be able to get at least... Actually, let's see. Let me do the math. Draw 2, and then draw another one. Is he going to proc next turn?
It will. It'll proc on the Liven, so it will guaranteed be placing 2, and then if Yuan decides to play any other draw, I mean, they're not strategized, but if they draw from the Gildeds, it will be even more Forbidden Knowledge is being shuffled in that deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa, high roll! Oh my goodness. Okay, Mango. That's pretty nice. It's called not really the unlucky roller that we were expecting, but here we go. Ooh, Fwaff is now in Yuyan's hand.
Pressure to Freedom, especially so critical on a character like Wander, right? It lets you to snipe a character, preferably with your charge, off-field charge attacks, and then also instantly snipe a character following up that with the burst. Or if we go into Eula, we freeze a character, Grimheart, kill them, and then follow up with that fresh Wind of Freedom as well. So a great combo tool for a deck that has a lot of follow-up damage.
You know what I'm actually kind of scared of? So we just got 2 golden houses on Yuyan's side. They're able to play out the weapon, right? And they'll currently... assuming that Mango swaps to Nuvalet, they should be able to target Layla and then Fresh Wind and Reader pop off of that and then have a burst. Thankfully it should not be able to finish off Nuvalet thanks to him being 9 HP and no application.
No, it does. It does.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
It's 7 base.
Yeah.
It's 7 base, 1 plus weapon, so it's 8 plus 1 from reaction because Nuvalet has Hydro, so it's a reaction.
Oh, but they're gonna go for the Eula line. Interesting. Oh, I guess that does make a lot of sense though. No.
Oh, we overdraw the stove. Mango's hand is completely full, and with the Calvarina on Layla, we draw 1 extra card, which happens to be that stove, and it gets burnt.
Yeah, thankfully, no treasure has been played yet, and I don't think we're going to get to the point where we start playing out treasure, but that is a big deal, losing your stove, because, having that maximum power of draw, in the end game is so crucial when playing treasure.
Yeah, I mean, it's currently turn 3. It would have drawn us 2 extra cards, so free strategize, which is already pretty big value. If we decide to play it next turn as well, would have drawn us 3. It could have drawn us into 3 treasure, which is plus 3 dice, and maybe another liar as well, depending on how our deck is thinned out. But
yeah, Mango is gonna try and throw everything out of their hand right now. Now, one of the lines though is that Layla has 3 Night Star stacks, so they can quickly fast swap onto Nuvalet and then drop a burst, and then also have Source Water drop to start, dealing a lot of damage and freeze Eula. So that's gonna be the biggest thing right now.
Critical thing to note right now is that Eula is the only crowd applicator currently on Yuan's team. So as long as we freeze Eula, we won't need to worry about freeze for this turn. Instead, choosing to swap over to Ajda, playing a little bit more safe. We want to wear out Yuan's dice a little bit more. We don't want to let him have the opportunity to fast swap onto Wander, equip weapon, and also play Calx. Because now that our hand is a little bit fuller, it is something we need to start worrying about once again.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the TCG, right, you have to play around, tons of lines, especially when there are cards that will boost your damage or, have some sort of alternative ability like the card that you just mentioned, Calx. But at some point you have to also weigh and consider. It's like, okay, you also just can't like do anything, right? You have to do something. Which in this case they're willing to let Asia take tons of damage right now and tank it out. Hopefully the other two characters can survive Wanderer's onslaught.
Yeah, I mean the Union's dice is running out. We already saw him just play the Gilded. We saw him play the Gilded on Mona earlier, so that's a thing we don't need to worry about. Unless, of course, there is the double Lyre Song, which is a possibility.
Absolutely. Yeah, and see, we can see, as much as Asia is frozen, you can still equip Talent Card because, it doesn't require any actions and it's able to push the turn back over to Yuan. So then I have to waste even more dice. So, assuming they didn't have assuming they have no Guild in the Lyre Songs, Mango's actually going to be able to take a pretty significant advantage right here.
And this is one of the great things about Ajna. You can force your opponent to spend that extra dice, spend that extra turn, while you yourself are just steadily gaining advantage with your dice. I mean, if we do allow Yuan one more turn to attack Ajna, he will die. So it's not great because Eula could just instantly freeze Nuvolet next turn and flop as well if we decide to go over onto the Layla to take that initial hit. So as long as Yuan lives, there is still a possibility of comeback, but that is assuming we live. Nuvolet does a lot of damage by himself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Looking at it, there's no means to reduce dice cost for swapping. There is no means to, generate something extra. So yeah, they're swapping on Demona. There was a potential line if you just had a little extra dice and, maybe a little bit of belief in the high roll that Timaeus will draw you gamblers, but
not this time. I mean, if we just were forced to play that the Gilded Dreams onto Mona early, it would have for sure been a fresh win of freedom. Burst into skill on Eula. Just, unfortunately, we didn't have the dice for it this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now there we go. There was they pulled it. Wait, wait a minute.
I think at this point it's too late though. We don't have the dice for it.
It is. Yeah, if that was one, like I said, one more dice, one more slightly different line would have been a different story. But unfortunately, Yuan's out of dice now, so they're gonna have to just wait it out, unfortunately. And Nuvolet, do you think Nuvolet can sweep this turn? Let's see how much HP we're looking at.
Nuvolet can certainly take out probably 2 members, depending on how Mango plays this out, right? Because double Gilded in hand, Golden House as well, double Lyre Song, and the Gamblers, and the Star for extra damage as well. Nuvolet could for sure take out at least 2. The question is whether or not it's enough to also take care of Eula.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Eula's going to be that big question. And of course, Nuvolet has the Hydro applied to him. So, if Eula ends up being that endgame character, Eula will probably just freeze him immediately. And then it's an Asia on 2 HP. That's a little difficult. Oh, that's a huge draw.
All right. So it should be, I think at this point, it is the Boar Princess, Lyre Gilded, Gambler's Skill to get the refresh.
Yeah. There we go. Boar Princess.
I think normal attacking is the wrong play here because we waste the follow-up hit, so it should be skill and then normal. That way, preserve a little bit more source water droplets. I think it is more dice efficient as well.
Yeah.
If we had Tulas here, it'd be so much better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was the one thing that was, getting a little worried about. Is I'm like, I feel like this. It really feels like a Nuvolet sweep turn, but. Like you said, no Tulitalia to boost that 1 extra damage that we're looking for to get, that follow-up attack on someone else. But it looks like they're still going to do it. I think they're going for skill.
Really interesting that they didn't pull back with the Lyre. They could have gotten another free 2 dice because they had Golden House in hand, right? Lyre back, replace the Timaeus or replace the Dignitary, whatever is your preference. And then we play the Gamblers after that. Rather curious that they didn't. I wonder why they're keeping that in hand.
No, Yuan has to decide on who they're swapping to. Well, actually, no, not even, right? Because they already ended the turn. So, whoever they lock into is going to be stuck for the rest of the game. Looks like they're going to sacrifice Eula.
I think this is a mistake. Eula is the endgame carry. She is your free, she's your lockdown, and she's the best beneficiary of the fresh win of freedom. I don't think Wander alone will do enough damage to stop Nuvolet. Yes, we have the burst as a threat, but it's only the burst as a real threat.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Eula goes down this turn, there's no calc shifting to put your Wanderer at that breakpoint to, take down Nuvolet ASAP. So the only thing you're going to get next turn is going to be a free swirl onto Layla. And that's it, really. Oh, wait. Hold on. Here's a line. Wanderer normal onto Layla. and then freezes Nuvolette because of Swirl. No.
Yes, but why do you care if you freeze Layla?
That is fair. It's cold. No, the cryo would spread onto Nuvolette. Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you took off yield, it would.
Yeah. It's cold. That might. I think Mango probably sees that line though, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mango also has a fast swap, so you can just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Ajna will absorb the cryo, because he has his little status on, and you can just freeze Wander with a skill, and Swirl doesn't do 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So even still, we have the fast swap in hand. It should be enough to just swap over onto the Ajna and freeze the Wander and win anyways. Oh, no, it's fine. We still have 1 source water left. It's good.
Yeah, 1 source water left, has a burst left as well, if it's super necessary. And they have gamblers, so hey, if you really want to go all in, you can.
No more board stacks, so we actually can't.
Yeah, actually no board stacks, huh?
Oh, we got punished. We didn't play because we didn't play that second gilded, we're down 1 dice.
Yeah.
If we had played the second gilded, we would have been able to do another 2 actions here.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't be enough to kill Wander, but it would have been enough to bring him down to 1 HP. So we actually do get punished, and we're forced to swap over onto Ajna instead of doing another action. Man, we actually got punished for not playing that second gilded.
Oh yeah, that punish could be the opportunity that Yuan needs to get out of their sticky situation, because once again they have Fluff and Gambler. So let's see, how they handle it. Forbidden Knowledge, drawing into their entire hand. So what they have is what they're gonna be stuck with. Can Yuan pull it back?
Would really like a Wolf's Gravestone here.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Let's see.
Wolf's Gravestone will single-handedly turn the tide of... Oh, dice not looking good.
Ooh.
Oh,
that's not good. And you can't tune those cards.
No Wolf's Gravestone. We drew the 2 Forbidden Knowledges because we stuffed our deck full of them. And we can't even play the Forbidden Knowledge to try and draw into it because Yule has 1 HP.
Yeah. Oh man, that does really suck, because the potential line here is like Freshman and Freedom into Eula Burst, right? And then she goes down afterwards, and Wanderer should be able to sweep the rest. But like you said, no means to tune, so he was gonna go for it. She can still normal attack. That's not the worst thing, right?
Freshman as well. We could. Oh, now we can't burst. That feels terrible. I mean, we could still. No. Normal to burst is still fine. It's not the worst.
Yeah, still not the worst thing. Again, taking out. Maxing out swap value, using gamblers, etc., generating the Omni dice is super duper essential. But
we can't fast swap because our dice aren't good enough. Oh no, not like this.
Not like this. Very unfortunate.
If their dice were slightly better, I think it could have been an opportunity.
Oh, they're going for it. Wait, this is huge. Yeah. I think. Okay, wait. I think you.
Wait,
okay.
Our dice aren't. No. We can still do this.
We can still do this. We tune fast swap, and then we skill, and then we push the cryo onto Nuvolette, and then he gets frozen.
And then we lose because we're out of dice and can't do damage.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
I think it is still the right play though. At least this way we don't instantly lose this turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if it wasn't for that dice of cringe, right, we could skill into burst and it would win us the game. But our dice just aren't good enough.
Yeah, the Forbidden Knowledge is totally messing up Yuyan's hand. It's such a struggle, to deal with Forbidden Knowledge. I think Scaramouche got lost in the sauce, no?
If we just rolled better, if we just had more cards, we weren't forced to tune so many things so early, it would have been our game right here.
Mm-hmm.
But just, we don't have the resources. It's just not there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Yuyan's probably contemplating that situation in their head right now. Yeah, tunes it out, goes for the skill, freezes Nuvolette. Takes out Layla as well, right? Yeah. Oh, but no more action.
Look, in this situation, our burst is 8 damage. Nuvolette is on 7 HP. No treasures played for Mango. It would be our game, but we can't. Our dice aren't good enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mango doing kind of everything to their power. During this turn, I would have played at least 1 Lumen Stone. That's okay though. No big deal. The optimality, right, that we have to work with. And then I believe the turn advantage goes to Mango. Oh, and they have the on-demand freeze.
And then we lose because of Dice of Cringe. Our dice just aren't good enough. We weren't able to finish off the game in time. Now turn pass back onto Mango.
Mm-hmm.
A disaster for Yuan. That was our spot. That was our chance to continue in the upper bracket. But now we are forced into the lower bracket with only 1 life remaining. Oh, that's a disaster for Yuan.
Yeah, here it comes. Something everyone I'm sure is familiar when watching Nuvilet gameplay. Silence into the charged attack. Here it goes. Nuvilet is about to pop off with his abilities. Boom, there's the freeze. I think we're going to end it with a burst, yeah?
And that's it. That's
Hoping for
all
draw?
she wrote for Yuan.
Is that double? What is that? Oh, it's double opera.
Oh, we had that last turn. Oh my god. Disaster for you, and we had the game in our clutches, but just losing to Dice of Cringe of all things. What a horrendous way to go, but of course, it's not yet over. They will have one more chance down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but I think they did play their best in that situation. It's very unfortunate that the Dice were not kind to them. They had such a good run with the Leeway Armory, and I think pretty good run with Mew, but unfortunately, Dice happen, Forbidden Knowledge happens, and then there's nothing you can do about it. So
sometimes the game just wasn't meant to be, and we have that situation right there. We were talking about this earlier, right? This is JTG. It's a card game. There are elements of randomness, and that's what happens when there's RNG. There's the opportunities for the upsets, but there's also opportunities for great excitement. These comeback for the players. I mean, Yuan was dead to rights, but I mean, sometimes it is just how it goes.
Yeah, very unfortunate how that played out. But of course, like you said, it is the upper bracket, so they're gonna have another chance. And we're actually gonna take a look at the bracket. For concluding the first day of Group B. How was that? We had both an upset and then that very exciting 2-1. Total 3 matches. For this one, I think Leeway Armory. Really showed me, how it's done. I'm so impressed to see how that deck played out and also win in most of the matchups.
Yeah, it could be like a surprise counter pick in the meta, especially if a Magic Dragons remains as popular as it is. Moving on to our bracket.
There we go. All right. So a little bit of a recap of the day we had. We just saw, excuse me. We just saw Yuan and Mango fight it out, as well as Inzaghi and 8, and of course in the upper bracket we have 8 versus Mango, which is going to be sometime tomorrow. But on the bottom side, what do we have, Sumi?
Yeah, on the bottom half of the bracket though, we will have Inzaghi and Yuan fight it out for their tournament lives though. If Inzaghi gets knocked out so early, it's going to be a huge upset for Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. Having to claw through the lower bracket is, it really is a struggle. Some players jokingly say, but it's the underdog buff, getting into that lower bracket. But you have to play extra matches, and then you're of course forced to play other opponents, who drop down, to that stage. So it's gonna be a little bit of a struggle, but. This is gonna be the end of our Group B day. But what an exciting day! We had a lot of good matches today, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, next week though, sorry, not next week, but tomorrow we're gonna continue on for Group B. We're gonna see Den and Magician, as well as Graphite and Shuka fight it out in the remainder of the upper bracket. We're also gonna see Inzaghi and Yuan battle it out in the losers round 1, as well as the losers from Magician and Shuka battle it out there as well. But I mean, speaking of the lower bracket, it's not just about playing more games. It's not just about the underdog buff. It's also the mental toll it plays on you, because you only have one life. This is your final chance. If it's over, it's over. And it's exhausting playing so many games with so many high pressure stakes bringing down on you. Like, if the mental aspect of it is so tough. Like, speaking from my own experiences, it weighs on you, right? Like, if you start losing, if you start feeling the game is coming out of your hands, if your tournament life is coming apart at the seams, you start to tilt and you start playing badly. So it's not just about the gameplay. It's also very much about the mental state of the players as well.
Yeah, that's something we don't talk about a lot, but mental drain is a very real thing, and especially if you run into matches where you get, low rolled, right? Or your opponent high rolls and you're just like, man, I had that, I won. But, there's nothing I could have done about it there. So, there is the mental taxation that goes into the lower bracket. But that is the last match for us today. They're going to get to take a little bit of a mental break, but we're going to be back tomorrow. Isn't that right, Sumi?
Yeah, we are. I mean, with different pairings, we have another special guest tomorrow as well, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be very exciting. Bring in these guest casters. They have so much of a wealth of experience. It is always a joy to watch them play, but it's also great to see them cast as well. They get to bring their experiences from their time as a player and give us insights that we are unaware of.
Yes, absolutely. But Sumi, where can everyone here find us tomorrow on stream?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to stream once again on twitch.tv/AstraCarnival, as well as YouTube at AstraCarnival, the channel. And of course, if you do watch the YouTube, be sure to check out their weekly highlights. They'll be posting the highlight moments of every stream on there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you're a different user or different platforms, you can find it on Twitter/X and TikTok. And of course, something that we didn't mention during the match, but there is the QR code. So if you want to scroll back in the YouTube VOD and just go ahead and grab that, any aspect of feedback, super, super helpful for us. Lets us know anything that you'd like, to see different or highlighted. Even the highlighted match, that is something to consider. But regardless, that's going to be the end of our show today. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was a joy casting with you, Coach. A shame I don't get to do this more often, but as you said, that concludes our stream.
Yep. Thank you all so much for watching. We're going to see you tomorrow, and this is Coach Creations, and
this is Sumi. See you guys next time.
Bye.